Good morning, everybody. We got a fairly jam-packed agenda today, so we're gonna start and kind of ask everybody to make their way to their seats. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. The department is quite honored to host this summit, this tribal summit. And we really appreciate and acknowledge everybody. There's been, I know those people have come many, many miles across the country, and we absolutely appreciate the effort and the participation. Yesterday we had a great full day of dialogue, and it's been a very gratifying last couple of days of spending this time with you. So we are, like I said, we are very honored to host this summit, to dialogue and to talk with each other. Yesterday was an effort to start a new way of dialoguing with each other, that we actually talk to each other rather than at each other. We talked about many ongoing and active issues and programs that the department and the Indian country are working on together. But we had also hoped that this would be an opportunity to begin a new dialogue with Indian country, where we can start to explore new ways to collaborate, new opportunities to possibly do business together, new ways to possibly embark on educational and training initiatives together, and new ways to address the energy challenges of today that we all face together, and do that together. Although some of the challenges of yesterday still remain, we are currently not turning our back from any of the hard work that we have done together. We are also having emerging challenges which could use some innovative and new approaches that are inclusive of Indian country, not just as hosts or resource owners, but rather possibly as partners and collaborators to address some of the toughest challenges of our times, where solutions could be some of the most exciting and promising opportunities of our times. So let's get on with it before we get into our more formal welcoming remarks and the Secretary's remarks. We wanted to open this day with a opening prayer. To do that, we're very pleased to have Vice Chairman Brooklyn Baptiste from the Nez Perce Tribe.
Katsiaoya. To each and every one of you, Inwas Watisopel, my English name is Brooklyn Baptiste. The name I was given by my relatives back home is Red Earth. It's an honor to be here today to offer some words. First of all, I want to ask forgiveness from my elders. I know I'm a young man, but I'm honored to be able to lead my people back home. Today, they are starting, our chairman are starting our general council, so hopefully they will forgive me for being over here, but this is an important meeting to express the things that we need to help fight for each other, to fight for our environment, and to make our lives a long and beautiful, loving way of life. And so that's what we're here for. So I offer these words, and I'm honored to do this, but I also ask, and I know that I sit and stand amongst a lot of elders who've lived, twice as long as I have, and they've done a lot more than I have served in the military, have done this. So I ask their forgiveness, because tribal and non-tribal alike, elders and today I offer these words and hope that you forgive me. And things that I say, I do not mean to offend, but offer the best way I can. And hopefully, as I pray, or as the words that I give, that you also will say words in your own way, whichever way you pray, and that we understand in my teachings that there's one Creator, one God, and we just look at Him on a different side of a mountain, and it's that same person. So that's the way I would like to offer words today again, and I ask your forgiveness for being such a young man and being asked to do this, but it's an honor, and hopefully that the words that we say today, the things that we do, will make a difference. And we'll say them in a good way, will be taken in a good way, and that things won't be personal as far as being hurt or doing that, but we're also trying to make a better way of life for each other. So in this way, I'll offer some words right now. Thank you. Creator, God, Lord Jesus, I give you thanks today for a beautiful way of life. I ask for forgiveness for things that we may have done or said, or might be not on this red road or with the way that the God or with the Bible, Grandfather. We give you thanks for all the things that you have given to us. Keep us mindful and humble us today for all of us to realize what great moment this is in our life, to be able to make a great change for our people all over, whatever denomination they may be, Grandfather. We give you thanks for allowing us to come here to offer our words, our minds, our hearts, our lives, and sacrifice for the betterment of our people, for the environment, and the things that people look for, a better future, Grandfather. We give you thanks for those people who are suffering, who are serving in uniform across seas, away from their homes, their families, those ones who are suffering, who have lost loved ones in our homes, in our hospitals, in the wars, Grandfather, those ones homeless on the streets who have nothing, who suffer because they have nothing, they choose not to, Grandfather. Help us make a better future for them. Be mindful of those ones who are suffering in the hospitals, behind bars, in homes, sickness, cancer, diabetes, Grandfather, alcoholism, those things, Grandfather. Help watch over those people, Grandfather. Help our decisions make a difference in their life. Help the decisions of the people here. Help the words that are given here today make a long-lasting impression on each other, Grandfather, and carry good hearts, Grandfather. So the good words that we say here today, the information that we say here today will make a difference, and the people that we represent have high hopes for us, Grandfather. So we ask and give thanks for the relationship that we have with each other, and that we can see beyond each other's positions as human beings, Grandfather, that we have obligations. So, for all that you give to us today, and for a long, beautiful, loving way of life. Amen.
So good morning again. My name is Tracy LeBeau. I'm new to the Department of Energy. I've recently joined the department a little over 100 days ago, and as director of the new Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs. We've had, as I mentioned, a really fabulous couple of days. Yesterday we had roundtables between tribal leaders and the DOE leadership to have some really great face-to-face and government-to-government discussions, and today is a continuation of that. So what we want to do now is just briefly talk about the fact that we've had a couple of months, actually last 6 to 8 weeks, we've been traveling around the country, both seeking input and your thoughts and your observations about, particularly on the energy side of Department of Energy, about how our programs are best serving Indian country, some ideas about how we could serve better, how we could work together better, and that's really provided a fantastic foundation as well for today. A lot of those discussions yesterday we recapped a lot of the discussions we've had across the country, and that helped inform the discussions yesterday between tribal leaders and DOE leadership. And today, I know we're going to have even more of those discussions, but what we wanted to leave you with respect to this initiative is this is really just the beginning of these discussions. We don't see this event as a be-all, end-all type of event. We haven't made any, particularly for the Office of Indian Energy, since we're brand new. We obviously haven't made any final decisions about anything. So this is going to keep on informing as we start addressing some of the policy formation. This is going to be a very active legislative season on energy, and this is obviously energy is one of the most relevant and topics of the day right now in our national dialogue. So this is going to be the start of, I think, a very exciting year ahead of us. So with that, I'm going to begin introducing the secretary, but I did want to just make a little bit of housekeeping remarks before I do that. As I said, we've been designed the last day and today very focused in on trying to be more inclusive, especially of those tribal leaders who couldn't attend today. So after the secretary talks, we are going to take questions and answers. But we have also captured some of the written questions from yesterday from tribal leaders, and also from those tribal leaders that couldn't attend and travel and be here today. Several questions were sent in. So after the secretary talks, we are going to present and ask the secretary some questions that we got in written form and over the internet. And then we are going to move into kind of an open question and answer session for about 15 minutes. In doing so, we really want to, again, in the spirit of engaging between engaging with elected tribal leadership, we kind of asked the crowd that we give the elected tribal leaders first opportunity to ask questions before tribal organizations and staff ask questions. So with that, I'm going to transition into introducing the secretary. I was going to try to make up my own introduction, but I read his in our briefing book, and I think this is very well written. So I'm going to just start with that. But I just wanted to mention on a personal note, I think I was at Stanford University when the secretary was teaching there. So I did not take his physics class though, so don't mention that. So it's been a real pleasure, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be working with him and for him in my capacity. He's very inspiring and very, very interested and committed to Indian country and your issues. So it's an absolute pleasure to be at the department. As United States Secretary of Energy, Dr. Stephen Chu is charged with implementing President Obama's very ambitious agenda to invest in clean energy, end our addiction on foreign oil, address the global climate crisis, and create new jobs. Dr. Chu is distinguished scientist and co-winner of the Nobel Prize for Physics. He has devoted his recent scientific career to the search for new solutions to our energy challenges and stopping global climate change, a mission he continues with greater urgency as Secretary of Energy. Prior to his appointment, Dr. Chu was director of the Department of Energy's Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, where he led the lab in pursuit of alternative and renewable energy technologies. With that, I want to ask you to help me welcome the Secretary of Energy.
Thank you, Tracy, and good morning to all of you. I'm really glad you're here. The Obama administration is committed to strong engagement of the tribal nations, and as a sign of that commitment, you heard from Secretary Vilsack yesterday. Today you will also hear from Secretary Salazar, Administrator Jackson, White House officials, and of course myself. And when I started this job, I made a commitment to you to hold the summit because it was important to hear directly from you about, one, our shared energy challenges and opportunities. The second commitment I made was to support the Department of Energy's Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs, which was established in the 2005 Energy Policy Act. So I'm pleased to report that we've established this office as a standalone program, and you saw the first result that we appointed Tracy LeBeau as director. And I know that Tracy and our team have talked to many of you to get your input on how we can work better together. And we look forward to continued conversations today and the months and years ahead. As I want to start by saying clearly, I do take the Department of Energy's responsibilities and commitments to the sovereign tribal nations very seriously. We're fully committed to our tribal policy and to early and meaningful consultation with American tribal governments and Alaskan natives on a government-to-government basis. And we're committed to strengthening federal tribal relationships to protect tribal rights and interests, including treaty rights, promoting tribal sovereignty and self-sufficiency, and addressing concerns immediately as they arise. And I expect no less from my management team, staff, contractors, both at headquarters and in the field. Regard to environmental management, many of you know that Department of Missions touch Indian country in many ways. The cleanup legacy of 50 years, beginning with the Manhattan Project, the Cold War legacy, the continuing defense, security, and nuclear missions, the essential research and science and technology missions, and energy development and security. And we operate more than 20 research laboratories and facilities and manage 2 million acres in communities across the country, some in the heart of Indian country. I'm particularly sensitive to the fact that several tribal nations are neighbors to the Department of Energy's national laboratories, sites, and facilities. And I'm aware of serious tribal concerns about some of those facilities. The department has significant involvement with tribal nations near these sites, and we're committed to strengthening this relationship. And that's why, during a visit to Hanford site in Washington State, I met with tribal leaders to get their input firsthand on the work there. And through the Recovery Act, we've invested $6 billion to accelerate the cleanup of our Cold War environmental legacy, and we're on track to shrink the footprint of our cleanup sites by more than 40% this year. That's just one element of our relationship with tribal nations. The breadth of our operations provides both an obligation and an opportunity for the department. An obligation to include American Indian and Alaska Native tribes in our decision-making processes, and an opportunity to improve the quality of life through business opportunities and participation in our energy programs. And to fully address our economic and energy security challenges, Indian country must have a seat at the table. And we've heard from many Indian tribal leaders that energy development is critical for your future. For example, in 2009, I saw firsthand the unique challenges facing Alaska Native communities. One village had to bring in diesel fuel to run generators that were the only source of electricity. But I also saw innovative projects, including a highly efficient school and a new rural wind turbine. Clean energy holds enormous potential for our citizens. By moving to a clean energy future, we can reduce energy bills, expand energy access, strengthen our security, and save the planet. And clean energy is one of our greatest opportunities for creating jobs. And that's why President Obama has made a historic investment in clean energy. We're weatherizing hundreds of thousands of homes, making our vehicles and appliances more energy efficient, developing ways to dramatically reduce energy waste in buildings. We're investing in the next generation of innovative clean energy technologies, from thin-film solar power to advanced biofuels, to carbon capture and sequestration. And we're sponsoring research and development with the goal of bringing down the levelized cost of renewable energies so they are as cost competitive as any form of energy. And as we move to a clean energy future, we'll still rely on conventional energy sources, like oil and gas. The development of these resources has and will continue to be important to many tribes. But in addition to these resources, tribal lands have some of the greatest potential for clean energy. The Department's National Renewable Energy Lab recently updated its estimates of renewable energy generation potential on tribal lands. These estimates, which they have also mapped, can help identify the best opportunities to develop renewable energy. For example, the lab estimates that wind potential in Indian country could provide 32% of the U.S. annual electricity generation. Solar energy potential in Indian country is twice the total amount of electricity that the U.S. generates each year. And there are also tremendous opportunities for biomass, geothermal, and hydropower. By working together, we can promote economic development and help many more tribes and villages seize the clean energy opportunity. Since 2002, the Department of Energy Tribal Energy Program has invested a total of $30 million in 129 tribal clean energy projects. These include weatherization training, feasibility studies, and the deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency measures. We've also held workshops to discuss financing options for renewable and efficiency projects. Additionally, the Recovery Act included $54 million for tribes through the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Grant Program. These funds have supported more than 400 projects ranging from energy upgrades in buildings to the development of conservation strategies to the deployment of on-site renewable energy systems. For example, the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma built a state-of-the-art recycling center and I hope I get this right, Oglala Lakota tribe has created a training program so workers have the skills they need to perform energy audits and weatherized homes. And as we move forward, the department also seeks to support more distributed generation and community-scale energy projects when possible. To develop renewable energy sources and to promote economic development for tribes, we need better transmission infrastructure. Over the past year, the department's Office of Electricity Delivery and Energy Reliability held listening sessions with tribal leaders to discuss electrification issues. In addition, through the Recovery Act, we've invested $3.4 billion to modernize our nation's electric grid, which ultimately will help tribes get connected faster. We're also pursuing potentially revolutionary approaches to large-scale batteries. These batteries could eventually store enough power to supply a village. This could someday mean that villages that are not connected to the grid could have the reliable electricity through their own solar and wind power. And finally, we're helping educate the next generation of scientists and engineers who can discover new energy solutions. Our Office of Science offers a number of educational opportunities for tribal students. As the Recovery Act winds down and we continue to tighten our fiscal belt, the challenge will be to find new ways to keep the momentum going. Even at this time of austerity, President Obama has committed to investing in areas like clean energy that are critical to economic growth. To enhance our collaboration on clean energy issues, today I'm announcing that we will form an Indian Clean Energy Infrastructure Working Group. This group will provide feedback to the department so we can better facilitate clean energy development on tribal lands. And we'll have more details of this in the coming weeks. Lastly, to encourage tribal renewable energy production, the department plans to develop guidance for exercising our authorities under the Energy Policy Act of 2005 to give preference to Indian tribes when DOE facilities contract to purchase renewable energy products or byproducts pursuant to the Act's parameters. By working together on energy issues, we can grow our economies, create good jobs while increasing our security and protecting our planet. I want to leave you with some words from a Native American proverb that is no doubt familiar to all of you that reflects the stakes of the energy challenge before us. Treat the earth well. It's not given to you by your parents. It was loaned to you by your children. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. So thank you for joining us today. I look forward to a productive conversation, and with that, I'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
As I mentioned, we are going to we're going to first post some of the written questions that were submitted over the internet yesterday at our working sessions, and even as recently as this morning. So, Secretary, I'll just kind of start right in. Would you please discuss the possible deposit sites for nuclear waste if Yucca Mountain will be unavailable?
Well, as you all know, we've appointed a Blue Ribbon Commission to look at what we should be doing in the back end of our fuel cycle. What has happened in the past is in the early 80s, there's a Waste Act that was passed, and it was decided there were certain potential site selections, and for better or worse, a number of people in Congress decided that Nevada was a place. Nevada did not have strong representation, and the first mistake that was made was really you can't put something like nuclear waste in a state, in a location where people don't want it. And from there on in, it was just an uphill battle. And so here we are many, many years later, and we're still stalled. And so we've decided first that there were many, many things that were not known in 1982 and 85 that we now know today. There's newer technologies and newer issues. There are many, many things. And so what we've asked the Blue Ribbon Commission to do is to look forward at what we can do, knowing what we now know and what we can know in the next 20, 30, 50 years, how to go forward with this. The nuclear waste in the sites right now, the NRC has said could be shifted to what is called dry cast storage. And that could be stored safely at multiple locations around the country for at least 50 or 60 years. So there's time to figure this out. This is our responsibility in the Department of Energy. That Blue Ribbon Commission is to actually look overall at what the strategy should be. Should there be, for example, an interim storage as well as a permanent repository? The repository that was designed years ago, at first it was put it in, but no, you had to have access to it, and it got more and more complicated, and then it was later discovered that the site had more water than people thought. They needed a titanium umbrella installed in the mountain underneath the site. Costs were going up and up, and so what we decided to do is just ask the panel, let's think of a better strategy and go forward. It's not a siting commission in the sense that we're going to pick sites, but having seen what we have done in the U.S. on sites where we had local participation, enthusiastic participation, and seeing what other countries around the world are doing, really the best strategy is you start this in the ground up and you don't just say, okay, this place, we'll force it on you. And start again in that way. And so that's what the status is. It's not completely satisfactory, but had we continued, it was just going to gone on and on. So that's where we are.
Thank you. A question that we got numerous times from tribal leaders from Alaska was, Secretary Chu, what do you think would satisfy the federal government to allow hydroelectric generation to be considered renewable energy?
Well, of course it is renewable energy, but it's how it's defined in terms of new renewable energy. And so what is defined as new renewable energy in hydro is run-of-the-river hydro, small dams, things of that nature. There's been enough pushback by a number of groups that say they don't want new large dams and reservoirs. And so, but having said that, there is a lot of hydro potential in existing dams that are used for flood control, and you can put a turbine in that, or use run of the river, and you can take a little slice of it off, so it has minimal impact on fish migration and fish in general. And so I think because of those reasons, we still have a lot of hydro. In fact, if you look at the hydro plus the hydro that you can upgrade by putting in newer turbines, more efficient turbines, that are actually more friendly to the fish, much higher survival rate. We have about 70 gigawatts worth of potential for new hydro in the United States. And to put it, that's 70 very large coal plants, or 70 nuclear plants, or 140 gas plants. That's a lot of power.
This is a question we've got from a lot of the tribes that are seeking and to get into more commercial scale renewables. Secretary Chu, how can DOE solve the problem of tax credits? Can you find a solution to give tax credit to purchase renewable resources?
Well, that's a little bit of my jurisdiction. I wish I could solve the problem of tax credits, but Treasury takes claim for that. We will work with you and try and be an advocate on those policies, but the specific question of tax credits, I think we'd have to work with Treasury on that. They control what they consider should be taxes and tax credits, and but you have a sympathetic ally.
This is a question that came up from several of the tribes that are often host to Western Area Power Lines or Bonneville Power Lines, and are seeking to use those power lines to maybe get their renewable energy to marketplace. So, Secretary Chu, what is the status of transmission upgrades and planning from the department?
Okay, so this is something we are a part of. The United States in general, any country in particular, has great renewable energy resources. And we would like to tap those energy resources. Much of our renewable energy, unlike many countries, are in places where there's low population density. We have to figure out how to actually properly cost the lines and bring them into population centers. This is a problem we face all around the country, that if you have the land that has a renewable energy source, you tend to be pro-transmission line because that's a big income generating asset. If you happen to be on land that the transmission lines pass over, you're not generating, you're not using, you have an entirely different attitude about transmission lines. And this is a problem that we are going to have to solve in the United States. That to cost it and essentially to figure out how to compensate for those people where the transmission lines go over their land, but they're not actually the major customer, or nor are they the generator. So this is something that is very important as we go forward. There's it's gotten to a level of importance that I've just recently hired. We've been courting. Finally, she agreed. Hired a special advisor to me to integrate what we're doing on transmission distribution with renewable energies and how we can link that up with fossil fuel energy, so that when the wind stops blowing in a certain region or the sun stops shining, that you have to toggle up fossil energy very quickly, so that you, as you go to higher renewables, you don't keep hot spinning reserves. You don't keep a gas plant hot because you're not going to get any of the carbon benefits. But the total integration of the transmission lines with energy storage, pumped hydro, compressed air, or batteries that we're working on, with fossil generation, with solar and wind, has to be seen as a complete system. And so we are beginning to take this very seriously. It's to grow these lines, it's going to take decades, not years. And we have to get all the players, all the stakeholders involved in this. But it's become, in my mind, a very big deal that there has not been a lot of thought so far given to that integrated system. And again, we would like your input on how we can help. But right now, just as a little story, there are some parts of the country with a lot of wind, tremendous resources of wind, and a lot of wind generation has gone up. And in one place, in Texas, 23% of the time in 2010, they paid people to take their electricity. They weren't even giving it for free. We will pay you to take it. This tells me there's a distribution problem. And it also tells me that there is money to be made, that you can get a better return on your assets if you have a better system and a better way of trading energy and fixing the imbalances in the energy use. And so this is beginning to happen in other countries, but we want to make sure we correct these problems as we go forward.
This question came in from a tribal leader in New Mexico. Secretary Chu, what is the department doing to address tribal health effects around nuclear sites?
Well, again, this is something we take very seriously. We are very careful. In terms of the Cold War legacy, we are monitoring these things. The last thing we want to see is significant contaminations of, let's say, the Columbia River. Because of that, and because of the dangers, particularly at the Hanford site, it's been a high priority item. What we have to do in the Department of Energy, and these are very tough calls, we have to prioritize what has the largest danger to the most amount of people and the most serious danger. A lot of the high-level radioactive waste of the Cold War legacy is up there at the highest levels. And so we do whatever money we have, we will prioritize along those lines to maximize the benefits and mitigate the risks of the people who are adjacent to our facilities. So it's of concern. We do monitor it, and I think we are going to more and more open and transparent ways of doing this. So as data comes available to us, we will let you know what's going on. By the way, that I found is really the best way of doing things. right now, the Department of Energy, a team I've assembled, and backup people from the national laboratories have been helping Japan with their Fukushima disaster. And one of the things we noticed, and this was also true of Macondo well, that disaster, that as the information becomes available, you just want to make it available, let people know really what's going on. Most of the time, 99.9% of the time, it's not as bad as what people think, and it's better just to here's the truth. This is what we know. This is what we've measured. This is what it means.
Okay. And one more. Will the department continue its commitment in 2013 to fund tribal programs at current budget levels?
Well, the current budget level is, we will do our best to fund it, but we are very concerned, in all honesty. What the President's budget of 2012 was cognizant of the austerity, the issues facing the United States, but the President made two priorities. One priority was in education, the other was in science and innovation. And because of that, the Department of Energy actually got a boost. Many of the other agencies decreased. But that was the proposed 2012 budget. We also know what happened in 2011. We didn't get what we asked for in 2011. And we will be working with Congress to try to work with them. I don't know what will happen, but to try to convince Congress that what the Department of Energy does, both on the innovation side, the side that's going to lead to future prosperity, like the development and deployment of renewable energies, also the nuclear security, and finally, our responsibility to clean up the Cold War legacy. These are things I think that the President felt has had a very high priority within the department. We just have to convince Congress that they should also feel that way, and you know, it'll be a conversation.
Yes, it will. And actually, at this point, we're going to open it up to the floor. There is a microphone by Mr. Garcia, and there's a microphone by the chairman from Citizen Kootenai. So you want to go first?
James Steele Jr., former chairman of Sailors Kootenai, but council member. First Vice President of AT&I. Mr. Secretary, appreciate you meeting with the tribal nations, and just a couple comments and questions. One is, when our brothers and sisters from the East Coast that signed some of the earliest treaties, some with the British and some with the U.S., they signed those treaties with the United States government. They didn't sign it with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Department of Energy and the like. And so my question is everyone has a slice of the pie of energy development. Would you be willing to commit to help lead an interagency dialogue with the tribes in terms of economic development and energy development? Because, and I appreciate that, in no disrespect to our brothers and sisters here that have worked or work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but the Bureau of Indian Affairs has not been helpful to the tribes. And that's just my opinion, and I've seen it happen. It's been a hindrance to tribal efforts in terms of energy development. That's just a blanket statement. It's a true story. How can the Department of Energy be more proactive and helpful to the tribes in actually seeing energy development on our reservations and tribal lands? And the other thing is in the state of Montana, we have a legislature that just concluded their session, and they've passed bills not to accept federal dollars nor accept federal pass-throughs to the tribes. And so if there's programs that the Department of Energy has, it's a pass-through to the states, to the tribes. On a philosophical and political point, the tribes did not sign treaties with the states. Why should that money pass through the state? It should go directly to the sovereign tribes. And so in Montana, that's become a problem. The states don't accept the money. It doesn't pass through to the tribes. And so, I guess those are my main thoughts right off the top of my head. I want to throw everything in the kitchen sink at you, but those are the Appreciate your time, Mr. Secretary.
First, thank you for not throwing the kitchen sink in. The answer to the first question is very simple. Yes, I can commit to that. I think the Department of Energy, just as I just stated, that we have to, there's many agencies that are responsible for renewable energy. You know, Interior, FERC, us, and it was going nowhere fast. And so as part of the development of renewable energy in the places that make most sense, and where I see tribal lands as really a big asset for wealth generation and for energy generation in the United States. And so I will simply commit and say, yes, we will be a convener and try to get coordinated motion on that. You know, and next time we have this meeting, I hope to give you a report progress on what we've done. Regarding the other issues on what was your
one was on the pass-through dollars through
right,
going
the pass-through
through
dollars. Yes, that doesn't make that much sense to me. I'll have to look at that. I know in things like EECBG, the Energy Conservation Block Grants, there was a specific carve-out, a certain fraction of money that had to go to tribal nations. So we can look at that and find out, because you know, from what little I know, you're quite right. You did not sign treaties with states. You signed it with the U.S. government, and I'll promise to look into that and get back to you.
Mr. Garcia?
Good morning, Mr. Chu, Secretary. I come from Okewinge. It's a little place out near Los Alamos National Laboratory, and I did work for the laboratory for about 25 years. My questions and maybe some potential solutions have to do with two different general areas, and one of them has to do with new development. And I think that when we talk about new development, we ought to be considering maybe three different areas of development. One would be community development, which does not require access to the major grid or anything of the sort. It's development for the purposes of providing services for tribal members, elders, and others. So I think it's an important piece that needs some discussion, and maybe that be part of what we build today or start building. The other one is the potential community and regional development of new energy that you can go to the distribution portion, the distribution grid as they call it. And so that would be a smaller scale development, but it doesn't have to be commercial development. It can still be a community development. And then finally, the bigger picture is the commercial development, where you develop the energy and you create the energy so that it's resellable to the power grid, and that's something that needs a lot of discussion and needs a lot of work. So when we discuss energy development, we really ought to be categorized in which area we're talking about. Otherwise, it gets really, really chaotic on where the resources come from. And so the suggestion then would be, you know, in overall, we shouldn't just be talking about policy development, policy improvement, and placing policy. More important is the implementation of policy, and the implementation part is really the development part, because you're going to create something that doesn't exist. And so we got to do it as part of Okewinge is buying into that, and we're into doing some energy development, but I think it includes everybody, all of the Indian nations across the land. And so that's one avenue. The other piece is the energy development does not include just the source. For instance, it could be coal is already old stuff, but new technology like biomass, like wind energy and solar, and one that's not been mentioned anywhere that I've seen really is the fuel cell, but namely the nuclear fuel cell, using expended fuel cells from reactor sites or from places like the National Laboratory, and you can drive the energy sources to develop the energy. And so that needs to be considered. But the other pieces are, there's development in the actual source, Then there's development and improvements in the infrastructure part, which is the grid, and then the power grid, as they call it, and then there's development and improvements required in the distribution grid, and then finally the delivery to the facilities or to the homes and communities and all of that. So there's development opportunities in all of those 4 areas, and so I think the DOE is probably in a good place to help drive that, but it needs to be reflected somewhere within policy, but as well within the implementation part of it. And it's not just DOE. This is the nice part of it, that with the efforts of President Obama, you know, combining all of the resources available, you're going to be talking about DOE, DOI, EPA, HUD, and the list goes on, and not to mention that the tribes have got to be in the middle of it. So I do have a lot more discussions available, but I wasn't sure what the format was going to look like this morning, but I'll hand a copy of this from Okewinge, and then there's the national perspective as well. So question really is, how can we coordinate the efforts to be more resourceful in how we get partnerships developed to other departments and even the commercial places. And I think one major one is the Western Power Association, and I think where we haven't been really part of that, we're just kind of sitting on the outside, and we gain a few dollars from them, but we've got to be more involved in how that's developed because it impacts a whole number of tribes. So how can you, as DOE Secretary, help to support that kind of initiative? And it's going to be a sort of a long-term initiative, but I think we're on the right track. So appreciate the efforts, and if any comment to that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll comment very, very quickly on this. I agree with you. There's different scales of development, local developments, generation, storage, and use within a small community, for example. Department of Energy is, you know, many times we call these micro or even nanogrids, where you can use wind or solar, generate, store it locally, use it locally. There's no, you know, you don't necessarily have to string out elaborate transmission lines. And in certain areas, particularly in western Alaska, there is no grid. You simply have to barge in diesel or bunker fuel oil to generate electricity. And when you have energy storage, then it's a whole different ballgame where you can generate excess energy when the wind is blowing or the sun is shining in other parts of the United States, and store that energy. So the Department of Energy is very committed to driving down the cost of large-scale batteries for a number of reasons. It will make our transmission distribution system much more efficient to begin with, but it really goes towards these areas where you can generate it locally and use it locally, and you don't have to move it around and lose energy moving it around. You still want, you know, that's not saying, I'm not advocating everybody go off the grid, but you can generate a lot of what you need locally, and it's especially true in the parts of the United States where people are not connected to a grid. This is a big deal for us. The other thing having to do with large-scale generation that you spoke about is something I spoke about, and as I said, that, you know, within the statutes of the confines of the statutes of laws, all other things being equal, we will give preference to development of renewable energy on Indian lands. And so this is something new. I don't want you to not notice that that has just been signed in by me. But there are many other things you talked about. But those are the things that I agree with. And
on behalf of Okewinge, we thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you. And I noticed that our friends from the White House are here on time for their remarks. And so we're going to take one more question, and Mr. Marchand.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for this historic meeting with the tribes. I'm very honored that you're here today. I'm from the Colville tribe in Washington State. I grew up right next to Grand Coulee Dam up there in the river. And I guess I'm just very much interested in renewable energy and especially with regard to the need for education for our own Indian people and for continued and expanding technical assistance. We're very happy to see Ms. LeBeau and Mr. Conrad here. That's been the wish of tribes for many, many years to get our people to that level, and I hope that grows. And we've also been getting good technical assistance from like National Renewable Energy Lab, and I'd like to see that continue and grow. But especially I'd like to see more emphasis being put on our students and our future leaders. And we have a long history with the government and with consultants, and sometimes it hasn't been so good. Sometimes they've been exploited, and it's a joke that the government's here to help you. Sometimes you hear that, but it's been good and bad. But I think to reach the full potential of Indian renewable energy, we really need to grow our own people, and we need to get to educate our own people. And I think the opportunities there, while science and engineering is universal, I think there are unique problems to Indian country, kind of because of our unique relationship, and there are policy barriers and complex problems. And I think there needs to be more attention put at the university level and college level on some of those issues to get the solutions. And I'm supportive of the University of Washington has a NSF IGRIT program for bioenergy, but I'd like to see things like that continued and expanded into other colleges also. So thank you.
Okay, I agree. Certainly, I mean, education and having people understand things is this goes back to my roots. I was a professor for 23 years. I've not been in public service that long, just although it may seem like 2 years. But, my roots are as a teacher, and I really agree with everything you said. So, Tracy?
We're done.
Okay.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you, everybody, and I'd like to thank the Secretary. As he's walking up, I will introduce our next moderator for the White House panel. We'll be having remarks from the administration, and moderating that panel is going to be Jeff Lane, who is Assistant Secretary of Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning. As Tracy said, I am the Assistant Secretary, Jeff Lane, the Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs. I want to join Tracy and the Secretary in welcoming you and thanking you for your participation. I want to introduce our first guest speaker, Heather Zeichel, from the White House staff. She is the Deputy Assistant to the President for Energy and Climate Change. Heather's had a distinguished career in energy and environmental policy, working both in the executive and legislative branches. She served as the Policy Director for Energy, Environment, and Agriculture for President Obama's campaign and on the Presidential Transition Team. Heather was Legislative Director for Senator John Kerry, where she coordinated domestic and foreign policy. In 2004, she was his Chief Advisor on Energy and Environmental Policy in his presidential campaign. Heather also served in the House of Representatives as Legislative Director for Congressman Frank Pallone and Congressman Rush Holt. She's been a leader and played a key role in a variety of legislative initiatives over the years to create green jobs, tackle climate change, and reduce our nation's dependence on foreign oil. So I welcome Heather Zeichel.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of you for coming today and for your continued leadership on a host of important energy issues. We've got big energy challenges, but we also have big opportunities, and we're encouraged by all the work being done on tribal lands all across the country. And I want to thank Secretary Chu and his team at the Department of Energy for recognizing the importance of bringing everyone together and giving this the attention it deserves. I know that yesterday you had an opportunity to engage in focused, detailed discussions with members of the Department of Energy on some of the key areas that affect people on tribal lands. But all of the work that the administration is committed to doing with you on tribal lands is also very much part of the broader vision for the United States that the President has for the energy future of our country. And what I'd like to do here today is briefly describe some of the key features of that broader vision, which I hope will provide some useful context as you continue with your discussions today. It didn't take the recent rise in gas prices to alert the President that our country needed a new approach to energy policy. Creating a more secure energy future has been a top priority for the President since taking office. Starting with the Recovery Act, we made an investment of over $90 billion in clean energy, the largest in American history. But that was only the beginning of the administration's sustained and comprehensive effort to build a clean energy economy and reduce our dependence on oil. That's why the President has set the ambitious but achievable goal of reducing our oil imports by 1/3 by 2025. To meet that goal, the administration is focused on a three-part strategy. First, we must develop and secure America's own energy supplies. Even as we develop the next generation of energy technologies, the fact is that we'll continue to rely on resources like oil and gas in the years to come. We've already made progress towards increasing development for our domestic energy resources. For example, last year, U.S. crude production reached its highest level since 2003. And we're encouraging additional exploration, development, and production by rewarding industry for effectively and responsibly utilizing resources that belong to the people. Of course, we also have an obligation to ensure that production is safe, responsible, and efficient. In the wake of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, the administration has reformed safety and environmental standards for oil and gas exploration, making structural reforms within the Department of the Interior to improve oversight. The administration is also working to encourage responsible development of natural gas so that we can ensure that the production of this important domestic energy resource continues in a safe manner. Second, we must provide all Americans with choices to reduce costs and save energy. Volatile gas prices underscore the need for innovation that will make it easier and more affordable for consumers to buy more advanced and fuel-efficient vehicles, use alternative means of transportation, weatherize their homes and workplaces, and in doing so, save money and protect the environment. Today, transportation is one of the largest expenses for most American households and is responsible for more than 70% of our petroleum consumption. And I know that on tribal lands, especially when in remote locations, it's common for gas prices to be much higher than the national average. So one of the best ways to make our economy less dependent on oil and save consumers money is simply to make our transportation sector more efficient. That's why the administration put new fuel economy standards in place for cars and trucks that will save 1.8 billion barrels of oil and save drivers up to $3,000 over the life of the program. We will finalize the first ever fuel economy and greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty trucks in June of this year. But we need a sustained effort, which is why the President set an ambitious goal that by 2015, we'll have 1 million electric vehicles on the road, becoming the world's leader in advanced vehicle technologies. In addition, the President has proposed bold steps to improve the efficiency of all modes of transportation, from air to highways to rail to water, and to develop alternative fuels. When it comes to efficiency in our homes and buildings, we're focused on building upon the efficiency investments in the Recovery Act, which have already led to the weatherization of about 350,000 projects that are helping lower-income Americans reduce energy bills. We'll also remain committed to passing Homestar legislation to help homeowners finance retrofits through a Better Buildings initiative to make commercial facilities 20% more efficient by 2020, and a range of steps to promote industrial efficiency. And as many of you know, the Tribal Energy Program within the Department of Energy has been working for years to bring renewable energy and energy efficiency options to tribal lands. Since 2002, that program has invested over $30 million to fund a total of 129 tribal energy projects across the nation. Third, we must innovate our way to a clean energy future. A global race is underway to develop and manufacture clean energy technologies, and China and other countries are playing to win. In fact, in recent years, China has surpassed the rest of the world when it comes to investments in clean energy. That's why in a State of the Union address, President Obama proposed a clean energy standard. Under this plan, by 2035, we'll generate 80% of our electricity from a diverse set of clean energy sources, including renewable energy sources like wind, solar, biomass, and hydropower. A clean energy standard will provide the signal investors need to move billions of dollars of capital off the sidelines and into the clean energy economy, creating jobs across the country and reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Part of what makes a clean energy standard appealing is that we're not picking winners and losers. Instead, we understand that different regions of the country rely on diverse energy sources today and have varying clean energy sources for the future. This holds true for Indian country as well, and we appreciate its diversity. Depending on geography, some tribes will be focused on clean coal and natural gas, while others may be focused on wind and solar energy. What we're focused on is supporting what makes the most sense based on your circumstances. In addition, maintaining our leadership in research and development is critical to winning the future and deploying innovative technologies that will create quality jobs and move us towards a clean energy economy that reduces our reliance on oil. So with that broad overview, let me stop here and simply sum up by saying that the President is committed to securing our energy future. We're confident we can achieve this goal, but it's an endeavor that will take time and real effort. It will require our brightest scientists, our smartest companies, politicians from all stripes, and of course, all the tribal leaders in this room. And we look forward to working with you in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a familiar face to this audience, Kim Teehee, the Senior Policy Advisor for Native American Affairs at the President's Domestic Policy Council. Kim has held a variety of important positions in government and politics. She was Deputy Director of Native American Outreach at the Democratic National Committee. She also served as the Director of Native American Outreach for the Presidential Inaugural Committee for President Clinton's second inauguration. Before joining the Domestic Policy Council, Kim served for 11 years as Senior Advisor to the House of Representatives Native American Caucus Co-Chair, Congressman Dale Kildee. She has held various positions with the Cherokee Nation. Please welcome Kim Teehee.
Good morning. I want to thank Secretary Chu and Tracy LeBeau and her team for inviting me to be here today. President Obama believes that tribal leaders must be a part of the solution if we are going to address the needs of Indian country, and inspires to improve relations with Indigenous peoples by looking to the principles embodied in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which President Obama announced support for in December 2010. To strengthen the government-to-government relationship between the United States and Indian tribes, President Obama has promised greater engagement with tribal leaders. In December 2010, the President invited tribal leaders, cabinet secretaries, senior officials, and members of Congress to attend the second White House Tribal Nations Conference. Similar to the White House Tribal Nations Conference held in November 2009, the White House held sessions with tribal leaders on healthcare, energy development, public safety, job creation, and education. And I released a synopsis of the Tribal Nations Conference, which can be found on whitehouse.gov for those who weren't able to participate. President Obama is also committed to regular and meaningful consultation with tribal leaders. Marking a new era in the United States' relationship with tribal government, the President signed a memorandum on November 5, 2009, directing every federal agency to develop a plan to fully implement the executive order on tribal consultation. This order mandates that all federal agencies have an accountable process for meaningful and timely input by tribal officials in the development of regulatory policies that have tribal implications. Federal agencies are currently implementing consultation plans, and the level of tribal consultation is at historic levels. In February of this year, the President issued a memorandum entitled Administrative Flexibility, Lower Costs, and Better Results for State, Local, and Tribal Governments, which calls on agencies to engage in frank dialogue with tribal stakeholders about the practical, cumulative impact of different federal requirements and areas where greater administrative flexibility could achieve better and more cost-effective outcomes, either within a program or across programs. Agencies will be working with stakeholders to identify high-impact areas, which may involve cross-agency collaboration where greater flexibility is likely to significantly improve outcomes. Based on consultation with tribes, as well as states and localities, agencies will submit plans in August describing how they will pursue short-term and longer-term changes in these high-impact areas. And energy is one of those areas. This effort will complement the President's existing memorandum to agencies on regular and meaningful consultation and collaboration with tribes in accordance with that executive order on tribal consultation. And by building on and drawing from the discussions that many of you have already engaged in about creating greater efficiencies across programs. For more information, I will direct you to the White House website, and in addition, for our guidance to the agencies, which the Office of Management and Budget issued actually just last week. In addition to engagement and consultation with tribal leaders, President Obama recognizes that federal agencies must work together to formulate a comprehensive response to the needs of tribal governments. Currently, federal officials across various agencies are working together on a wide range of issues to improve the lives of Native Americans. I also want to commend Secretary Chu in particular for his efforts in this area. The department established the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs as a standalone program office, and late last year appointed Tracy LeBeau as the director of this office. Beginning in March of this year, the Office of Indian Energy Policy hosted a month-long series of roundtables around the country, from Oklahoma to Las Vegas, which I participated in, to Alaska, reaching out to Indian tribes and tribal leadership. To date, there have been 9 listening sessions, which allowed for discussion with tribes on the various policy and program and issues and opportunities related to energy issues on tribal lands. These sessions help to advance the priorities of Tracy's office, discussing with tribes the current needs and priorities for Indian energy policy and programs, focusing on the obstacles, opportunities, needs, priorities, and possible solutions regarding conventional and renewable energy development, and leveraging, coordinating, and optimizing federal resources and programs. This combination of greater engagement, consultation, and interagency collaboration is the foundation that will enable the United States and tribal leaders to work together to build a brighter future with tribes. You know, you've just heard from my friend and colleague, Heather Zeichel, about the key issues of the Obama administration's energy strategy that will spur job growth, protect the environment, enhance our global competitiveness, and strengthen our national security. But let me reiterate that Indian country has an extremely important role to play in achieving this future that will benefit us all. It is why it is so important that we continue to work, that we continue the work that we started with tribes to assist them with the exploration and development of tribal lands with active and potential energy resources. It is why we must continue working to remove administrative barriers that hinder renewable energy development by streamlining and expediting the permit process for energy development and transmission across tribal lands. And it is why the administration has provided tribes with support from or through programs like the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program to assist in the development and implementation of a comprehensive energy efficiency strategy. And there is much more that can be done, and there is much more that we are doing together. We would like to commend the Department of Energy for their efforts on this important issue. The Department of Energy has been a catalyst for progress and is critical to winning the future. And we look forward to future consultation and collaboration to continue their efforts. The department provides grants to many tribes to allow them to develop renewable energy resources in ways that benefit not only your communities, but the whole planet, while serving as models for other U.S. communities. With the assistance of the department, tribes are developing a wide range of renewable energy resources and conservation measures, including geothermal, solar energy, wind and biomass technologies, and communities, while creating jobs and reducing costs. We must build on all of this to go forward. While the United States has made great strides in energy development in energy country, and we continue to try to move forward in that direction, we know much remains to be done. Our commitment to greater engagement, to greater consultation, to interagency collaboration is the foundation upon which we will build stronger tribal communities and enable the United States' historic government-to-government relationship with Indian tribes to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I think we're going to take about a 20-minute break, and so we'll meet everybody back here in 20 minutes. Thanks.
If everybody could wrap up your conversations and take a seat. Our next panel is about to arrive. Could we wrap up our conversations and take our seats for the next panel, please? Okay. Thank you very much. Our next panel includes two well-known personalities or individuals from people in Indian country. They've been here and working with tribes for a very, very long time. They hardly need an introduction. But I will say just a couple of words because we're very short on time. Our first speaker is Miss Loretta Toole, and she was announced to be she is the current staff director and chief counsel for the Indian Affairs Committee in the U.S. Senate. She has worked very closely with Senator Akaka on a number of issues regarding Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians. She grew up on the Nez Perce Reservation and has experience serving on the Indian Affairs Committee as counsel to former chairman Senator Daniel K. Inouye from Hawaii, and is a former partner at Anderson Toole LLP, an American Indian-owned law firm in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Loretta Toole.
My new marquee is Aloha. Yeah, I love it. I got a little Hawaiian in me now. It's fabulous to be here this morning. Thank you all for being in here and coming back. We kind of hopped over in a cab and we made the classic DC mistake. You said Crystal City, and I text David, Crystal City. And so we went to the Crystal City Marriott, which many of you may know here in DC is across the street. And this is the Gateway, so I corrected you. You said meant Gateway. So we're here now, and I said, Indians always go to Gateway. So we're here. I bring greetings from Senator Akaka. It's been a very busy time since he's come onto the committee. We've been there about together almost 2 months. We're getting close to it. And it's been a very fast and furious time. I'm going to talk a little bit about energy, but first I want to let you all know a little bit about his philosophy going forward for the 112th Congress. As many of you may know, or if you haven't heard, the senator is Native Hawaiian, and he is the first Native Hawaiian to chair the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. And you also may have heard that he is retiring. This is his last Congress, and he will end a career of 36 years when he ends. So this is a very momentous time for him, and it's a great opportunity for him to come and send off his best wishes from the Indian Affairs Committee. With that being said, Senator has his own ideas about what the committee should be focusing on and how he would like to go forward in these 2 years. And we had the opportunity to talk to several tribal leaders yesterday about that philosophy, and we can kind of sum it up in 2 words: identity and land. And as he moved in as chair, the first things that we did were address 2 major bills that we consider his priorities under the marquee of identity and land. And the first one is identity. Many of you know that he hails from Hawaii. We have the Native Hawaiians in Hawaii, and that he has been working for the last 10 years on creating a process for the Hawaiian governments to be recognized in that government-to-government relationship. So as we move forward on the identity, we moved out the Native Hawaiian Reorganization Act bill. As for land, the senator is very keenly aware that land is a fundamental element that you need to have to exercise self-governance and self-determination. And with that, he is keenly aware of the Carcieri decision and how that has impacted folks going forward since 1934 and the ability to secure your homelands. With that being said, we moved the Carcieri bill very quickly through the committee. We now have our two marquees, which are identity and land, Native Hawaiians and Carcieri, moving forward. We hope to have those on the calendar and allow them to be eligible for movement in the 112th Congress. And with those two themes out there, what you'll see flows from them are the other issues that we do. When we talk about identity, key element for Senator Akaka is to recognize that we are Native. That's what makes us different, our culture, our history. So we are having a hearing this afternoon. And lo and behold, little do we know this has become such a hot topic, but what we wanted to look at was the racist stereotypes and how they impact Indigenous people. And you'll hear the senator very much say Indigenous people because he's keenly aware that the lower 48 have always had us Indigenous folks. In Alaska, we have Indigenous folks. And in Hawaii, it cannot be the only state in the union that does not have Indigenous people. And with that being said, we are a country full of Indigenous people, and we want to recognize that. And how we use images and words impacts our people. And so it's important for us to talk about that. And as you all know, we are in Washington, D.C., and we have a professional football team that uses their marquee, what many of us would consider, and I don't know how anybody can argue it's not, but it is a racist stereotype. And from our perspective, we want to talk about that today, and just images across the screen, be it movies, videos, the new medium is YouTube now, but just how they portray us, because that goes to our identity. And with that, we will be talking a lot of cultural issues, repatriation, things that have to do with our religious freedom rights, any of those things that we can put under the marquee of identity. On the land side, fundamentally what you do with your land is critical once you have it. And for you all, talking about energy, it's a facet of how you can use your land and your natural resources within that land to create an economy for you to exercise self-determination and self-governance. So in looking at that, when the senator came in, he was keenly aware that the former chairman of the committee, Senator Dorgan, had undertaken an effort to talk about energy and to put a bill out there to engage this conversation with the tribes back and forth in consultation. As we move forward, Senator Akaka really wanted to move together in a bipartisan way with the leadership on both sides. We reached out to Senator Barrasso, and we're going to have David Mullen speak in a minute, talk about some of those areas that we could go forward in a nonpartisan manner. And so we are looking at energy as being in that arena. With that being said, what we have done is to try to work in a collaborative way, and David will mention about some of the things that we're doing, and so I want to focus to that. But what I want to say to you about the history of Senator Akaka with energy, he did serve on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. He's in a unique state of Hawaii, which deals with a lot of fossil fuels. In fact, 90% of the energy in Hawaii comes from fossil fuels. And so he has this idea of being very aware of what global warming is doing, and something else called peak oil. And I'll just admit to you, I'm not an expert in energy. There's a lot of words you all are going to use in your back and forths here that I might not be aware of, but I understand fundamentally that tribes have a right to utilize self-determination and self-governance to manage their lands and to create an economy for their people and to make decisions on their own. And fundamentally, what we have is a duty to consult with you and to create a pathway that allows you to exercise that ability to your greatest ability. So from where we sit, we want to work with you, consult with you, try to move something. We heard from tribal leaders that probably the only way to grow your economies beyond some other elements that have been very successful out there is to utilize your land bases, that you have a lot of resources. And as many of you know, as we've grown in this country and as we've watched the communities around our reservations grow, that we end up being the lands now where maybe fundamentally the final great resources still lie in our homelands. And whether that be oil, whether that be coal, whether that be limestone, like in my tribe, we've not had the ability to maybe harness all of that energy and to make it beneficial for us. And I've seen at my own tribe's experience, and I saw a shout out to one of my tribal council folks are here in Nez Perce somewhere. Where's a hoop? Where's a holler? Where are you? There you are. We have tribal elections this week. I said, you must not be up. So at any rate, local girl here, sorry about that. We've tried a lot of ways to use our own natural resources to create an economy. But I think it's looking at it in a different way, looking at it beyond the idea of just contracting with a third party to come in and lease it and our only income is the lease. I think we have to get out of that same chain of activity that we just keep doing in any country and learn from our experiences in other ways where we've thrived with economic development. And a lot of times that's being a part of the pie, a part of the jobs, a part of the future assets that grow. And I think that hopefully you're coming to those innovative ways, and it's something we can put together in a bill. You know, I was going to tell you, though, it may not be that we change everything in one bill, because as you know, in any country, oftentimes when we move something, we look for that larger vehicle moving through the Congress to create our foundation. And energy has not moved in the Senate from where we sit in some time. We've heard from some of the leaders in a meeting as much as yesterday saying that they'd like to make energy a priority. We need that out there so that we can join that moving train as it goes. We can do things on our own in the Indian Affairs Committee, but we're going to be tinkering with the systems that we know, which are, you know, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, leases and lands, and I think all of those are fundamental to you. But for greater change, we need to have the whole country looking at energy, and for the whole country to realize that maybe we need to look at this whole arena in a different way, especially given the changes that are happening under our feet. And I think it's a testament to any country that we've been having this dialogue very strongly, that you're here. So whatever happens, we have our ducks in a row to join that train and make a difference. So I'm going to let David come up now and say a few words, and then we can have some Q&A after that. Because he's going to outline a little bit more of how the vice chair would like to move the energy.
Just a brief introduction for David Mullen. He serves as a Republican staff director and chief counsel for the United States Senate Committee on Indian Affairs under Vice Chairman John Barrasso, a position he held in the 110th Congress as well under Vice Chairman Lisa Murkowski, and before her, Vice Chairman Craig Thomas. In the 109th Congress, he served on the committee staff as General Counsel under Chairman John McCain, and in the 108th Congress as Deputy Chief Counsel under Chairman Ben Nighthorse Campbell. So here's David Mullen.
David just asked me to keep it short, and I promise that I will. No, there's no reason for me to go cover any territory that Loretta just did. I am David Mullen. I work for the Vice Chairman of the Indian Affairs Committee, Senator John Barrasso from Wyoming. And one thing I do want to follow up on and express agreement is that I think the Vice Chairman and the Chairman both early on in this Congress made it very public that they want to move forward in the 112th Congress in a bipartisan manner, and have almost every public opportunity made that point, and I think that it's a good idea, and I think that we've begun to do that, and we'll do that throughout the balance of this Congress. We began, I think, with, at least in terms of legislation, with Senator Barrasso introducing a bill that many of you are probably familiar with, the Hearth Act, which is a land leasing bill that has a more or less like versions of it that were introduced in the last Congress. Senator Akaka is the lead co-sponsor on that. And I think that with this bipartisan front on that bill, there's a really good chance, a very good chance that it will get enacted this Congress. It almost did last Congress, but I think we should be able to get that across the goal line in the 112th. And in doing that, give Indian tribes that so choose an alternative way of surface leasing of lands, not mineral leasing, but surface leasing. Loretta mentioned the energy bill from the 111th Congress that Senator Dorgan introduced. That bill also, it was a start that we needed to take up again this year. Some of you may know, I don't know how widely it's been circulated here because we just released a draft fairly recently, but we're going to make sure that it gets wider circulation in the next week or so. My boss authorized us to release a staff draft of a possible energy bill that the draft in any event has many of the same provisions that Senator Dorgan's bill from the 111th Congress had in it. Not a complete overlap, but many of the provisions that were in his bill are in this one, with some changes and some additions and some subtractions. I'll tell you at this point, just by way of the content of it, it is predominantly, not exclusively, but mostly a series of amendments to the Indian Energy title of the 2005 Energy Policy Act, which included the TERRA process, and we've really, what we've done in terms of this draft is to go in and make some fairly significant changes to the way that that a tribe could invoke that process and move forward with it, hopefully facilitating it, make it easier, more predictable, and less red tape, which of course, like the Hearth Act, the TERRA provisions of the 2005 Act were designed to do a number of things, but mostly to give tribes an option that would involve quite a bit less red tape in terms of the federal side of getting energy leases approved. So that draft is out there. It's the subtext for it is that it is only a draft, and we are circulating it for comments, supportive, hostile, or otherwise. We want to get as much input as possible from Indian country on that draft out there. So we really are hoping that we get lots of suggestions. Whether it's suggestions that relate to the text that we've circulated or suggestions for new provisions that are not included in the draft. So we have a very open mind to what might be feasible for an energy bill, and we're really hoping that we get a lot of feedback from Indian country, and hopefully after we get that feedback, maybe in the next few weeks, I'll go back to my boss and sort of summarize what we've heard, and I hope that soon after that, my real hope is that well before the August recess, I can convince my boss that we need to introduce a bill. And with that, I may, yeah, okay. One final thing, though, is that that isn't, that isn't the sum and substance of all our interests in the 112th Congress. There are a number of other initiatives. Actually, the Energy Bill and the Hearth Act are more or less subsets of a larger interest of my boss, which is economic development in Indian country. I think that is probably his top initiative. He would like to see do whatever we possibly can to make Indian lands, Indian trust lands, Indian restricted lands as productive to the beneficial owners of those lands as possible. And to the extent that there are barriers or impediments that have been imposed by the federal government standing between tribes and their ability to realize the value of what they own as beneficiaries, then we want to facilitate removing those barriers and obstacles. With that, that's all I have, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thanks, David.
We did have about 2 minutes for questions. If there are a couple of questions that people would like to ask, if you could please go to the microphone and identify yourself and who the question is for. And just a couple of questions because Administrator Jackson is on her way.
Doug McCoy with the law firm Vader Wynn out of Portland, Oregon, here with the To'Hajiilee chapter of the Navajo Nation. Question for David. David, thank you very much for your remarks, and the Senates and the majorities and the minorities are working together on trying to get some Indian policy in the energy area out. One of the most important barriers that still exist is access to private capital for the costs that are needed to develop renewable energy projects. There's a lot of private capital that wants to flow into Indian country. One of the most important things that could be done of any policy is to ensure that the 1603 grant in lieu of the tax credit program survives. It's our understanding that Congress has a very dim view of that surviving, and I can't tell you how much air is going to be let out of the balloon for renewable energy development if that occurs. So curious on your thoughts of what can be done from your end to really support a lot of the other Indian policy, energy policy that will be affected by that.
Excellent question. My answer is I really don't know. You are right that in this Congress, things in the nature of tax or tax credit-like provisions are probably going to be very heavy lifts. But we have, you're not the first to raise this. I guess I had some folks that came in just last week that made the same point. I'm going to take it to my boss and we'll see where he stands on it. It ultimately will be, depending on how it's couched, it'd probably be something on the Senate side that would be taken up by the Finance Committee. They would have quite possibly the primary jurisdiction on that. I don't know where my boss stands on it, but I can tell you that it probably is not going to be a really easy thing to do. I mean, things of that nature are being scrutinized very closely, in light of the deficit issues that the whole country is facing right now. Kind of a not very satisfying answer, I know, but that's the best I can give you at this point. Yes, sir. For me, Loretta.
My name is Russell Jim. I'm from the Yakima Nation, state of Washington. The identity and land, of course, is very integral to the contribution to the cultures of the people. That is one of the main issues that has befronted us, especially since the land has been contaminated. And absent here, perhaps, is the Indian Health Service. And of course, I realize this ceremony that is going on is addressing the energy issues. But it's hard to think and talk about energy or anything else when your people are ill. And the Yakima depend today on the natural resources which have existed since time immemorial. These resources, lifelines, include the Columbia River. And the contaminants will remain essentially forever at a level so high that humans must be fenced away. When the fences fall and the records are lost, people and resources will be harmed for thousands of years. The state of Washington has the highest rate of cancer in the country. The Yakima Nation is right up there at the top in regard to cancer and relative diseases. Many illnesses. But your own legal counsel's office has directed an effort to deny just compensation to thousands of individuals who were harmed by Hanford in the past. Rather than their own accountability and rather than their own, to own up to the harm done and make amends, your department continues to block accountability and justice. A study done by the U.S. government estimated that more than 1 in 50 Yakima could die from cancer by eating the fish contaminated by Hanford. Yet your department has paid corporate lawyers millions to defend against these valid claims. I'm just hoping for a comment. This isn't specifically a question, but I'm wondering, why? How can we concentrate on anything else when the health and welfare that is the paramount issue in the treaty with the United States of America is one of the most important issues? Thank you.
Thank you for those words. I can say, I can't directly answer, but what I can tell you what we would like to do under those two themes of identity and land to address some of the issues, maybe not on a point, but maybe we get there. Part of what we'd like to do are roundtables, hearings on bills, and then moving bills forward and having that conversation back and forth. And we already know some of the areas that tribes want to talk about. And some of them that can maybe be the umbrella for the issues that you come up with are some roundtables that we're going to go back and forth, roundtable hearing, as much as we can do in the time that we have here in 112th. And some of the issues that we are going to address are subsistence, which is part of what you're talking about the food that you eat from the contaminated lands that are around you. The other is fish and wildlife. We're going to do some roundtables and some oversight of fish and wildlife programs. And we're also going to talk about some other areas of land that may impact you as you develop, which are irrigation and dam safety and forestry. So a lot of the areas that we're going to talk about are fundamental to the activity that's happening on land. And although we may not get directly right away to the energy bill, what we may end up doing is a sort of a roundtable based off of what you've done here on some specific areas. Maybe we talk a little bit about oil and gas. Maybe we talk a little bit about coal. Maybe we talk about energy. Maybe we talk about the tax credit idea around how it would benefit you and how we might be able to take on something in another bill or add it to a bill that we move the energy. What we're really open to is conversations. We've recently had our roundtable last week. We went out to talk about education. With that, we plan to drop a bill next week and do a hearing on that bill the following week. We're going to have a roundtable next week on transportation. So what we're trying to do is have a dialogue and get as much as we can from you, knowing that you guys have talked about these issues for years. We have books on the shelves that talk about these issues and how we can move forward in maybe an innovative way, or maybe just keeping what we already have to move forward in 112th Congress with the limited time that Senator Kaka has and that I have working with him. And we look for leadership of David Mullen and his boss to be sustaining through his career. And so I would encourage you to try to work with us in a bipartisan way to make some things happen, because I found in Indian country it's only through working together that we can make things happen. And some of the things that I've told the staff is that we're not, Indian country doesn't start with an R and it doesn't start with a D, it starts with an I. And we want to go forward to help Indians as a mission of the Indian Affairs Committee. So hopefully we can get to some of the issues you're talking about, and maybe we even end up doing something on just contamination in Indian country and how, what impacts are happening and what we can do to find solutions.
Thank you. With With all due respect, greetings, David and Loretta. Keep up the good work. And I have a question, but then maybe a potential suggestion. Number one is that we've been through a lot of testimonies. We provide a lot of hearings on Indian energy, but as well on the Hearth Act. And I think my question is, what more can Indian country do to help move this effort along, more than what we've done already? And so that is a question that we need to kind of, if we can answer that, then we may be on a faster track. But one suggestion also is that a lot of hearings and a lot of testimonies and a lot of other things happen here up on the Hill. Well, a lot of tribal leaders and a lot of people that are impacted can't get there, can't get here. So might be a suggestion to move to some field hearings on the not only the energy part, but on all of the other bills that are potentially being driven by the tribes and for the tribes. And you all are doing a great job. But if you could answer or comment on that briefly, I promise I would be short. So thank you.
Thank you, Governor. On the Hearth Act, hopefully there isn't going to be much more that we need to do. We just need to get it. We need to mark it up and get it passed by the United States Senate. I think it probably have a good chance once it gets over to the House. The energy bill, I think right now the number one thing that Indian country could do to help us would be to look the draft over and tell us what you think. That's the first thing that we need at this point. And as soon as that is done, I promise I'm going to my boss and saying, here's the range of comments. You know, I make some recommendations of what we can do and what we can't do, and hopefully get it introduced, and then go through the process. I've been told that we have a more important guest here, so I better move out of the way here. So.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to transition to some special remarks. Introducing our next speaker is Jeff Lane, Assistant Secretary for Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Dave's a little taller than I am. I'm going to bring this down. I'm pleased to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lisa Jackson. Administrator Jackson leads the EPA's efforts to protect the health and environment of all Americans. The EPA, as you know, plays a vital role in promoting a green energy economy and in addressing health threats from toxins and pollution. Administrator Jackson has made it a priority to focus on vulnerable groups, including children, the elderly, and low-income communities that are particularly susceptible to environmental and health threats. Before becoming EPA Administrator, she was Chief of Staff to New Jersey Governor John Corzine and was Commissioner of the state's department, New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection. Before that, she spent 16 years working as a staff member at the EPA. Please welcome Administrator Lisa Jackson.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Good afternoon if it's not. I'm so sorry. How are you? Thank you, Jeff Lane, our Assistant Secretary of Energy for Congressional and Intergovernmental. And joining me this morning is Michelle DePast, EPA's Assistant Administrator for International and Tribal Affairs. I'm really pleased to be with you today and to join my colleagues in welcoming you to Washington, or rather suburban Virginia. We're meeting today in an era of renewed partnerships and work between our governments. In President Obama's first year in office, he made it a point to gather together the largest and most widely attended presidential meeting with tribal leaders ever. There, the president directed federal agencies to submit detailed plans of action to implement the executive order on consultation and coordination with Indian tribal governments. Since then, across government, we've been hard at work finding new ways to get your input and target your needs. I'm very pleased to say that after getting input from tribes for more than a year, yesterday, the EPA released its final policy on consultation and coordination with Indian tribes. The final policy builds on EPA's 1984 Indian policy, which was the first official Indian policy adopted by any federal agency. In the last 25 years of that policy, we've increased funding and staffing for EPA's tribal program and worked with tribes in Congress to amend core statutes and allow tribal assumption of program authority. Over the years, EPA's National Tribal Operations Council has worked to strengthen our Indian policy and built specific metrics in EPA's strategic plan and annual performance efforts to make sure that we are moving in the direction always of meeting the needs of tribes. More recently, we relocated the American Indian Environmental Office and integrated it under Michelle's leadership into our Office of International Affairs. So now it's called appropriately the Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Let me say how glad I am to have someone of Michelle DePass's caliber, passion, and commitment bringing her experience as leadership of that office. Thank you, Michelle. We still have a long way to go to ensure that our tribal communities are full partners. That's why the consultation policy that we released yesterday addresses several different issues. Now, I want to stop for a second and say we were the first federal agency department to release our final consultation policy. We're very proud of that, and we encourage other agencies and departments, including, of course, our friends at DOE, to finalize their consultation policies as well. Our policy establishes a new, broader standard for the types of actions that may be appropriate for consultation. It also makes clear the two-way nature of government-to-government interaction by inviting tribes to request issues for consultation. The policy also establishes a management, oversight, and reporting structure to help ensure accountability and transparency. That will work by identifying individuals in each office and requiring EPA program and regional offices to identify actions appropriate for consultation at least 2 times each year. It's an important step because it will strengthen our interactions on developing standards and guidance, policies, permitting decisions, and activities under international agreements. In this new era of strengthened cooperation, I want to send the clear signal that EPA wants to lead the way in addressing the critical environmental issues affecting tribal communities. Many of these I've had opportunity to visit firsthand. I've traveled throughout the country meeting with tribes from Alaska to Phoenix, Arizona, to my hometown of New Orleans, and I've seen some amazing things. Touring the lands of the Salt River Pima Maricopa tribe in Arizona, I saw an area where more than 2,000 tribal members have water that doesn't meet EPA standards for arsenic. On that tour, we also passed illegal dump sites, which I know are a persistent challenge in tribal areas across the country. These hazardous waste sites, these open dumps, expose tribal residents to dangerous toxins and contamination of land and water. That presents a health and environmental hazard as well as an economic obstacle. At a meeting with regional tribal leaders, one man stood up and explained how he hears about the devastation of a 10% national unemployment rate. Then he said, I would do anything for a 10% unemployment rate because where I am, 50% of our people are unemployed. I believe that addressing environmental issues is not an obstacle, but rather a critical step in revitalizing tribal economies. In Arizona, I also visited the Cottonwood Wetland, an outdoor education center that EPA helps support. It's also the home to cultural events for the tribe. And being there brought to mind the many tribal wetlands that right now are under threat from our changing climate. I've been to Alaska and Louisiana and seen the eroding shorelines, the disappearing wetlands, signs that climate change is not a distant concern. Near where I'm from in New Orleans, in Louisiana, almost 40 miles of wetlands along the coast disappear every year. The people that are hit hardest by that environmental degradation on the ground are the local tribes for whom the wetlands are home and a way of life. Families are finding it harder and harder to fish, trap, or catch the shrimp and shellfish that make up a major part of their economy. The loss of vegetation removes the natural buffers along the coast, leaving homes and crops far more vulnerable to flooding and damage from hurricanes. The young people are moving away. The community is facing questions about whether they'll be able to stay in the place that has been the community's home for centuries. I also know that tribes and all Americans are concerned about toxins. Toxins like mercury, arsenic, acid gases, carbon, other pollution in the air that we breathe. These have direct health effects, like asthma, an illness that is 20% more prevalent in American Indian and Alaskan Native adults than in whites. Unfortunately, stories about health effects are not unique. They are challenges that threaten not only health, but also economic prosperity and the cultural heritage of your tribes. So let me also point out that I saw a number of solutions at work. On my tour, the Salt River Pima Maricopa tribe also took me to a completed brownfields cleanup, where a landfill has been cleaned up, remediated to make room for new developments. I saw an innovative landfill energy facility that is capturing methane gas from solid waste and reusing it profitably, cleanly to generate energy. Right now, there are projects in the works that will provide drinking water access for more than 6,700 tribal homes and wastewater access to more than 5,600 tribal homes in the state of Arizona alone. The San Carlos Apache tribe has begun construction on a Recovery Act-funded drinking water project that uses green energy and water efficiency technologies, creating new green jobs on tribal land and providing safer drinking water to over 1,000 homes at the same time. Through the Indian Health Service, construction began in September 2009 on an arsenic treatment center as well. So what I see, I know exists throughout Indian country. Deep-seated challenges as well as a wealth of opportunities. Some of the greatest opportunities are in renewable and clean energy. You've heard in the last couple of days and throughout DOE's listening tour about ways DOE is working to bring clean energy and energy-efficient technologies to tribal lands. This is part of an ongoing effort to secure our energy future by reducing our dependence on foreign oil, increasing efficiency, moving towards innovation and a clean energy economy. Our best opportunities in this field rely on the ingenuity of people, including our tribal partners. To tap into that ingenuity, it's critical that we maintain our leadership in research and development, and then use our purchasing power to advance a market for innovative clean energy technology. That's one of the reasons I believe, and the President has made clear, that we can't afford to continue subsidizing big oil, especially at a time when they are posting record profits. Our tax dollars are better spent on the energy innovations that are going to relieve upward pressure on consumer prices, that are going to help keep the air we breathe cleaner, and that are going to be at the center of global industry for the years and decades ahead. For example, investments in EPA's Indian General Assistance Program that support the recycling of used cooking oil as biodiesel and strengthen capacity building to understand and participate in low-cost government purchasing of renewable hydropower. EPA is also working with 6 tribes through our Climate Showcase Communities program. Tribal communities in Alaska and California, Oklahoma, Oregon, Arizona, and Montana are working with us on things like green job training, energy efficiency retrofitting, combined heat and power projects, and greenhouse gas reductions, just to name a few. The Samish Indian Nation in Washington was the first Native American tribe to join EPA's Green Power Partnership and is committed to getting at least 10% of its power from renewable sources. And through EPA's Repowering America's Land program, we are evaluating feasibility of wind and solar projects on contaminated and formerly unusable sites in Mississippi and Minnesota, Arizona, and New Mexico. That program will, at the same time, restore polluted properties, create opportunities for communities to use, and potentially sell clean, renewable energy. So I hope to see much more progress and challenges when I visit your communities in the future. The depths and breadths of our challenges mean we all have an important role to play, and none more important than you in this room. We want to make sure that our tribal partners are leading the way on efforts to clean up contaminated sites, rebuild critical environmental infrastructure, work to power our communities with clean energy. We want to make sure that the green jobs of the future, the clean energy future, including development of biofuels and making our homes and buildings more energy efficient, shaping the steel that will capture wind energy, that you and your communities are leading the way in the green economy. We want to make sure that you have clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and that the land where your communities are located over years and centuries of history is clean and healthy and safe for future generations. We want to make sure that your voices are part of the larger conversation on clean air and water and environmental protection. So speaking for EPA and my colleagues in the administration, we're eager to work with you to continue our work in search and in creation of clean, green communities across our country, and particularly in Indian country. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Administrator Jackson. It was a real treat to get her get on her calendar today, and I know we all really appreciated her sentiments today. I want to invite our panelists up to the front, Mr. Baptiste, Mr. Moore. We'll start our tribal panel at this time, and Chairwoman LaChapa. I do want to make a note as they're making their way over here that, you know, it's as a lot of the questions that came out of our roundtables and our discussions across the country, and the questions that actually came up this morning about interagency cooperation and how there seems to be so many agencies doing great things in clean energy, and there seems to be great interest in interagency coordination along those lines. You know, I just want to say it's great to hear the initiatives that Administrator Jackson just talked about. It's great to hear the initiatives that Secretary Vilsack talked to us about yesterday. There's a lot of great stuff happening in terms of the programs and initiatives that the administration is designing and rolling out into Indian country. And, you know, I think that's the multiple agency participation and interaction and the clean energy priorities of this administration, I think, is just fabulous. And, you know, it may seem a little bit confusing. That's some of the feedback that we were getting from tribes. That may seem a little confusing at times. It may seem like we're overlapping, but I think, you know, a lot of our core missions, energy, it's, you know, science and technology, and research and development, and providing technical assistance in electrification and just different sorts of energy technologies is really our core mission, and we take that seriously, and I think our programs reflect that. In EPA, you know, a lot of their programs reflect their core mission. Interior, a lot of theirs do as well. So I think, you know, I'm gratified to see all the programs. I'm gratified to see all the support out there, and I was really it was nice to hear the Secretary make the public commitment to step up and lead those interagency initiatives, and we look forward to doing that. So we're going to transition to our tribal panel right now. We had invited these representatives because we wanted to showcase a lot of the DOE-funded tribal projects that are out there. They represent a variety of those and tribal projects and initiatives from our different programs, and so we wanted to showcase those and just have a little discussion about those. First I want to introduce Chairwoman LaChapa from the Campo Bana Kumeyaay. As you might probably they're very well known for having the first commercial scale wind project in Indian country. It has been operational for some years, and they're in the process of designing and an expansion of that project. Next is Vice Chairman Brooklyn Baptiste, who provided the opening prayer this morning. He's going to talk about their tribe's programs in environmental restoration and some of the initiatives they have underway there. And lastly, we're going to hear from Mr. Charlie Moore, who's Vice President of Development, that's right, of the Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority. They're an entity that received weatherization energy efficiency funding, and I was very, very fortunate when I was in Juneau a few weeks ago to tour their training program facility and have a great talk with the Regional Housing Authority on all the great stuff that they're doing, that they've been able to establish not only just a fantastic training program, but also provide. They're looking at providing services outside of their tribal community to the region. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chairwoman LaChapa and ask her to share with us her project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to be here representing the Campo Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, as well as Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association. Campo is a band of 18 Kumeyaay bands, and Southern California Tribal Chairmen's membership includes 19 tribes, 17 that are Kumeyaay. I appreciate that Secretary Chu, the director, and Director LeBeau have started this conversation with tribes. Successful renewable energy projects on tribal lands means not just a stable economy, future, and more affordable, reliable energy for Indian people, but also for the communities that surround our reservations. I would also like to thank Administrator Jackson for her comments and congratulate her for winning the Women of the Green Economy Leadership Award this week. My tribe, the Campo Kumeyaay Nation, is pursuing green energy for economic development reasons and as a way to return benefits to Mother Earth. But to truly understand why we have embraced renewable energy as a key to our future, we must first understand our past. For centuries, Kumeyaay people patterned our lives around the wind. The earth was our bed and the sky was our roof. The Kumeyaay thrived throughout the San Diego areas today known as Imperial County, the San Diego County, and the Baja Peninsula. Our traditions include moving with the seasons between the coast and the mountains to take advantage of the winds. Kumeyaay people are resilient people. We have suffered the extinction of a primary food source, acorn grain, after our people were forced by Europeans to abandon our traditional land management practices. We survived waves of European settlers' disease, forced settlements outside of our ancestral lands, and economic isolation. Because Kumeyaay people traditionally relied on the wind, we are now applying that same reliance in the 21st century context of renewable energy. Today, electricity is a necessity. With harnessed energy, we can cook, we can have communications, computers, connect our people to the rest of the world so that we can learn and educate future generations. Our lands are blessed with winds from the high desert that channel down the valleys and canyons and gusts, which can attain hurricane force. At times, or generate extreme heat on the coast. When energy was being generated using wind machines in the 1980s, Campo tribal leaders were intrigued. When wind developers proposed developing a wind farm on our lands, we listened. As a result, our land is home to the first and the largest commercial scale wind project on the U.S. tribal lands. This facility, known as Kumeyaay Wind, is 50 megawatts, generates enough power for thousands of homes, and saves approximately 110 million tons of greenhouse gases emissions. This project also has provided economic benefits to Campo, allowing us to have a new stable source of income for social services, education, and a 24-hour fire department. Kumeyaay Wind is good. It has helped my people, but we know we can do better. We know we can thrive, not just survive. So with the support from the Department of Energy grant, we are currently working with Invenergy, the nation's largest independent wind power generation company, and San Diego Gas and Electric to build another wind farm on our reservation. The new project is called Shuluk Wind, after the Kumeyaay word that describes the instant when energy touches the earth, bringing forth the mysterious powers of change and renewal. That moment when the swirling clouds unleash the energy and call for regeneration. Shuluk is a symbol of the regeneration of our self-sufficiency, the transformative power that allows us to become economically self-sustaining. Shuluk Wind will produce an additional 160 megawatts of energy, generate enough power for approximately 40,000 homes, and displace approximately 250,000 tons per year of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that would otherwise be created by fossil fuel power sources. Shuluk Wind is part of the Campo Renewable Energy Zone, or CREZ, a tribal enterprise zone on the reservation designed to attract and retain wealth, economic development for the Campo people. Developing another wind farm as part of the CREZ will enable our tribe to further diversify our businesses, investments, preserve our cultural values, and provide new and expanded programs and services for Campo people, such as healthcare, education, job training, and youth leadership development. Shuluk Wind supports the Campo 2020 vision of Thrive, a generation of promise. Thrive stands for tradition, home, reform, independence, voice, and economic development. Our vision for Campo in 2020 is that Campo people are prosperous, healthy, and safe. Our traditions and culture are thriving and our land is flourishing. People have meaningful, fulfilling employment and economic opportunities. All tribal members are engaged and we are governed in a way that inspires trust and confidence. Our spirit is strong. As you can see, wind power projects are now a vital part of Campo people's future, and they are an important part of America's new energy future. That's why when I tell the story of the Campo Kumeyaay Nation leadership on wind power, I tell a story of opportunity, a story of a sovereign nation that is leading its people from decades of just surviving to the future in which we will thrive. I have heard it said that in Indian country is home to more than 25% of renewable energy resources in the U.S. But Senator Chu, he corrected that and said Indian country can generate 32% of America's electricity of wind. Wow, that's a lot. Unfortunately, neither the Indian communities that are home to these resources nor the broader U.S. population will fully recognize the possibility of these opportunities unless a few things happen. First, tribes should be fully recognized as a sovereign nation we are. For example, we request additional support for our position that states should not tax renewable energy infrastructure development in Indian country. We see such infrastructure development as an extension of our land, and the practice of states taxing our land is offensive. In addition, we request clarity that our sovereignty will not be compromised by tribes deferring to state government-controlled power companies. As discussed during the question and answer, our trust relationship is with the federal government, not states. Second, tribes deserve to be on the level playing field with state and local governments. The federal government's energy policy does not currently treat us similar to states and local governments or even to entrepreneurs. We are not on the level playing field when it comes to ability to access capital. Current policy supports isolation of Indian country and extends our existence as island economies. Third, tribes would benefit significantly from incentives for innovation. For example, instituting a grant for tribes when tribes operate as the entrepreneur, similar to non-Indian developers who get tax credits or grants. Federal and state incentives for renewable energy generally are not available to tribes the way they are to non-Indian developers and entrepreneurs. This is really the #1 roadblock. Since our primary relationship is with the federal government, we suggest a federal procurement preference to buy tribal renewable energy generation. I invite the Department of Energy, ARPA-E, to learn more about CRES significantly. I hope you will cite and bring green jobs or buildings to our lands. I'm a bit disappointed that some green energy entrepreneurs are afraid to site in Indian country. Yet they're comfortable in having manufacturing and other jobs in foreign lands that may not provide the same intellectual properties and other legal protections as the U.S. government can show the way. That Indian country is nothing to fear. I'm very excited about the work Department of Energy is doing with innovation and education with ARPA-E. I want this innovation and opportunity for my children and future Campo generations. I fear that developers and others are dumping phonographs from the days of Thomas Edison on our people when there are iPads and iPhones being deployed throughout the world. An innovation that we are interested in is storage. Storage can make our wind more valuable, as Secretary Chu said this morning. We don't want to crawl our way into the 20th century. We want to leapfrog right into the innovation era, building on our history of ingenuity and our culture of resilience. With a little help from some folks in Washington, you know who you are, I know we can achieve that goal. As part of this, Campo volunteers to participate in the Indian Clean Energy Working Group announced today. In closing, I want to underscore the importance of the government-to-government consultation process that this Tribal Energy Summit initiates. We hope that this is the beginning of an ongoing communication process. We look forward to working with you and invite Secretary Chu, Director LeBeau to come to Campo and visit our project sites at any time. Also, at the same time, I'd like to talk a little bit about Southern California tribal chairmen and the 19 tribes that are looking forward to developing and planning and putting together energy planning and projects. We need the extra funding in order to get by. We all have the same issues at hand that I just said about what Campo was going through. But in order for all our tribes to get and be a part of the greater global economy, it is imperative that we have the opportunity and the chance to receive those grant fundings and be able to make aware of the opportunities that are at hand. Thank you.
That was great, thank you. You know, when people look at me and say, and you feds, I'm so new, I keep kind of looking back behind me. And I'm like, oh, that's me, sorry. No, that was great. You know, we are in the process, my office will be convening that Indian Country Energy and Infrastructure Work Group. Somebody was asking me earlier about, you know, so when's it going to start, who's going to sit on it? We don't know yet. We're just in the we just wanted to at least announce a commitment to it today, and we'll be kind of probably reaching out and talking to some of you to kind of get your feedback on and some suggestions about how we might best do that. But we really, the purpose of which is, I think, one of the purposes of which, though, I can share that we really want to get tribes that are actively involved and committed and working on these types of projects, which will include, you know, a lot of the clean energy projects, and by that it's almost impossible to not include transmission in those issues, but to start bring folks to the table who are actually encountering issues real time, so we can start talking about possible solutions. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Baptiste to provide his remarks, and let's welcome Mr. Baptiste.
Good morning. Again, my name is Brooklyn Baptiste. I serve as the Vice Chairman for the Nez Perce Tribe Executive Committee, also serve as the Natural Resource Committee Chairman for my tribe, and one of the co-chairs for the Natural Resource Committee for the affiliated tribes of the Northwest Indians. It's my honor to come here and speak on behalf of the Nez Perce tribe, but also on behalf of some of the tribes who've worked on the environmental management side of Department of Energy. I know you've heard a lot in the last day and a half, and I want to reiterate some of the points, and also understand that I'm not, again, I haven't been on council more than 6 years now, but I've been involved with the Hanford cleanup plight for that long, and I know I have elders here who've been in here in the fight longer than I have to protect what we hold sacred to us, Russell and Rex and other relatives back home who've been involved in trying to maintain and clean up our nuclear waste sites the best way we can. And so I'll start off with a brief kind of a background as far as how the Nez Perce tribe got involved. In 1855, the federal government, and of course, made it through Lewis and Clark, lost, stumbled into our homeland across the Bitterroots into Idaho. And after 1805 and 1855, 50 years later, we signed a treaty with the federal government that reserved our usual and custom rights to hunt and harvest in our Aboriginal homeland, and Hanford was part of that. It was a joint use area with the Yakima tribe, with also the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation and the Wampum tribe. And so since then, through that treaty, the trust obligations that we've tried to utilize, hasn't always worked, hasn't always been a model. You've heard that, but we continue to fight because it's our obligation as tribes, as leaders, as individuals who are responsible for the future of our legacy, or I guess our legacy for the tribe. So through that, we've kind of tailored our ability to try to work in our homeland. And so, of course, in mid-50s, because of the Cold War, Hanford nuclear site was created because of the basalt, because of the access to the water with the Columbia River. And in those sites, they created the first plutonium weapons, which were dropped in Japan, and changed the course of probably, the world in that manner. And because of the necessity of creating that, things were done, and things were at such a hasty manner that they created all this nuclear energy now, but it started as a weapons-grade plutonium. There was a lot of things that were checked. Of course, when they develop something, hindsight's 2020. You see those things, and this is where we're at now. There's a lot of waste from the creation of that. In 1980, I think 1989, the Hanford nuclear site decided that they made a decision that they would stop creating weapons-grade plutonium and begin their cleanup mission. And so, with our treaty and our relationship to the federal government, we were heavily involved with the cleanup. Or I guess we're supposed to be. And so that's where we keep knocking at the door, trying to involve ourselves with the cleanup. So, in that essence, I guess that's just kind of a brief history of how we began and how our partnership or our relationship with the Department of Energy. Their arm, their regulating arm through the federal government, how we work with them. And we have a cooperative agreement now that said that will help guideline us, and it's not always perfect, and it's always hard because you have to relay information. You have to relay a sense of who you are or why things are important. Most people don't realize tribal nations, what we hold sacred or what our value system is based on, and it's in the environment. It's the land in which we come from. Our belief systems, the way that some people might see our religion comes from the earth and our environment. Our longhouses are based on those foods and how they come about every year. They're brought about. That's how we pray for them. and they're that important. So it's hard to convey sometimes the necessity for which we want those things to be cleaned up so that they can go back to that pristine nature so our people can carry on that legacy. I always kind of, you know, I don't mean to offend anyone by this analogy, but I use it so hopefully someone will get the gravity of the situation. If to us as tribal people, I know a lot of tribes here feel the same way. If you had the very last Bible in the world, and every day someone was trying to tear a piece of that Bible away, and that was the last one, how hard would you fight to keep it, to protect that Bible? Well, that's how it is for us as tribes. Every piece of the land, the water, every animal, every plant, every medicine, root or berry is that important to us. And when we lose a piece of that, we lose a piece of who we are. We lose why we give thanks or why we pray and give thanks for those things. That's how important it is for us. It's the same. It's our basis for who we are. So when we ask, or we're standing up and we're giving our words, or we're trying to stand at the level where the government or the DOE is trying to make decisions, we need to be there because we need to tell them, you know, how we feel. And it's hard to quantify a culture. It's hard to quantify a loss, whether it's a cultural loss or it's a site, you know, a site that will never be restored. I mean, we have to accept there will be some sites on the Hanford Nuclear Reserve that will never go back to where it needs to be. But we have to keep fighting. We have to keep maintaining that fight. So for us, that's kind of, I wanted to kind of express that, you know, I don't mean to offend anyone, but I want hopefully that you'll see how important it is to us as tribes to keep fighting for our environment. And it's not just our environment, it's everyone's environment. The water goes bad for us, it goes bad for everyone else. Not only do we get cancer, but everyone else does. So it's important for us to maintain that. But our treaty right allows us to be there. Those are promises that were given not only by the tribes, but also by the federal government. And when someone gives an oath to the Constitution, they give an oath to protect our treaty. And so that's where our leaders have been in there to fight. And so that's exactly where we're at right now, and how we work with the Hanford Nuclear Reserve to try to help with the cleanup. We are involved with, right now, the Nez Perce tribe, of course, with state and tribal working government group, with his tribes working with the National Congress of State Legislators on trying to clean up certain sites that are across the nation, you know, and funding, of course, is really tough to come by. And of course, if you are part of the NRD process, the Natural Resource Damage Assessment process, you know, you have to have funding to be able to assess those damages and then try to mitigate for that. So funding, of course, is really tough to come by. And it's even getting tougher with budget cuts. And a large part of our federal, our government, our tribal government system, you know, your direct funding sources, indirect funding sources. You know, for us, our indirect comes from a lot of federal programs. And so I like to think that we're sovereign, but a lot of the times we're more quasi-sovereign than anything else because we depend on the government for their word, their promise to help them help us. And that's really hard nowadays because of the funding that's being threatened, or is going to be cut, and that's going to affect our ability to help protect our environment. But we hope through our relationship, we've built a great relationship with the Department of Energy, especially over in Hanford. We don't always agree, of course, but I always think that as long as we can try to understand each other, things seem less personal. And they realize who we are, and I've had the opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of the Nez Perce tribe with the great staff that I have. Of course, I'm just like any politician at a micro level, whether it's a tribal or not. I depend on them for the best recommendations to give me to be able to operate at this level. We've been able to testify, work with the Blue Ribbon Commission, who was I hear yesterday was supposed to issue a white paper on our tribal concerns for a nuclear future. And it's important that we try to find renewable energy, of course, but it's also important to find out that we don't, make the same mistakes we did before. And we have to be able to clean up those sites so that we can move forward. And I'm afraid that if we get too hasty again and we'll do the same thing. And there's sites, there's dangers there that we don't know of yet. We're trying to figure out, and some of our salmon are becoming polluted with toxins, and that's damaging because something that you hold sacred to yourself is now poisoned. And how sacred will that be after that? When you know you can no longer eat that salmon, or you can no longer take part of that, use that plant for whatever medicinal purposes it has, but no longer holds that pureness it did, you know. And so that's upon us now. We have this moment to make a difference, and I'm grateful for the Department of Energy who provided us this time to make this difference, and that you all here have a moment. You have a moment in time to listen to us as tribes, but also to make a difference. That you also hold the future of my tribe, the future of my children, my grandchildren, one day maybe. You have that ability to make that change. You have that ability to think about those things, to think about how we as tribes hope you would make the decision. That the history of our tribes has not been great. The treaty has never actually been upheld. We got to keep knocking on the door. We don't ask for much. We just ask you to keep your promise. That's what we're asking for. So through this method, I guess, of tribal leadership, we want to persevere through the nuclear future, but we also, like I said, reiterate, we want it cleaned up, and we want it cleaned up to the best that they can. We need the funding for the tribes. We need to work through the I guess, sometimes it could be the ignorance of tribal lifeways to see how important it is. And that's what I'm here for, to try to educate or try to come across to the federal government and everyone else who's involved as far as what you can do for the tribe and how important it is for us. It's hard to follow up, you know. We've been working through the state and tribal government working group for some time now, and we helped create. We were pushing for this summit for years, and I know it came and kind of went, and we thought it was important, but I think through energy development, that kind of gave this vehicle a little bit more power. Even though, you know, energy development is important, we thought cleanup was always important. It was always important to the tribes to be able to restore that. That's our legacy. You know, our tribe created an end state vision passed by our tribal council, issued to the Department of Energy, the Hanford nuclear site, and that was our perception, our view of how we felt we wanted the land to go back to where it was, its pristine nature, you know. But through our relationship with the Department of Energy, they helped us build the capacity as a tribe to be our own stewards, you know, and provide our own professional analysis. We have hydrologists, you know, biologists, engineers. We have those people working for the tribe. Our tribal members are developing that capacity to be able to provide the technical assistance that we need to, that recommendation to you. Because it's hard sometimes when someone will listen, and maybe it's the way the world works sometimes. If you have a PhD because you studied tribes, they'll listen to you a lot easier than they will listen to my grandfather or one of my elders here who prays and knows the tradition. It's not fair sometimes, but that's the way it seems to be. They will listen, some people will listen to someone who studied us for quite a while rather than who we are. We have some of the oldest sites there on the Hanford site. Of course, if some of you are familiar with the Kennewick Man, that became political. It shouldn't have been. Those things, this is how important. We have burial sites on this. We have a lot of, for our fisheries, one of our large spawning beds is right there, you know, right next to it. And you have these nuclear reactors. I've been in them, you know, reactor B, and they're just amazing, you know, blow your mind as far as what they've done, but also where they leave. And we want a nuclear future, but we don't want to do what we did. You know, I seen a letter from Einstein they have at reactor B, I think, and then his letter was to the president saying, you need to develop, the Germans are developing, you know, a nuclear atomic energy, and it's going to affect, we need to do this right away. And so that provided, you know, a boost to this, but it also created an uncertain future where we're at now, and hopefully we'll be able to do it together. I think there's laws, consultation. We think the Department of Energy and Hanford, they have staff there, they have the people. Dr. Chuyez, we work with Legacy Management, we work with NNSA as far as trying to help us find a clear solution to the cleanup process, but also help them move forward. And I think we have the people that are there with our administration. Of course, we have Tracy and she's doing a great job, and I joked with her before, she carries a lot for the people, and like everyone else does. And so we have high hopes, and we're thankful that she gets up every day and fights the fight for us as tribes, but also for a greater future. And so we're hoping that this summit will create a more awareness, it open more doors, avenues for the tribes to be heard. You know, and sometimes it's frank. Sometimes it has to be. You have to tell the truth. You have to tell them what had happened so people don't forget. So there's a large sacrifice that's been made. There's prayers been made for us to get along and work better. And hopefully we're part of that. And so I was honored to give the invocation, but hopefully those words will carry on, and they were given to me. They're not mine. But also I learned from my elders, and I know there's a lot of elders here in the audience, tribal leaders, that, you know, I'm humbled to be up here and talk. And if I offended anyone, I apologize. I just try to give the best analogy or the best portrait of who we are, what we're doing here, and why cleanup is so important. Development is important because we have to go forward. Fossil fuels are destroying us. But also I understand that everything has a cost. So I just want to leave you with that. It was an honor to be able to be up here and speak, and hopefully that, again, that the words that we give here as tribal leaders will stick with you, and that your decisions you make will have that in mind. So Katsiayo, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I want to introduce Charlie Moore with the Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority. Let's welcome.
Thank you, Director LeBeau. I'm very honored and pleased to be here. I wanted to speak to the DOE programs that we've been working with in Southeast Alaska. We've had a great relationship with DOE, and they've been very beneficial. I think the first thing I want to do, though, is just a little housekeeping thing here. The agenda had my name spelled Charlie, and actually I'm Craig Moore. My Tlingit name is Gunait Yuchat Duasak Chakna Yachat Kagwantan Yachat. I've been adopted into the Kagwantan clan. And I want to recognize some of our true tribal leaders here from Southeast Alaska. I know Will Micklin is here from our executive committee, and I see Rick Harris from Sea Alaska over here, and I see Jody with IPEC. Nice to see you with some other Southeast Alaska faces here. Director LeBeau told me to bring some pictures, so I did. Thank you. And I'll go through these fairly rapidly here. Just to give you a little idea of what we're doing in Southeast Alaska. Let's see if I can get this to work. Southeast Alaska, we're way down in one little corner of Alaska there. Some of you might have had a tour up through there. There's our region down there. It's mostly an island, forested island area along the side of Canada. We have a lot of our regional, or our small tribes there, and then our regional tribe is Central Council. We work closely with all of our regional tribes as the Housing Authority. We're a land of sea and islands, mountains and glaciers. Obviously, it's Tongass National Forest, a lot of timber. These are our taxis. We don't have any roads in Southeast connecting all our communities. We get around by float planes, or we'll take a ferry. You can put your car on the ferry. That's how you get to another community. And if you want to go to the lower 48, this might be the way you do it here. Almost all of our goods come in by barge, since we can't just truck on a highway, so it makes things expensive. Even fuel comes in by barge. And we have no grid in Southeast Alaska tying all of our communities together. A little bit about our climate. The red there as two communities in Southeast, Ketchikan and Juneau. We're around 7,000 to 8,000 or 9,000 heating degree days. It's a little bit warmer than Fargo. Definitely not as warm as Washington, D.C., around 4,000 heating degree days there, but we're way warmer than Barrow, Alaska. we can get another one here. However, as you can see where that big blue arrow points, we're very, very wet. That blue down there stands for lots of rain, up to 160 inches. That creates a lot of interesting conditions in our climate. Those are little pots we saw in Angoon to catch the raindrops coming through the windows. And we're always trying to repair our homes from the rain damage. Mold and mildew can be an issue. In the summer, we're a very popular tourist destination. They come in by the thousands in cruise ships. And let's see here. And meanwhile, our crews, our tribal crews, are busy trying to take advantage of the clear weather to repair roofs and things like that. And then in the fall, the tourists leave, and we get the nice, calm winters to ourselves. And this is a time for all of our traditional cultural traditions and things to take place. We have a long history in Southeast Alaska of the Northwest Coast art traditions. They're really continuing well. This is a picture of what, in ancient days, our clan houses, where we would shelter large families. The villages were all built by the sea. They're still by the sea. Sea is really our highway. Even in our modern, this is Angoon, and this is a modern shot, but we still have many of our clan houses represented. We still celebrate our traditions and our culture. This is still going on strong. The Housing Authority has developed over 1,000 homes in Southeast Alaska, most of them through HUD. And we still maintain, many of them have been conveyed, so the homeowners have their own titles, but we still maintain many of these homes and pay the electrical bills. And last year, we paid over $1.5 million in utility bills on the rentals that we're maintaining. Some of the old HUD homes, though they were decent homes, they weren't built very energy efficient and or durable, but they were a better alternative than some of the other solutions that are available to tribal members. Some of the homes received some CGP work, as you tribal members know, and that's fixed them up. But it wasn't true weatherization. Almost all of our HUD homes were heated with oil. We have no natural gas. We have no coal. So they're almost all heated by oil. And as you know, oil can be, if you have an oil spill, you have a very expensive cleanup. And our oil had to come in by barge, very expensive to bring it in. So the issues that we face in Southeast Alaska are similar throughout the state of Alaska. And in 2008, the state legislature, Senator Lyman Hoffman, a Yupik Eskimo from Bethel, Alaska, a hard-hit area, recognized that he needed to do something to try to keep our villages more affordable and sustainable with these high energy costs. So the state pumped in a total of about $360 million into various programs in the state of Alaska. The Housing Authority, Tlingit Haida Regional Housing Authority, employs local tribal members to implement this weatherization work in Southeast Alaska. We've received several grants from HFC, the state, to do this work. A lot of this work has to do with adding more insulation to the homes, air tightening. It's been a great funding source. We'll have weatherized over 500 homes in Southeast Alaska through the end of this year. And this is creating jobs and training and a skill set that stays in their communities. We do energy audits when we do these weatherization programs. And we use state-of-the-art tools and equipment to monitor these homes. I wanted to talk specifically, though, about the DOE grants that we received. The first one was through the tribal programs. It was a First Steps in Weatherization training grant where we were able to help bring in the tribal members from our remote communities to train them in the techniques of weatherization. And we did this in conjunction with our regional tribe, Central Council, and the University of Alaska Southeast, who had the training curriculum and the instructors to help us out. This training program is teaching our tribal members with the core competencies that DOE has under their Weatherization Assistance Program. WAPTAC is one of our resources. Under this, we were going to train at least 50 tribal members from the various communities on various levels of training, from installers to crew chiefs, all the way up to your energy auditors and assessors. Well, I'll back up one here if I can. Looks like I wanted to talk, looks like I lost that one slide there. We got another second grant with the assistance of the Central Council, and this was for developing a training center. And in this training center, which is located in Juneau, we have utilized a lot of the national curriculum that the Weatherization Assistance Program is using, along with some of the state curriculum. These are some of the resources we're using in there. And the students get to come in and get hands-on training on various air sealing techniques, all according to these core competencies that the DOE has developed. We have a lot of props in this training center that we use that every student gets an opportunity to work on these. Whether it's working in the crawl spaces or in the attics. They also get a lot of classroom training, technical training at the classroom tables on building science. One of the big issues when you do weatherization is making sure that we keep our homes safe. So we will monitor and test all the heating systems to make sure that we have no backdrafting in worst case depressurization tests. One of the as I mentioned, we're a very wet climate, so one of the main things we need to do is make sure that our buildings stay dry, that we flash them properly and have proper weather barriers on the outside. So all of the students get plenty of training on how to properly install windows and doors to meet our climate conditions. And this is one of my instructor's slides. This is kind of demonstrates what would not be a good practice. If any of you have had to wear rain gear, you know that you don't stick your raincoat inside your rain pants. And so no matter how much tape you use, you can't make that keep you dry. The same principle we have to apply to our buildings in Southeast. I like that guy's rain pants inside his rubber boots. One thing that DOE has been helping us with, since we've received this DOE grant for a training center, to develop a training center in Southeast Alaska, they have brought the training center directors down to Bellingham, Washington, to one of they call their heritage training centers down there. So we just attended that about 3 weeks ago. It was great. We had directors from various training center grant recipients from around the western region, actually as far away as Arkansas. And we all got our own training there. It was really excellent. This is just some more pictures. This is a picture of some of the trainers or the directors of training centers learning how to do dense packing on a wall assembly at the Building Performance Center in Bellingham, Washington. We all got a chance at that. One of the things that we're doing with our training center is, as I mentioned, we're training to the core competencies that DOE has developed. This is pretty professional training. And we're able to take many of our students and bring them all the way up to where they get certified with the Building Performance Institute as professional building analysts. This is a great skill set and knowledge base that our tribal members are now taking back to their communities, not only for our residential weatherization assistance program, weatherizing tribal members' homes, but also there are programs coming down the pike for making commercial and tribal public buildings more energy efficient. So having this expertise in the communities is just turning out great. The tribes are now coming to us with their EECBG grants and asking for our assistance, and this is their local tribal members now, in auditing and working on their public buildings. These are some of our crew here that came out of that training center. What we got was we picked up an old house in Juneau that needed some fixing up, and we turned that into our training center. We left one wall unfinished here. This is where they get to practice their what we call a rain screen siding technique, where they install siding over furring strips and has a drainage plane behind that. It's been very, very effective in our region for keeping our buildings durable. Another great thing about the University of Alaska being a partner, they were recently able to get their curriculum certified by the Department of Labor as a certified apprenticeship program. So this brings in DOL funds for on-the-job training and helps us, they also can get college credits now through this program. So this has just been a great jump start that we're getting here. And we're not only training members for our tribal programs, as Director LeBeau says, we're now training other agencies' workers, a whole industry of retrofit and energy retrofit workers for other people in the state of Alaska, other agencies in the state of Alaska. And of course, students who come through this training usually do get employment with us or with other agencies. Many other agencies now are sending down their people to get trained with us. And I want to thank Director LeBeau. It was a real honor when she came to Southeast Alaska and stopped in at the training center. And again, Director LeBeau, I appreciate your inviting me down. It's great to be here. As you all know, the EECBG grants are out there. And we are working with our tribal partners on solutions on tribal buildings. A little bit about something else we're doing at the Housing Authority. We're developing housing, independent housing for our elders. And we had one that we did a few years ago in a village called Klawak. And it was a very successful model for independent living and aging in place. It's a place where the elders can stay in their community in a very nice, comfortable, fully accessible place and have all the community come and have activities with them. Obviously, it has all the accessible features, elevators, accessible washers and dryers. All these things take quite a bit of electricity. And we heat it with oil-fired boilers. They're fairly efficient, but our utility bills, heating in 2010 was over $50,000 just for heating that building. And the domestic hot water is also heated off those efficient boilers. We are looking to try to find, with the increasing prices of oil, alternates for this. We have a commercial kitchen in there for the senior lunch program that serves nice lunches for all the seniors in the community. And these things all take a lot of electricity. Our electrical rates there were about $28,500 that we paid last year for electrical. And remember, these are low-income residents that don't pay a lot of rent. They're seniors on a very fixed income, low income, and our rent that we receive does not cover all of the utility bills in this building. So we have to subsidize it, usually using some NAHASDA funds. But with the rising cost of energy, the Housing Authority is forced with trying to find some alternative solutions. We're doing another senior center in Saxman. This one, because we have local hydroelectricity, we decided to get away from oil for heat and go all electric on this one, because it's hydroelectric. But we realized we had to make this building shells very energy efficient. So we're far exceeding any of the building, we're doing like R60 in the ceilings and R30 in walls. And I put that we're all electric, but I want to also let you know that we're looking for having some other renewables that we might add to that electric. Let's see here. At the Building Performance Center, we were checking out their evacuated tube solar hot water collectors. These are being worked well in the Northwest. That's one solution that we could add to this building. It fits this building. And this would help preheat the domestic hot water so there didn't take as much electrical energy then to top it off. I wanted to just briefly mention another thing the Housing Authority is doing in cooperation with our tribal partners, and this is the Angoon demonstration project. And you can watch this nice video online. This is a small village that's on diesel-generated electricity. It has fairly high rates for both oil and electricity. The state gives a little power cost equalization subsidy on the first 500 kilowatts of hours of electricity for residences. But as you can see, the normal rate is about 57 cents a kilowatt hour. You can see the video at www.sustainangoon.com or .org, and I would, if you would like to take a nice little tour of Southeast Alaska, this would be a great video to watch. We took an older HUD home, did an outside insulation technique on it with our local crews. She got a nice new vinyl siding out of the deal with a super insulated shell. Solar photovoltaics were installed to help supplement her electrical consumption. On a sunny day, her meter runs backwards. Of course, you notice I take all my photos on sunny days. We never take photos on rainy days. We also put solar flat panel collectors on the roof to preheat her domestic hot water. This was a demonstration project. It might not be renewable in every community, but we learned a lot from it, and we learned that solar can work, even in Southeast Alaska with 160 inches of rain a year. So we have the elders. We're very happy elders, and once again, if you want to see this video, www.sustainangoon.org. The project also put up a wind turbine there, and this is out, they didn't have room around the house, so they put it out in the field by the local school. Helps run their laundromat. So even though the Housing Authority is primarily concerned with building efficiency, what we can do on the building side, we're working with the regional tribes, with Central Council, with the Alaska Energy Authority on solutions on the supply side too. And some of the possibilities that we have, and we're working with Sea Alaska Corporation, are like wood pellets, wood biomass. We have the potential for solar, for wind, even tidal in our area. So we're definitely looking at what we can do. We are the users, we're the ratepayers, but we're at the table with the suppliers trying to find solutions. It's critical. I think to wind up here, you know, the Tlinkits and the Haidas have been in Southeast Alaska from time immemorial, and they've sustained that culture marvelously. And even though we're running into issues right now where with high unemployment, high energy costs, we are seeking solutions, and we're really thankful that the DOE has been there to help us out. You know, they have so much technical expertise, the funding, but I think it's been a great relationship. As my friend Harvey Shields from Saxman says, you know, we'll make it. We'll make it work. So just want to thank you all. Gunishish, Hawa, thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here. Hope you enjoyed this.
Thank you so much. You know, I was just really excited when I did visit this project. So I think it's just not only cool, but I just like the idea of their training so many of their tribal members to become energy professionals. I think, you know, people think of energy professionals as being, you know, maybe engineer or a lineman. So it's nice to see us kind of move into different energy professions as Indian people. And in that vein, what I wanted to do today, before we, I'm going to ask, actually, Pilar, you want to come up? as she's coming up, kind of introduce you to, because there are one of the great things I knew this, but one of the great things I was really gratified to when I joined the department was just how many fabulous Indian technical professionals that we have at the department and in our various labs. We have a lot of them here today with us, and I just wanted to acknowledge them. Number one being Deputy Director for Office of Indian Energy, Pilar Thomas, to my left, and partner in crime. I want to acknowledge Sandra Begay Campbell, was from Sandia National Labs. So leading Native woman engineer, it's fabulous. David Conrad is, I think, probably running around here somewhere, but David Conrad from Osage Nation, who is with the Office of Congressional Intergovernmental Affairs. We have Paul Deerhouse, who's an engineer with our Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy Program. You guys, Paul, want to? We have Jody Tallbear, who is a lawyer and professional in the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. Jody. Lawrence Brown, who's with Sandia Labs. Lawrence. And Steve Gray from Lawrence Livermore National Lab, another engineer. And running around here too, we have we also have an adopted member. His name is Brant Petrasic. He's not Indian, but we're adopting him. We're probably going to give him an Indian name, and we're accepting recommendations on that, for those of you who know him. But so I just wanted to really acknowledge the great work that a lot of our Indian professionals are doing here at the department. It's very inspiring, and that we kind of cover the globe. We're a lot of lawyers, we're a lot of engineers, and now we're supporting programs that are training a new wave of Indian professionals. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Pilar Thomas, and she's going to guide us into our next panel.
Thank you, everybody. Let me just announce that this is the beginning of our lunch program. And so to start our lunch program, we've asked Faith Keeper and Chief of Onondaga Nation, Orrin Lyons, to make some remarks to the audience. After Chief Lyons makes his remarks, we will be serving lunch out in the hallway. It's buffet style, so after you go out and get your plate, come on back in, enjoy your lunch in here. But I'm going to introduce Chief Lyons to come speak with us and make some brief remarks to start our lunch program. Chief Orrin Lyons is the Chief and Faith Keeper of the Onondaga Nation. He's also an emeritus professor for distinguished service at SUNY, which stands for the State University of New York at Buffalo. He's chairman of the board for Honoring Nations, the Harvard Project for Economic Development. And unbeknownst to me, but I should have known this, he is an All-American lacrosse player from 1958 with the position of goalkeeper, and honorary coach and chairman of the Iroquois Nationals lacrosse team. And I'm very familiar with their overseas travels. It's a national lacrosse team, or lack of travel. Thanks a lot. I tried. But without further ado, please join me in welcoming Chief Orrin Lyons.
Thank you, Father. Nawaskan. I should add that the Iroquois Nationals lacrosse team is scheduled to play in Prague, May 21st to the 28th to the World Indoor Lacrosse Championship, where we stand second in the world right now. We'll see. We're traveling on our own passports. I've prepared remarks, which I don't usually do, but I thought that's so important. This discussion has been very educational to me in these past few days, and just for the second, I'm going to put on my Honoring Nations hat and advise HIDA to put their project into contest for best innovations in the United States for innovation, for honoring nations. It's a very good one. And incidentally, we see how often and how well and how much there are innovations throughout Indian country with this Harvard project of honoring nations. It's going on all the time. It just doesn't get told very often. So I was very pleased to see that presentation. It gives you an idea of just what goes on and how big our country is. First, do no harm to the earth. Greetings from the Onondaga Nation and the Haudenosaunee, the Six Nation Iroquois Confederacy. The chiefs, clan mothers, faith keepers, men and women send their greetings to you, as well as our children to your children, even those crawling about, those on cradle boards. We send our greetings and wishes of good health and peace to all assembled and to your families at home. We thank you for this opportunity to speak to the issues we face as peoples. Context and parameters are important. I shall try to be concise yet inclusive, since the issues touch all aspects of our lives in all parts of the world. The discussion here is energy. Water is the first law of life. This law prevails over all beings of flesh, bone, and blood. It is the law of nature and all living things, and therefore a governing principle. It provides energy for life. The air we breathe contains the oxygen necessary for our lives, health, and well-being. The soft wings bring the seasons, plant the seeds of life, and provide another fundamental principle of life. The earth we call our mother is alive and provides us with all the life-giving forces that sustain life as we know it today. It is the wellspring of energy, a primary principle of life. The sun, our eldest brother, provides us with light to see and brings energy to the earth and our mother. Together, they provide a balance for all living things. And the fire of the sun is in our spirit, and we're grateful. So then, these are the parameters that govern our existence. Our mission is clear to our leaders and peoples, and that is to maintain the balance required for the continuation of the powerful law of regeneration. We now observe that life upon this earth is experiencing a serious imbalance with systemic changes that imperil our lives, the lives of our children, and future generations. This imbalance is caused by the compounding forces of nature. One compound is ice melting in the north and the south poles. Glaciers and mountainsides are melting at an accelerating rate. The faster it melts, the faster it melts. The second compound is human population. In 1950, there were approximately 2.1 billion people on this earth. And here we are today, 61 years later, and there's approximately 7 billion people. 61 years. This is a compound of immense proportions and unsustainable within the context and lifestyles that we embrace today. There is not a fair distribution of potable water throughout the earth, and furthermore, less than 2% of all the vast waters of the earth are drinkable. We in Turtle Island, now called Northeast, now called America, are fortunate indeed that over 1/4 of the earth's drinkable water is in the Northeast, in the Great Lakes, and their watersheds. Maintaining the purity of these waters is a serious responsibility to us. The issue of energy is a global problem and therefore requires global solutions. We must keep in mind that to meet these issues, We must think beyond our national borders and self-interests. We must bear in mind that the United States is responsible for 1/4 of the carbon output that impacts the Earth. We are a big footprint. China is fast approaching this carbon output as well. The remaining industrialized countries are close behind. The bright side of this equation is that with such a big carbon footprint, changing our consumptive habits combined with conservation technologies would have enormous positive effects on the carbon outputs of the world. Well, that's enough of the good news. Let's continue on with the matter at hand. Indian country has some experience with the issues of water quality, air quality, timber and mining, fish and wildlife. It's always prudent to look back to these experiences for reference before we look ahead. We learn from experience, one would hope. Potable water, water quality and availability are constants and in continuous flux. We have in the past taken water in all of its forms and uses for granted. That can no longer be the case. The lack of water in the Southwest is a serious problem that can only worsen. Water pollution in many parts of the United States from mining industries and runoffs from timber extractions have taken a serious toll on the environment. Indian nations are most often located in these arenas of extraction. In some cases, our territories have been given the status of national sacrifice areas. Rivers that support farming are the same rivers that support fishing, causing serious conflicts. Looking back, way back, when our brothers from across the sea asked to buy lands, you might as well buy water or air, we said, and we laughed. It's the commons and belongs to all. Well, we don't laugh any longer. Today, we pay more for a liter of water than a liter of petrol. Well, maybe not. I think gas is catching up to us again. What a race to our pockets. What about the quality of air we breathe? That thin layer of atmosphere that sustains life on Mother Earth. We've had an impact on this atmosphere that supports us. Some years back, in 1991, I was in Norway, taking part in a documentary of the Vikings' journey to this land in the east of Turtle Island. This was Norway's contemporary quest for more information on their ancestors' landfall and journey into our interior 1,000 years ago. The documentary was also a challenge to Spain's assertion of discovery of the Western Hemisphere in 1492. And I use the word discovery advisedly. They were both insufficiently informed in their assumptions because the Chinese were trading with Turtle Island's West Coast indigenous nations several thousand years before that. But I digress. Back to the story. Eric B., often called the father of Norwegian television, was working with the Apache Nation on a collaborative quest to find the ancient route of the Vikings into the interior of Turtle Island and the Apaches' efforts to find the head of their famous 19th century leader, Mengus Colorados, lost somewhere in the archives of the Smithsonian Institution. Both searches were inconclusive. The Vikings disappeared into what is now known as Minnesota, and Mengus Colorados remains lost. The final scene of the documentary took place in one of the oldest log cabins of Norway with a fire pit and a smoke hole. The scene was filmed at night and the fire was the only light. And we sat discussing our journeys and the subject of the ozone hole came up. There was a hole in the ozone. Neither of us knew more than that. I asked the question, what about this ozone hole? And the documentary ended with that question hanging in the air. I was scheduled to fly out the next day, and Eric called me in the morning and said that the U.S. laboratory plane that studied the ozone layers was at Stavanger Airport in Norway. If I would stay on a few more days, if he could secure an audience with the crew of that aircraft. And I agreed. The following day, we were at the airport with our film crew. We went on board the aircraft, which I believe was a 737. And we observed rows of instruments that ran the whole length of the plane. We met several of the scientists and their leaders, whom I remember as Brian Toon. He informed us that he'd been in charge of this particular mission since it was initiated. And I recall that NASA was the agency involved, but I'm not sure about that. My memory's getting worse and worse. We asked about the ozone hole, and he replied, holes, plural. There is more than one hole. Some are long and jagged, some are caused by volcanoes, some by greenhouse gases, and the ozone is impacted every time a man-made object passes through it. He said that the southern hemisphere is similarly impacted. Australia, New Zealand, Chile, Argentina have holes. The sun has become dangerous. He advised us to use sunblock, wear dark glasses, and a big hat. I asked him if he had children and how did he instruct them. He said that he instructed them with the same advice he had just given us. He also informed me that he was Muskogee from Oklahoma. How interesting, I thought, that two Native men from America were here in Europe on a similar mission and concerns, which was the health of Mother Earth. There were several things I thought were of particular importance. That there was only 2 planes assigned to space and atmospheric studies. At that particular time, one was in for repair, and he informed us that because other U.S. agencies also used these planes, it could be several years before they could use the plane again. The second piece of information was that our human activity and the burning of fossil fuels impact the ozone. From the time the carbon monoxide gas leaves the tailpipes of our cars, it takes 20 years to reach the ozone layer. I just want to think about that. So as we speak today here, and we all do good, and we all immediately stop impacting the ozone, there's still 20 years of damage on its way. These are time frames that we're not familiar with, or we don't know about, or we either don't care about, or not informed about. The good news is that the ozone can and will repair itself if given a chance, that the holes are not actually holes, but ozone stretched so thin that they cannot protect us from the killing rays of the sun. The point of this story is that we were tracking this problem of ozone damage over 20 years ago, and even though we might realize the importance of it, we did not prioritize that problem beyond 2 science planes and several years between access to them. Most obvious is we must pay more attention to the forces of nature and how we are affecting the earth. How do our activities interact with the laws of nature? We must understand the differences of human societies' jurisdictions and the jurisdictions of nature. And nature has the prevailing laws, laws that we defy at our own peril. Indigenous nations, in our own defense, work with the United Nations to establish our peoples as equal to all peoples of the earth, with the same human rights established by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on December 10th, 1948, by the General Assembly of the United Nations. Our efforts culminated with the adoption of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples at the 107th plenary meeting on September 13th, 2007. It's over 30 years of work. Let me tell you, it was tough. I was there every one of those years. But we did it. 147 countries voted to adopt the document. 11 countries abstained. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States voted against it. Since that time, Australia voted for it and formally apologized to the Aboriginal peoples. New Zealand followed, then Canada, and finally the United States with qualified support. We now join the peoples of the world in a common cause of human survival, and the dynamics of life are still in flux. As I mentioned before, our survival is dependent upon our abilities to work together for the common good and future generations. We must get things right. One thing that I have learned about business is that it can be very flexible and change on a dime. Governments, on the other hand, are often slow to respond to issues that we face as peoples. In either case, business as usual is over. Time has now become a primary factor. On the positive side, yes, there's a positive side, is that we learn from mistakes. Indigenous peoples are often at points of impact because we still live close to nature and to natural resources. Resources are finite. We must adjust to this reality. What advice can we offer to the leaders assembled here? Well, a very good one is, you can't negotiate with a beetle. Just try it. He's operating under the laws of nature. Prior to global warming, nature's balance was such that the ferocious bark beetle was kept to one life cycle, and trees withstood that attack. Global warming has given them 2 life cycles, and the second cycle will kill the tree in 1 year. The Lyme tick is pervasive and traveling at a rapid pace. It now thrives in the entire Northeast, well into Canada. In the fall of 2010, the Canadian Prime Minister of Environment wrote a story that featured the photograph of the Lyme tick as a harbinger of global warming. The woods have become now dangerous to human beings. On August 9th, 2010, Russian President Dmitry Medvedev commented the extremely warm summer of 2010 in Russia. He said, everyone is talking about climate change now. Unfortunately, what is happening now in our central regions is evidence of this global climate change, because we have never in our history faced such weather conditions in the past. This means that we need to change the way we work, change the methods that we have used in the past. That's a Russian president. Just over a week ago, the southern United States experienced over 260 tornadoes. Anybody here from that area? Well, you're lucky. But don't worry, they'll get to you. It's coming, the winds. Killed 360 people, and they're still counting the damage. Yesterday, Wednesday, May 4th, Carl Ritter and Charlie J. Handley of the Associated Press reported that Arctic ice is melting faster than expected. Hello? Hello out there. You're dealing with a reality. The ice of Greenland and the rest of the Arctic is melting faster than expected and could help raise global sea levels by as much as 5 feet in this century, dramatically higher than earlier projections and authoritative international assessment says. Global warming is here and is changing the equation of life as we know it. In the words of Dr. James Hansen, veteran climate scientist for NASA and the Goddard Institute, 10,000 years of good weather is over. This is a statement we can understand. We are a society oriented to science and therefore should heed their warnings and exercise the precautionary principle. It is prudent to err on the side of caution, considering the potential consequences on our existence as a species. Another example of scientific reliability is MIT Joint Program on Science and Policy of Global Change. The MIT Integrated Global System Model is used to make probabilistic projections of climate change from 1861 to 2100. Since the model's first projections were published in 2003, substantial improvements have been made to the model and improved estimates of the probability. Distributions of uncertain input parameters have become available. The new projections are considerably warmer than the 2003 projections. E.g., the median surface warming in 2001 to 2100 is now 5.1 degrees centigrade. You realize what that means? 5.1, double the 2.4 degrees centigrade in the earlier study. MIT Joint Program on the Science and Policy of Global Change, the Ecosystem Center, Marine Biological Laboratory, and Departments of Earth and Environmental Science, Lehigh University. Oops. 100% wrong? Well, again, you're facing reality. Not what you would like, but what is there and what is real. Well, add to that the acceleration of the compounding forces mentioned earlier. These warnings should produce full alert whistles blowing in all hemispheres. Dr. Drin, one of the authors of the report, says there is no way the world can or should take these risks, and the odds indicated by this model may actually underestimate the problem. Because the model does not fully incorporate other positive feedbacks that can occur. For example, if increased temperatures cause a large-scale melting of permafrost in the Arctic regions and subsequent release of large quantities of methane, a potent greenhouse gas, including that feedback is just going to make it worse. There are more examples of scientific warnings regarding warming to offer, but let's move on. Okay, speaking of greenhouses, I take this opportunity to announce a technology advance by the Onondaga Nation in partnership with Swecorp and environmental engineering consulting firm of Swecorp, based in Stockholm, Sweden. Together, we've developed an innovation to meet the coming problems of high cost of transportation of vegetables and foodstuff. And there it is. And projected massive migrations of humans to urban centers and cities within the next 40 years. We solved the problems of vertical farming in the form of a greenhouse that goes up. The greenhouse is designed to fit in a city or urban setting. It's called Plantagon. And we would like to build in the United States partnerships with the Department of Energy, Department of Agriculture, and all the Indian nations out there, preferably in our homeland, Central New York. Currently, we're in contract discussions with Sweden, China, India, and Singapore. As I speak, our CEO, Hans Hassel, is visiting Poland together with the King and Queen of Sweden at their invitation. We did visit the White House last June, but there's been no response. The greenhouse has won the prestigious awards in international competitions on global innovations, and we took first place against thousands of innovations. So check out our website, www.plantagon.com. We're challenging the term business as usual by sharing profits. Now, we've taken some innovation with business here. 10% of every dollar that Plantagon makes goes back into a nonprofit foundation that's created to go back out into the world to do good. We hope that our example of profit sharing with the world will serve as an example to companies and corporations that this is a good way to be more responsible world citizens. Think what it would be like if all corporations and companies shared at least 10% of their profits with the world at large. Just think about that. You know, you still got 90%. What more do you want? When we first approached the Council of Chiefs and we said, you know, we're going to put 10% back out to the world, you know what our chief said? He said, we can do more than that. That's not much. How about 20? How about 30? I was very proud of my council when they said that. And Hans says, take it easy. we can always do that. So the change in the support of humanitarian causes would be enormous, and further, our company is based upon the Earth Charter, which is to say, first, do no harm to the earth. We're trying to be an example of a righteous way to be a governing body, a corporation, a company in the future, in the development. As chairman of the Board of Honoring Nations, a think tank promoting economic development in Indian country at Harvard University, and Haida, remember that, put in your statement. I'm very familiar with Indian country's ability to create innovations and new projects. The projects rarely get media coverage, and the American public is unaware of the creative work that is going on in Indian country. Moving on to the energy projects being proposed to Indian country today, past performances by the extraction industries indicate that more protections for the rights and welfare of Indian nations need to be developed. In relation to natural resource extraction and development projects that impact and relate to our values and the environment, high standards must prevail and be improved upon in the course of extracting natural resources, not only from Indian lands, but all lands within the United States. Hydrofracking is a contentious problem in not only Indian country, but across America, in particular the Northeast. The states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, water contamination within the watershed of the Great Lakes is a national issue. Hydrofracking needs to be regulated by both state and federal governments in the interest of the peoples. The mantra of business as usual, business has been to reduce big government, and that simply translates to reducing regulations. Many businesses would like no regulations. Well, of course, but that's simply irresponsible thinking. Governments need to govern. It's just common sense to have long-term vision. I'm getting the hook here. Thanks. But I'm almost done. Long-term vision really must prevail. I was glad to hear those words used and heard it again and again. But the last words will be from the peacemaker, the spiritual prophet that brought to us the Ganeshanakona, the great law of peace. He instructed us that this law was based upon three principles, dual principles: peace and health, equity and justice, and the power of the good minds to be united. And that's what you're doing here. You're coming together in unity, to be united, good thought. One heart, one mind, one body. Among the many instructions that he gave to our new leaders at that time, one still resonates throughout the world, and I just heard it a minute ago. When you sit in council for the welfare of the people, think not of yourself, nor of your family, nor even your generation. He instructed us to make all of our decisions for those faces, those generations looking up from the earth, each generation waiting its time unto the 7th generation. That's long-term vision, that's good instruction, and that's responsible, and we are accountable. Scan, peace, donate. Now I'm finished. This speech has been typed and is available in the back of the room by our friend Magnus, who is our operations director for Pentagon. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Lunch is served out in the buffet in the hallway. Come on, get a plate. Come on back and sit down and enjoy your lunch, and we'll eat.
Everyone could take your seats if you could and reassemble. Our next speaker is here, Secretary Salazar. I'll just give you a moment to settle in. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. It's a special treat for me because I had the privilege to work for him for 2 years in the United States Senate. And I can personally attest that there is no finer or more dedicated public servant than Secretary Ken Salazar. And it's really a privilege for me to be able to recite briefly his many accomplishments before he speaks to you. First, at the Department of Interior, Secretary Salazar has changed the way the department does business. Its agencies are now focused not just on conventional energy, but also on renewable development. And he's a very strong partner with Secretary Chu and those of us at the Department of Energy in working on these issues. As a United States Senator, Ken Salazar was a leader in implementing a vision for renewable energy development in this country. He was involved in every major bipartisan legislative effort during his time in the Senate, the 2005 Energy Bill, the 2007 Energy Bill, and I happened to be there with him. And he really, as I said, took the lead in the Senate during his time there on these important issues, and he's carried that forward at the Department of Interior. Before his time in the Senate, Secretary Salazar served as Colorado's 36th Attorney General. He chaired the Conference of Western Attorneys General and received the Profiles in Courage Award from his fellow state attorneys general for his dedication to preserving and promoting the rule of law. Before that, he served as Governor Roy Romer's chief legal counsel and as the executive director of the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. Secretary Salazar's family settled in the American West before the United States was a country. After settling in New Mexico 4 centuries ago, his family planted roots in Colorado's San Luis Valley, where they've farmed and ranched the land for 5 generations. It's my honor to present to you Secretary Ken Salazar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you to all of you who are here as you grapple in your own way to grasp the new energy future for America and make sure that tribal homelands and tribal opportunities on energy are not left behind. So appreciate my colleague, Secretary of Energy, Stephen Chu, and his team in putting together this summit to focus in on Indian energy and the possibilities there for Native American tribes. I want to thank some of my people who you will be hearing from in just a few minutes, but you'll be hearing from Del Lavador, who has been with me almost from day one as we worked hard to stand up our efforts in the Department of Interior on the issues relating to First Americans. I want to thank Neil Kemkar. Neil, you stand. Neil has been working on all of our renewable energy efforts, including transmission. Jody Gillette, Jody, if she will stand. Jody, you should all know, is a powerhouse of the Obama administration. For the last 2 years, as we put together the tribal summits with President Obama, it's been Jody's heart and hard work that have made all of that happen. And so much of our work in implementing your agenda has been because of her leadership and Kim Teehee in the White House. I want to also recognize Vanessa and Sarah, who are great lawyers in our solicitor's office. If you will both stand. They do a great job working with Hillary Tompkins, who is our great solicitor and who is Navajo and the first Native American solicitor in the history of Interior. And Brian Yulin, who does a lot of great work with us with Larry Echohawk. And then Lizzie Marsters, who is a special assistant to the secretary, is here with me as well. And I want to say thank you to Jeff Lane. Jeff worked with me in the United States Senate, and he had come from a history of a lot of good work on behalf of Tom Daschle and other people. But I very much enjoyed the work that he and I did together, working on issues that ranged from trying to bring about a roadmap for the future of Iraq, which he actually authored, and which was the only bipartisan bill that was ever considered in the United States Senate on the future of Iraq during the time that I served there. And I know he's doing a great job at the Department of Energy working with Secretary Chu. Now, I want to just make a few comments because I think you're going to hear from my staff in a few minutes about what we are doing. But first, let me say that President Obama, from day one, when I had a conversation with him, and I was a U.S. Senator, he was President-elect. He had not been sworn in. It was in November and December of 2008, said to me that he wanted to make sure that one of the things we did was to turn the page and start anew and begin a new relationship with the nation's first Americans. He always is very proud of the fact that during his campaign, the Native Americans were part of that campaign from day one, and I remember that being very much a part of the agenda. And so we've taken that seriously. Yes, the tribal summits, which I spoke about earlier, have been part of what we've done for the last 2 years. But more importantly, it's the work that we have done on the ground. And there are lots of episodes of that I could recount, but let me just talk about a few of them. First, on the restoration of tribal homelands. That's an important agenda for the Department of Interior because of the fact that we have a history where Native Americans, frankly, have been persecuted, mistreated, robbed, their lands have been taken away. And so we've tried to turn the page on that. And so when we look at the undertaking where we were able to fashion together the $3.4 billion Cobell settlement, it was a Herculean effort that involved many of us and the President, and getting that across the finish line. And at the end of the day, it'll create a great opportunity to do justice for Native Americans who were hurt by that injustice which occurred for such a long time in our country. But it also, through dealing with fractionated interests and moving forward, will give us an opportunity to restore tribal homelands. In that same vein, our work of taking land into trust for Native Americans is something which had been on hold for a long time. Not under this administration, with the great leadership of Assistant Secretary Larry Echohawk and Mike Black. We're moving fast forward and are taking land into trust at paces that are they're in the 100% of increases over what was done in the past. And we're working on a number of other initiatives that are important to Native American communities, including dealing with the issues of law enforcement and putting a high priority performance goal, working with our colleagues in the Department of Justice and others to try to deal with crime rates and frankly bent the crime rate down in the reservations, working with our partners on those reservations by as much as 11% in some of those communities. So we're very proud of that work. We're proud of the work that we have been doing in investing for the first time in history through the American Recovery Act, significant amounts of money that went into Indian country, and the schools that have been constructed and remodeled through the investments that we have made there. And we're proud of the work we're doing on economic development. There's a lot of work, obviously, it needs to be done there, but I'm often reminded by my Native American brothers and sisters that even as we have gone through the greatest economic crisis of our time since the Great Depression, that those conditions economically that exist in Indian country have been there for a very long time. When you have unemployment rates that range to 50% and even more on some reservations, you know that the economic struggles of Native Americans are real. I had a conversation, I think it was with either Jody or Tracy Stevens. I think it was Jody the other day. And she was, up in the Dakotas and talking to me about how the work that we do here in Washington really comes home to you when you actually go back home and you see that those issues are real. When we talk about unemployment and poverty and education, when you see it firsthand, it knocks home the reality that the work that we do here in Washington, D.C. on behalf of the nation's first Americans is really important. So the President's commitment to all of you who care about Native American communities has not waned. It has been steadfast, and I can assure you that it will continue because it's a promise that he made. It's a promise that he is delivering on. I want to make a few comments about energy and how, from my point of view as Secretary of Interior and as a member of the President's energy team, we believe this is an imperative issue for our country. We all know that if we are going to win the future, and we are optimistic that we will win the future, that those who will win the future will be those countries who really grab the energy future of this world. For me, a few weeks ago, I was in Brazil, and some 30 years ago, Brazil, as a third world country, decided to develop a blueprint that embraced a number of different energy sources. Now, you would think that the United States, with all of its richness and with all of its resources, could somehow be doing better than Brazil. And yet, the fact is that today, Brazil is essentially an energy independent nation. The United States, on the other hand, is a very energy dependent nation, depending largely on oil from the Middle East and from other countries where we frankly have countries where we're exporting a huge amount of wealth and they don't have the best interests of the United States at hand. On the other hand, you go to a country like Brazil and they believe and are already well on the way to the point where 49% of all of the energy in Brazil will be coming from renewable energy sources. When you go to the gas pumps in Brazil, which I did on my own unscheduled stops to just see what it was that the consumer actually gets to look at in Brazil, you go up to these gas stations just like you would here to a Shell or a ConocoPhillips station, and what do you get? You get fuel choice. So if you want to fill up your vehicle with 100% ethanol, you can do that at that gas station. If you want to fill it up with a mixture that is required to have 25% ethanol, 75% gasoline, you can do that as well. Or if you want to fill up your tank with biodiesel, if you have a biodiesel vehicle, you can do that. And 100% of the vehicles in Brazil are equipped with flex fuel. And in addition to that, they make mileage that is much higher than the vehicles that we have here in the United States. So you think about how Brazil could have done that. And you have to ask yourself the question, well, why haven't we been able to do that here in these United States? And the answer to that is that we have not had a commitment over the long term and a framework for energy in the same way that Brazil had. And so all of you here, I'm sure, or at least those of you who are old enough or as old as I am, will remember the days of President Nixon and the formation of OPEC and standing up in front of the entire world and saying, we will become energy independent. It was President Nixon who coined that term. And fast forward a few years later, in the late 70s, President Carter, standing before the American people in a nighttime television address before a fireplace and a warm sweater, telling the world that we needed to move forward with energy independence with the moral imperative of war, And yet what happened from the 70s, where we were importing 30% of our oil from foreign countries, we went to a point where at the turn of this century, we were importing almost 70% of our oil from foreign countries. And so the country slept. The country was not able to implement a long-term policy for how we wanted to move forward with this energy future. This president has decided that's not going to be the case. Business as usual is not the way that we want to go. So the energy future that we are looking at and that is part of the President's energy blueprint understands the importance, yes, of oil and gas and conventional fuel resources, but it also understands the importance of renewable energy and alternative fuels and fuel efficiency. And we're committed, the President is committed to making sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes that have been made in the past. And so it's within that frame of the nation's future that I believe that tribal nations and tribal lands have so much to offer to the nation and to its energy future. And in so doing, I think that, one, the energy that can be created on tribal lands around the country can be very much a part of the energy portfolio of the United States of America. But as importantly, and what I would say is a goal to be honored here, that the benefits of that energy production are benefits that should benefit tribal communities. And therefore, this kind of a summit becomes incredibly important to make sure that as this energy train leaves the station to create this energy future with the President driving it with his energy team, the tribal nations are not at all left behind. We know tribal lands hold a huge potential for energy development. We at Interior work closely on the development of oil and gas and other resources on tribal lands. About 2 years ago, with Senator Dorgan, I actually visited the Fort Berthold Reservation, where there had been long delays in the permitting for oil and gas wells in that reservation. And it was because we had a 15-step system to try to get to a place where we had permits. So what we did is we put in a program there where we now have one-stop shopping to allow oil and gas development to actually take place there. When you looked at the maps, which I was shown there at Fort Berthold, you looked around as I was meeting with the tribal council, and you looked, as I was looking at the map, you look around the reservation, and there was all this development taking place everywhere, all around the reservation. So there's a lot of wealth being created there, a lot of resources that were being developed, and yet somehow nothing or very little was going on in the reservation. That's not right. It takes away from the economic development opportunities and the resource development opportunities on tribal nations. At the same time, as we move forward with developing the oil and gas portfolio, which is in the ownership of tribes, it's also important to recognize that there is a great opportunity for renewable energy. In looking at it through working with NREL and the Department of Energy, I was looking at some of the graphs and information that was prepared for me by my staff for today. They say solar electric potential on tribal lands. It could provide 2 times the total U.S. electric generation by having 4,120 megawatt hours per year. And those places are in very important places around the country. When you look at the maps of the United States on where the best solar energy is, the best solar energy is actually in the Southwest, places like Arizona and California and New Mexico and Nevada, and a few other places in the Southwest. Well, those are also happen to be the areas where there are huge tribal lands that could be made available to stand up renewable energy projects. At Interior, in the last year, we have been a part of groundbreakings of what will actually be the largest solar scale commercial facilities in the entire globe. These are solar projects that are producing 200 and 300 and 350 megawatts of power. That's a lot of power. When you think about it, to put it in the context that most of you will understand, is we have a medium-sized coal-fired power plant will generate about 350 megawatts. Well, a solar power plant that generates 350 megawatts is a lot of power. And so our agenda has been to try to make believers out of the skeptics who say you cannot capture the power of the sun. It's our view that we can and that we will capture the power of the sun in that larger scale, as well as in smaller scales through other kinds of energy, including distributed energy. So we want to make sure is that the tribal lands are not left behind in this solar energy future. The same thing can be said about wind energy. I looked at this other graph last night on the wind potential on tribal lands. The wind potential on tribal lands, 4,120 million megawatt hours per year. Those are located in also places where tribal lands are a very significant part of the landscape. When you look at the Dakotas, both north and the south, and you look at Montana, that's where you have some of the most significant wind energy in the nation. And so as those states and those communities are looking forward to developing that wind energy and the building of transmission lines that would actually take that energy to places where it will be consumed in large cities like Chicago and other major consumers of electricity. We need to make sure that Indian country is not left behind. Now, we will hear in a few minutes from Del Lavador and from Steve Black, who've been leading this effort on some of the efforts that we have underway. This is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time to move forward and make sure that it happens. But I will tell you that I'm confident that it can happen in the same way that we were able to do it in places like California and Nevada with geothermal and with solar and with wind on non-tribal lands. There's no reason why it can be done on tribal lands as well. And my hope is that the outcome of this meeting is that there is in fact a roadmap that is developed, that our teams at Energy and Interior and the other agencies under President Obama will be able to move forward with a blueprint for America's energy future that has tribal lands as an integral part of that energy future for the United States of America. And let me finally say, I know that like with all other things, it will not be easy. You know, oftentimes I will sit with Larry Echohawk and Del and Jody or others as we talk about the issues that we confront. Well, in Indian country, the challenges there are in fact immense. You know, we know and we admit up front that for hundreds of years, this country has not treated Indian country with the kind of respect that Indian country should be treated with. So at the underpinning of what President Obama and his team all believe in is that we need to respect the sovereignty of American tribes, and that we need to work with them to understand that as sovereigns, they are very much a part of our current and our future America. But because the problems have been there and the challenges for so long, it's not something that you can wave a wand at and say we'll be able to address all these issues in a year or 2 years. This requires a sustained commitment over a very long period of time. I'm proud of the progress that President Obama and his entire team have made on all the tribal issues that we have worked so hard on. But I'm also aware of the fact that our work has just begun. So we have a lot more work ahead of us. But it is a time for us to reflect on what it is that we can do. And all of you coming together here to understand that in this time where the energy future of America is an imperative of this country, and making sure that Indian country is very much a part of that agenda is something which I want to celebrate with all of you here today. Thank you all very, very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If everyone could please take their seat. Could I get all our federal panelists? That includes you, Mr. Laverdure. Welcome to the second half of our program. We're in is what someone would call the backstretch. No, rounding the last corner. Del. Ready? We're ready? Like herding cats. That's what it means to work within a federal bureaucracy. Like herding cats. I got Claire over here nodding. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from your break. Do we have everyone here? Am I missing anybody? No. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, again, thanks to everyone who's spoken so far before us. The panel that we've got before us today are federal agency representatives. The reason why we asked these representatives from various federal agencies to come and speak to the tribal leaders and tribal organizations in this audience is because, as we've heard both earlier today, yesterday in our roundtables, and throughout the roundtables that Office of Indian Energy conducted, one of the major issues that we've discussed in terms of Indian energy development is how to get the federal government relatively more coordinated on our efforts to promote Indian energy development. So the agencies that we have on today's panel all have major programs and initiatives that touch Indian energy development. And so we've asked them to come and speak to you today about the types of programs that they have or initiatives that they're working on to promote Indian energy development. We've also invited them to discuss how we can move forward together to better coordinate our efforts. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to introduce all the panelists that are up here. I'm going to make a short introduction from their bios and introduce them, and then that way we can just get started with the panelists' remarks. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end for some Q&A, but we do need to try and get caught up on time. So in the interest of time, I'm going to start because it's very challenging for me to pick a proper order, but this is not necessarily in order of importance. I'm going to start alphabetically with the Department of Agriculture. Judith Canales has over 20 years of experience working at the national and local levels in federal and local government administration and nonprofit management. In May 2009, Ms. Canales received her second presidential appointment when President Barack Obama named her as the first Hispanic woman to serve as the administrator for rural business and cooperative programs in the United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Development. She is responsible for overseeing the National Rural Business and Cooperative Programs portfolio for USDA. Rural business and cooperative programs promote a dynamic business environment in rural America by working in partnership with the private sector, public bodies, and community-based organizations. Ms. Canales is the past national president of MANA, a national Latina organization. She's a graduate of the National Hispana Leadership Institute and a recipient of the Woman of Distinction Award from the National Conference for College Women Student Leaders. She's a graduate of Leadership Texas class of 2001. She also received a Master of Public Administration degree from Harvard University, John F. Kennedy School of Government, and a Master of Arts in Urban Studies from Trinity University in San Antonio. She has a Bachelor of Journalism degree from University of Texas at Austin and an Associate of Arts degree from Southwest Texas Junior. In 2010, Hispanic Business Magazine honored Ms. Canales as one of the 100 most influential Hispanics in the United States. So please welcome Judith Canales from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Brian Borlick is the Director for Performance and National Programs, the Director of Trade Adjustment Assistance for Firms at the U.S. Department of Commerce, Economic Development Administration. In this role, he leads EDA's efforts to measure the economic impact of its investment portfolio while also overseeing the agency's national research and technical assistance programs. He directs the Trade Adjustment Assistance for Firms program, which funds a national network of 11 trade adjustment assistance centers that help to strengthen the competitiveness of manufacturing and service firms that are facing declines in domestic sales and employment due to increased imports of similar goods or services. Before joining the Department of Commerce, Mr. Borlick led the public outreach function at the National Council for Advanced Manufacturing in Washington, a leading policy think tank on U.S. manufacturing competitiveness issues, and served as Director of Membership at the American Society for Training and Development in Alexandria, Virginia. Mr. Borlick holds a master's degree in public administration and policy from George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia. Please welcome Brian Borlick. Our third panelist, Joanne K. Chase, is the Director of the American Indian Environmental Office at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. As Director, Ms. Chase is responsible for coordinating the agency-wide effort to strengthen public health and environmental protection in Indian country, with a special emphasis on helping tribes administer their own environmental programs by improving consultation, collaboration, and support for our tribal partners. Ms. Chase is a citizen of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara, I apologize, I always mispronounce that, Indian Nation, and was born and raised on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation in central North Dakota. Previous, Ms. Chase served as Executive Director for the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI. Under her leadership, she tripled the organization's staff, operating budget, and tribal membership. She has a law degree from the University of New Mexico Law School, go Lobos, and a baccalaureate in film theory and criticism from Boston University. Thank you. Please welcome Joanne Chase. Roger Boyd is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Native American Programs, also known as ONAP, at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. ONAP programs provide housing funds to Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians through the Indian Housing Block Grant Program. The program administers the Indian Community Development Block Grant Program and provides homeownership opportunities through the Section 184 Mortgage, 184A, and Title VI Loan Guarantee programs. Prior to this position, he was program manager in the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund at the Department of Treasury. As manager of the fund's Native American program, he designed and directed the fund's congressional mandated Native American lending study. He also initiated the fund's Native American technical assistance and training program. Throughout his career, Mr. Boyd has worked with Indian tribal governments, federal agencies, and the private sector to explore and develop economic development opportunities for Native American communities with the goal of establishing self-sustaining economies. Mr. Boyd holds a Bachelor of Architecture degree from the University of New Mexico, go Lobos, and a Master of City and Regional Planning from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. Please welcome Roger Boyd. Steve Black is counselor to the Secretary of the Interior, Ken Salazar. He advises the Secretary on energy and climate policy and related public lands issues. He co-chairs, together with the Deputy Secretary, the Renewable Energy and Climate Change Task Force established in the Secretary's first secretarial order. That order directs all agencies and bureaus within the department to make the production and transmission of renewable energy on public lands managed by the department a priority. Mr. Black also advises the Secretary with respect to development of conventional energy sources onshore and offshore. Mr. Black joined the department from Secretary Salazar's Senate staff, where he was responsible for Senator Salazar's energy, environment, and natural resources legislation. Before moving to Washington, Mr. Black was Deputy Attorney General for Natural Resources and the Environment in the Colorado Attorney General's Office. Before that, he was a partner at Holland & Hart in Denver, where he practiced environmental law. I noticed he left off where he went to school. I kid, because he went to Cal Berkeley, one of my rivals. Please welcome Steve Black. And last but certainly not least, Del Lavender, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the U.S. Department of the Interior. Mr. Lavender, an enrolled member of the Crow Tribe of Montana, ties the Bundle Clan, with ancestry from the Little Shell Tribe of Chippewa Indians of Montana, is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs. In this role, he serves as the first assistant and principal advisor to the Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs, in the development and interpretation of program policies affecting Indian Affairs. Dell joined Indian Affairs in 2009 as a Deputy Assistant Secretary. Previous to that, Mr. Lavender served as Chief Legal Counsel for the executive branch of the Crow Tribe and served as a Senior Advisor to the Chairman. He has also held judgeships with his and other tribes, including that of Chief Justice for the Crow Tribe Court of Appeals, Pro Tem Appellate Justice for the Pasquayaqui Tribe of Arizona Court of Appeals, go Pasqua, Chief Appellate Judge for the Havasupai Tribe of Arizona, and Appellate Judge for the Keweenaw Bay Indian Community of Michigan. He served as Assistant Professor of Law at the Michigan State University College of Law, where he was a founding director of its Indigenous Law program. In addition to having taught federal Indian law, property law, con law, tax law, and sovereign immunity seminars, Mr. Lavender has written, testified, and spoken extensively on a variety of Indian law topics, provided pro bono services, and co-created and taught courses for the first Crow Tribe bar exam. He earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Arizona and his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Wisconsin, where he also has an LLM candidate. Please welcome Del Lavender. So I think we'll just go in the order that I introduced everybody, A to Z, makes it easy. Again, we're going to take a few comments from the panelists, and then if we have time, we're going to take questions and answers from the audience. So without further ado, Ms. Canales.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Flora, and congratulations to the U.S. Department of Energy for conducting this very important meeting here in Washington, D.C. as a gathering of so many tribes coming in from around the United States. My name is Judy Canales, and I serve as the Administrator for Rural Business Cooperative Programs with the U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development Agency. I'm located here in Washington, D.C., and as she stated, with my degrees and my home base, I have Texas roots. I'm from South Texas. And I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of President Obama and also USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack, who joined you all yesterday to talk about the wonderful efforts that we're doing with USDA to support energy development, and so importantly, to work with tribes throughout the United States to be able to engage in these opportunities for business development and energy development in your communities. I'm here to also speak to you about the myriad of programs, and since we don't have that kind of time, I just want to make an offer and to make sure that you all know how we deliver our programs within USDA rural development. Since you are coming in from communities from throughout the United States, I want to make sure that you know, and I know that the Secretary referred to some of our programs, and I will as well, but rural development operates through state offices. And our state office is headed by a state director who is a political appointee. And so therefore, I offer to you that it is very important to make a contact with our state director. State directors will also be vice versa, making contacts with you as it pertains to the energy programs that we operate within USDA rural development. And so make sure that before we leave today, that if you have some efforts that you are wanting to pursue within the tribe and within your community, that we make that connection. USDA rural development, particularly through the 2008 Farm Bill, was authorized with numerous programs that support energy efficiency, and renewable energy, akin to what is occurring with the U.S. Department of Energy, very similar also to the work that was stated by Secretary Salazar with the Department of Interior. All now, certainly within this administration and President Obama's, who has put forward a very aggressive agenda for this country to be able to diversify energy in this country, develop alternative energy sources, and make us more, I believe, domestically secure in how we address our energy needs. Within USDA rural development, we offer a very important program that I want to make sure that you all are mindful of, called the Rural Energy for America program, REAP. And this is a program that is both a loan and grant program. We also call it 9007 because the program, that's its statute number in the Farm Bill from 2008. And so therefore, the Rural Energy for America program, loan and grant program that is geared towards agriculture producers as well as rural small businesses. What is very critical about this program is that it allows for, as I stated, energy efficiency opportunities as well as renewable energy. And most recently, based on the consultations that have been occurring with USDA throughout the fall and winter of last year, I'm very pleased to be able to announce to you that our current now version of the Rural Energy for America program, in which we're in a process right now of soliciting projects. So the notice of funding is right now, we're in that mode. So I want to really stress that upon you. The rule was published on April the 14th. The notice of funding was published on April the 14th, and it has specific changes that are given towards tribal enterprises. Very specifically, based on the work, the feedback from you, working with USDA staff and business interests from throughout the United States, we've included a change to the definition of small businesses under the program. The definition now includes Tribal Section 17 corporations established through the Department of Interior as being eligible applicants for the program. So just as they meet the small business rule and other criteria of the REAP program as well, Rural Energy for America program. As you all know, many tribes have established Section 17 corporations dating back to the passage of the Indian Reorganization Act to foster economic enterprises and opportunities for their members. If a tribe has already incorporated an enterprise as a Section 17 corporation, the tribe can utilize the structure to facilitate the Rural Energy for America program effort. And if a tribe has not established a Section 17 corporation at this point in time, the new rule also allows us to work with our state offices and you so that we can work on a case-by-case basis to determine the eligibility of other tribal business entities. So I want to make sure that you all are mindful of this very important change. This is something that we were striving for, and I think it's just a continuation of trying to be able to expand and make effective a very important program. I will just quickly describe to you what this program can do. When I describe to you about energy efficiency, for businesses, it can be new lighting, refrigeration units, very critical when you talk about the bottom line interest of small businesses and what the needs are. But also for renewable energy, therefore it allows for wind turbines, solar panels, and as the Secretary stated to you all yesterday, Secretary Vilsack, also a new eligible activity is flexible fuel pumps. The flexible fuel distribution effort that we're trying to encourage so that consumers can have access to renewable fuels, blended fuels, other types of fuels, and E85 being one of them, but it's not solely limited to that. And so therefore, what we're trying to do is to break our dependency upon fossil fuel by establishing the infrastructure to be able to allow for that reach to the consumer. So flexible fuel dispensers. There are numerous opportunities here. These are business opportunities. My agency supports that, and I highly encourage you to take a look at who we are. I just had someone come up to me earlier asking about one of our loan guarantee programs. The Business and Industry Loan Guarantee Program is actually our flagship, and it doesn't necessarily have to be for an energy purpose, but the loan guarantee program is a program in which we provide that loan guarantee to a bank. The bank makes the loan to the business. And so we've had several occasions through the years of having, working in Indian country with tribes and businesses who are located within the tribal land to be able to participate on this particular program. We've had many successes within Arizona, New Mexico, for example, on this program. So I offer that to you, and I know we have a limited time today, but I will be here to speak to you. Barbara Blake, who is within USDA. Barbara, thank you. She's raising her hand. She is in our Office of Tribal Relations, and Barbara also has our notice of funding that I just mentioned to you for the Rural Energy for America program. She's got a handout over there that would be helpful for y'all to take a look at. And consider USDA rural development for your solutions that you're developing at the local level to address the energy needs of your community. And in the long run, this benefits the country as a whole. Thank you and good afternoon, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Thomas, for the introduction earlier. Again, I'm Brian Borlick from the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration here in Washington, and I would like to thank the Department of Energy for the invitation to be here. I'm pleased to be representing the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Economic Development, John Fernandez. And what I'd like to do is just introduce you to the Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, EDA, by going over our funding and investment priorities and our general programs, then talk a bit about support for energy-related economic development projects in tribal communities. EDA provides grants, to put it simply. We sometimes refer to these as investments because we're certainly looking for a return on our grants in terms of job creation and attracting private sector investment. Our grants go to state and local governments, to tribal communities, to eligible nonprofits, and we focus on economic development approaches that are driven by local leadership and are based on a regional approach to economic development, since communities will be much more likely to succeed economically if they cooperate with neighbor communities to build regional competitive advantage. So that's our focus. And in terms of what types of communities are eligible for our programs, we have 3 statutory requirements. An unemployment rate for the most recent 24-month average that's 1 percentage point or more greater than the national average, a per capita income level of 80% or less than the national average, or some type of special need, and that could be a base realignment and closure, it could be a plant closing, a natural disaster, and the list goes on. John Fernandez, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Economic Development, has refined EDA's funding priorities. What I've just mentioned are the statutory provisions, but we certainly get a lot more applications than we can fund, so we then turn to funding priorities to determine which applications are the most competitive. And we focus on collaborative regional innovation, initiatives that support the development and growth of innovation clusters. Based on regional competitiveness strengths. We focus on public-private partnerships that use both public and private resources and leverage complementary investments by other governmental or public entities or nonprofits. National strategic priorities for encouraging job growth and business expansion, such as sustainable manufacturing, clean energy, communities that have focused on, that have been gone through automotive industry restructuring, and several more. Global competitiveness to support high growth business and innovation-based entrepreneurs to expand and compete in the global marketplace. Environmentally sustainable development, which is broadly defined and includes green products, processes, and buildings as part of the green economy. And finally, economically distressed and underserved communities that have suffered a disproportionate level of economic distress or are rebuilding to become more competitive in the global economy. Turning to the programs through which we advance these priorities, we have 2 basic types of grant or investment programs. I refer to them as hard programs, such as that support public infrastructure or economic adjustment activities, or soft programs such as planning and technical assistance, which help to improve a region's knowledge assets. And tribal communities are eligible for any of these types of grants. Our favorite is our Economic Adjustment Assistance Program, or EAA program, because it's our most flexible and it's not limited to just one type of assistance, as is the case with most of our other programs. The EAA program can respond to economic challenges through several mechanisms, including strategy grants, such as comprehensive economic development strategies, or implementation grants to improve, to build infrastructure, and financing, such as revolving loan funds. So we can do any of those 3, regardless of where a community is on the continuum of economic development. Public Works and Economic Development is our largest program. About 60% of our funds are in this program. And it's our bricks and mortar program. It supports the expansion of public infrastructure and facilities. It could be water and sewer systems. It could be technology parks. It could be broadband infrastructure. Our planning program funds a nationwide network of economic development districts, regional economic development organizations that implement comprehensive economic development strategies. And EDA has provided a great deal of planning support for tribal communities across the country over the years through this planning program. I'll skip, for the sake of time, I'll skip over all except the what I think is the most relevant here probably today, the EDA's Global Climate Change Mitigation Incentive Fund. Kind of I think it's the longest acronym I've come across at EDA so far, but it's the GCC-MIF. That's what we do here in Washington, is come up with these types of acronyms. But it supports a wide range of projects from strategy development to construction that foster jobs and private investment by investing in projects that will limit the nation's dependence on fossil fuels, to enhance energy efficiency, to curb greenhouse gases, and protect natural systems. And all of these programs that I've mentioned can be accessed through EDA's 6 regional offices, and those are in Philadelphia, Atlanta, Chicago, Austin, Denver, and Seattle. Quickly turning here to how EDA has supported energy-related projects in tribal communities. Have a couple examples. There's been 146 grants that EDA has provided since 2009, totaling more than $18 million to tribal communities across the nation. And these projects are working to expand manufacturing bases, to improve business communications, address clean energy solutions, grow industry clusters, spur commercial development. And some of the examples are a $1.2 million investment in 2011 through the Global Climate Change Mitigation Incentive Fund in the Mitchell Technical Institute of Mitchell, South Dakota, to acquire a wind turbine to train and certify wind technicians through the Institute's Wind Technology Training Program. And it enrolls 50 MTI students each year, including an average of 10 Native American students each year. There's a $200,000 EDA investment that went to the Campo Band of Mission Indians in Campo, California, to fund a local economic development strategy and development plan for an existing renewable energy zone on the Campo Reservation. And this is a wind project, of course, and the Campo Renewable Energy Zone is expected to attract new commercial activities related to renewable energy and operations and spur economic growth on the reservation. And then finally, last one that I'll point out is a $250,000 grant in 2009 to the Klamath tribes in Chiloquin, Oregon, to develop or prepare a feasibility study and a business operations plan for a state-of-the-art biomass gasification facility. So these are just a few of the types of energy-related investments that EDA has made in tribal communities. Look forward to working with you in the future, and our 6 regional offices are out there to help you, or you can always call me in Washington here. So thanks for the invitation to be here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joanne Chase, and I have the now unique privilege of being the director of the American Indian Environmental Office at EPA, which I had to chuckle this morning when Tracy said, "Oh my gosh, I'm not used to being a Fed." You know, I still like, oh, I'm on the federal panel. So I've had a long history of advocating on the other side of many of these issues and holding federal officials' feet to the fire, if you will, on behalf of Indian country. And I hope that experience continues to inform and guide my opportunities here at EPA. I'm just going to highlight some of the programs. The administrator obviously spoke this morning and highlighted a number of the activities that we are involved in and some of the opportunities to continue to advance the partnership with tribal governments. Before I do that, however, I just would like to take a moment and acknowledge the speech that Chief Lyons gave over the lunch hour. There's so many of you in the room that I've had the privilege of working with and who have been mentors to me, President Zaw, Chief Lyons, Russell Jim over the years. And if ever there's a moment that I need inspiration, I can just recall those words of wisdom and appreciate very much, Chief Lyons, you putting in perspective just why it is we do what we do and why we need to do what we're doing. So thank you very much for that. AIEO leads the agency's efforts to protect human health and environment in Indian country by supporting the implementation of federal environmental laws consistent with the trust, responsibility, and the government-to-government relationship. And I think we have a number of initiatives that can help tribes build their capacity to evaluate environmental impacts and administer environmental protection programs, largely in 3 areas. So I'll define those 3 areas, just give a brief overview of the programs, and then hopefully there'll be some time for some questions. I also might add that I'm going to talk about these programs. My colleague who mentioned the acronyms, one of the things I'm still getting used to is the profound and prolific use of acronyms throughout the federal government. And so rather than be challenged with trying to write down each of these acronyms, we do have a handout. Luke Jones from the office is here with me that gives a resource list. I think it'll be also distributed, perhaps, Pilar, that at least gives the website particulars where one can go to find out information about some of these programs. So the initiatives largely, as I say, fall into 3 areas: the development and implementation of tribal government policies and regulations addressing energy production, distribution, and use, assessing environmental impacts of tribal government and tribal community energy use, and assessing potential environmental impacts associated with tribal government energy production projects. With respect to the first area, developing tribal government environmental policies and regulations, I think many of you may be familiar with the Indian General Assistance Program, better known as GAP. EPA, through this program, provides nearly, or maybe just over, $63 million in grants to support the development of tribal environmental protection programs, including tribal regulatory programs under tribal law. And to ensure that environmental issues are factored into tribal green power and renewable energy projects, tribes can use these GAP funds to develop environmental policies and regulations related to energy use, and can also use GAP funds to assess the potential environmental impacts from various tribal energy policy and program development options. Some of the clean energy programs, which at EPA are largely technical assistance and informational programs, we're working with state and tribal government officials, electric and gas utilities, and energy consumers to implement clean energy policies. Among some of these programs are Repowering America's Land, siting renewable energy on potentially contaminated land and mine sites. This initiative was launched a couple of years ago to encourage the siting of renewable energy facilities on thousands of currently as well as formerly contaminated properties across the nation. Repowering America's Lands provides a reuse option for some rural sites that may not otherwise have a viable reuse strategy. And to determine which of the EPA sites has potential for various renewable energy programs, we've actually partnered with the Department of Energy on all of the sites that are tracked by EPA. I might also mention that there's currently a request for applications for this program that ends on or closes later this month, on the 20th of this month. We've highlighted this as well in our handout, but you can certainly see Luke and myself afterwards if you have some additional questions or need to be plugged in more directly to that program. There's an Energy Star residential program, which is designed to reduce energy bills, improve efficiency and comfort, and help protect the environment. There's a greenhouse power partnership, which again is another largely voluntary program that supports greenhouse power purchasing by offering expert advice and technical support to promote the use of electricity produced from solar, wind, geothermal, and low-impact hydro. The goal of this program is to reduce carbon footprint and environmental impact of energy use. This program provides resources on how tribes can lead by example by purchasing green power from government operations. There's another program, the Landfill Methane Outreach Program. There's our Ag Star program, which is again another voluntary program where we've partnered with the Department of Agriculture and with our colleagues at the Department of Energy to promote recovery and use of methane from animal manure. There's the Combined Heat and Power Partnership. Of course, there's a number of efforts being done in the area of climate change, tribal climate and energy programs. Several of them are listed on our website. I won't go through them in detail at this point. There's the National Action Plan for Energy Efficiency, and then again, a number of resources on that are available on EPA's website, various technical resources that may be helpful to the tribes as well. Just in closing, I think one of the challenges we have is this interagency coordination and how we can work more efficiently together to better leverage our resources, our knowledge, and the opportunities that we have to support projects in Indian country. And so, in closing, I'd just like to say thanks to the Department of Energy. We have now what began as less formal conversations are institutionalizing between EPA and DOE, ongoing communication, again, to help facilitate interagency coordination, and look forward to continuing this kind of dialogue, and just want to say thanks to you for your great efforts and for taking charge and putting together this summit. Thank you very much.
Her check is in the mail. Next is Roger.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation to address you folks this afternoon. I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary at HUD for the Native American Programs. It's really good to be here because as I look out through the crowd, I see a lot of old acquaintances that we've worked together for a number of years. I see one of my former bosses that's sitting in the crowd, and some relatives by clan. I do want to take this time, though, just to he probably doesn't know this, but I want to thank Peters and Zaw, who was my former boss a number of years ago, to give me the opportunity to come home to our reservation and to be the Director of Economic Development for our tribe. And we got into a lot of projects and good things to try to establish sustainability within the economies of our community. And certainly one of the hallmarks, I think, of that opportunity was to be able to develop the first Navajo energy policy within our community. But that was his vision, and I had the opportunity to put it together. I understand it's still there. It's probably presently being reviewed to try to update it. But I think that really helped us establish a real core, a policy within our community, so that regardless of change of administrations, whether it be in economic development or energy development or at the presidential level, that policy remain and be used year in and year out. So that consistency, I think, is extremely important within our communities. So that was a great opportunity. The other opportunity I had was to look at the other other opportunities to really create sustainability, and housing certainly became one of the issues that we began to look at. We could see easily on our reservation during payday all the pickup trucks leaving the reservation to go to the border towns to spend the money there. Those that could afford a mortgage had to go to the border towns also. So as people left the reservation, this really began to deplete our ability to turn the dollar over more and more. And I think that this is pretty standard on a lot of reservations. So what we decided to do was for the first time, perhaps, for a lot of our elected leaders, is to look at housing as an economic development engine within the community. A lot of times people assume that housing is just for shelter, and it's more than that. And so our role at HUD and within the Office of Native American Programs is to really take a look at housing as an economic development engine within the community, to look towards and working with tribes to create sustainable economies through transformation. I want to talk a little bit about that. Our program, as many of you may know or may not know, is really driven by the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. And this act was passed in 1976, and it wasn't until 96, excuse me, and it wasn't until 1998 that we began to get funding. Well, this transformation from the 37 Housing Act, where HUD was in a position to, in a sense, dictate to housing authorities and to reservations as to what kind of housing they should have, totally began a new transformation in '98. That transformation then was designed so that our money would go, or your money really, public money would go through our program and out to reservations, and they would then determine what kind of housing and what kind of communities they wanted to develop. And then we would assist through technical assistance and training to help make that a reality within the communities. Since '98 through 2010, the HUD has invested over $8 billion in housing construction and housing redevelopment within the communities. As a result of that, over 25,000 affordable housing units have been developed, and 53,000 housing units have been rehabbed. Now, the reason I mentioned that is because that was sort of in the past. The future is with us, and we can do better. And certainly looking at energy development, green architecture is one way to do it. And again, to try to create that sustainability within our communities. Within HUD, a new office, the Office of Sustainable Housing and Communities, was just recently developed, and this last year, and it's a national program, and it's the competition for regional planning grants was recently announced, and 3 entities, tribal entities throughout the United States were awarded grants to begin to really strategically plan out the efforts of attaining this sustainability. And then last year, the Congress wanted the department to conduct a sustainable construction in Indian country. And what this basically is, and this is being developed through the Policy Development Research Office within HUD, is to reach out and really begin to look out through Indian country some of the best practices of creating better, greener architecture within our communities. And then our office has about 6 regional offices around the country, so we're going to go out to all of those 6 regional offices and begin to work with the housing authorities and the tribal leaders to begin to not only identify good design and construction methods, but also provide technical assistance and training to help them to attain that when possible. Also, we provide technical assistance and training at many, many different levels. I mean, certainly from the blower door testing, and this is all, again, done by request from tribal communities, to conducting annual conferences with regard to greener and better architecture. And then our outreach, working with other federal agencies. We've been working with the Region 9 of the EPA to really begin to look at the attempt to develop green building codes within reservations and to provide that assistance and the technology on how to create these codes that are really related to the communities within which we are doing housing throughout the country. We reach out to about, 565 federally recognized tribes throughout the country. And one of the things that we are really beginning to find, and I think this is really important, because on the front end, we can talk about how much money we've invested in Indian country, but what are the results other than, providing comfortable homes, and we're beginning to look much beyond that, because housing certainly provides the shelter that we all desire and that we all need. But what we're beginning to find out as we improve the health by better architecture, better design, better building materials, reducing overcrowding, the impact that has on our communities is fantastic because it not only provides good shelter, it improves health. And we're finding in some communities by reducing overcrowding, it really gives the children an opportunity to better prepare for school. So we're seeing in some communities the retention rate is beginning to go up. And certainly in some communities, we see crime going down. And it really delighted me a couple of months ago when I was visiting one of our communities in Alaska. And as was mentioned, I worked at the CDFI fund at the Department of the Treasury before coming to HUD. But one of the impacts that really good housing, good architecture has done within that community, it has created an environment where their so-called banking institutions, which actually turned out to be 3 pawn shops, began to leave. And they created this incredible community that really invited the first credit union to come into the community. And now I think they're working on the last of the 3 pawn shops to leave. So what's happening then, and this is the way we're beginning to measure the success of our investment, is that now for the first time, people have an opportunity to learn more about banking, learn more about accessing credit, and preparing themselves, financially to not only be renters, but if desired to be homeowners. And this is and in my opening remarks, one of the things I really learned by going back home and working for my own tribe was that there are many different factors in building economies within our communities. And certainly housing plays an extremely important role. I mean, that's one of the basic elements of life within our communities. And as we improve upon these homes, and as we can reach out and improve health, have an impact on education, and oh, by the way, help contribute economically to sustainability within our communities, I think the better off we will all be. And that's our vision, and that's what we will continue to work for in the future. Thank you very much.
Well, that's right. Thank you, Pilar, for your kind introduction. Pilar used to be my lawyer, so she was kind not to go into all the details that only she knows. So thank you for that, and thank you thank you to the Department of Energy, to Secretary Chu for the invitation to join you today, and thank you all for traveling as far as many of you have to Washington to participate in this conference, in this summit today. I know that's a burden and a hardship on many of you, and I appreciate it. I recognize the significance of that. Last week, I was in Southern California and Arizona, spent part of a day with the Quetzin Tribal Council, and it was a real privilege to be in that tribal council and to sit at the council table and meet with President Jackson and the members of the council to talk about the Secretary's vision, and you heard him describe his and the President's agenda to really work closely and early with tribes on the enormous and important energy opportunities on public lands in the West. For us at the Department of the Interior, we exist largely in the West, not exclusively. The Secretary often describes the department as the Department of the Americas, or America. Obviously, we have assets and jurisdiction throughout the country, but principally our work is in the West on public lands. And the reason for that, I think many of you know, and many of you have experience with energy development on public lands. Some of the greatest energy resources, both fossil fuel, traditional resources, as well as renewable resources, are on public lands and on tribal lands in the West. So we very much appreciate and value the partnership we have with Indian country and with the nation's First Peoples. We need to work together to achieve the President's clean energy goals, And so if I say nothing more today, I hope you will take that message from me and from the Secretary. You heard him say it earlier. We very much want to work with you. We respect the sovereignty of the tribes and the importance of government-to-government consultation. BLM is working well, I think, with many tribes in the West, but we've learned lessons over the last couple of years, obviously on the renewable energy front, and we're working to improve the 106 process and the government-to-government consultation necessary to succeed on this agenda. So I hope I'll have the chance to work with many of you going forward. I just want to describe briefly the two principal things we're working on the renewable energy side. I won't take more time than that today. We have limited time, and I think we want to allow some time for questions. But you heard Secretary Salazar talk about the opportunity to stand up wind, solar, and geothermal projects on public lands throughout the West and on tribal lands. And I know Dale will speak a little bit about some specific opportunities on tribal lands, so I won't take time to cover that. But at the Department of the Interior, we are very aggressively moving to stand up wind, solar, and geothermal at a utility scale on public lands in the West. The department manages over 500 million acres of public lands and 1.7 billion acres on the Outer Continental Shelf. And the energy resource potential on those lands is enormous. We need a fraction of that land, less than 0.25%, frankly, of the onshore to power most of the West. We need, a fraction of the wind potential off the Atlantic coast to power, in theory, the Atlantic seaboard. So we're looking at opportunities to leverage those resources and to start to stand up what truly is a nascent industry, the renewable energy industry. And so we've capitalized on the incentives that were in the Recovery Act and identified opportunities, identified projects that were far enough along in the NEPA process that had existing transmission opportunities that were near existing infrastructure. The developers had power purchase agreements, had started NEPA, had started to work with tribes and identify cultural and historic resources to see if we could permit those projects in time to take advantage of the Treasury Act deadlines that were passed by Congress. I'm happy to say and proud to say, frankly, that last year we permitted at the department over 3,700 megawatts, you heard the Secretary refer to it, of solar power in the West, principally in California and Nevada. As he indicated, that represents more than a dozen coal-fired power plants of clean energy, renewable energy, and clean energy jobs. We have on a list of priority projects at the Bureau for 2011 an additional 3,000 megawatts of large utility-scale solar, wind, and geothermal projects, and another 5,000 megawatts that we have prioritized for 2012. So as you can see, we probably have 30 or 40 large utility-scale projects in the queue that many of which impact not only biological resources, but also cultural and historic resources. And it's really that point that is so important, I know, to many of you. In addition, though, at the department, in addition to working on those specific projects, we have taken advantage of the opportunity and the lessons learned and the experience that we gained over the last 2 years to step back and to ask and answer questions, lessons learned, to learn from our NEPA experience, our Section 106 consultation experience. And we are working on a programmatic renewable energy program at the department that will be long-lasting, that will provide a framework for development well into the future, well beyond these projects. Just in December, the department published a draft solar programmatic environmental impact statement that covers 6 western states. It's an 11,000-page document. And I recognize that just the sheer magnitude of that exercise is overwhelming to many of you and many of your tribes precisely because of the burden. And as I am sitting on this panel of federal bureaucrats, really, all of us from Washington who really don't understand or appreciate how hard it is sometimes for you to understand, or for all of us to understand, the size of these projects, the scale of these projects, the impact of these projects on historic and cultural resources, and therefore the importance and the burden and responsibility on us, working with you, working with project proponents, to go into the field, to walk the ground, to understand the impacts and significance of these projects and the project footprint on the land. So we're learning, and we're trying to do better, and that is one of the Secretary's highest priorities. But the solar programmatic, the public comment period for that document was just closed, and we are working on identifying what we call solar energy zones. The Secretary withdrew over 1,000 square miles, 24 solar study areas, from other conflicting uses on public lands so that we could study those zones, and assuming we can minimize or deconflict the resource conflicts, resource values, cultural and historic issues or values in those sites, we can direct developers to the best sites. We can be smart from the start, site projects with your help, with your consultation, in places that have the fewest impacts. So that, I just want to give you that 30,000-foot kind of overview of our goals on the renewable energy front. We're doing something similar in the wind program and in the geothermal program. We have an enormous opportunity to create jobs, economic development, and move to a clean energy future, principally in the West, but also off the offshore, if we do this right. And this is a long-term effort, and one that we need to do in partnership with each of you. My thanks to Tracy and Pilar, and again, Secretaries Chu and Salazar, and to Del for going into a little bit more detail on some of the opportunities that we're working on tribal lands and some other things. Be happy to answer questions at the end.
Good afternoon, everyone. I get the final spot of the federal panel, and so it might be my job to wake up some folks in the room. Everyone can just, if you just lift your hands like this for a minute, that way we'll get the blood flowing up, and people can maybe hear a little better on this somewhere between 30 and 10,000 feet. In any event, it's my distinct pleasure to be here. Biabsalogate, Nawabashichish, Absalogate Tichya. To my Crow relatives out there, there are a number of them spotted out all over the place. I was going to do some sign language, but I realized that might be rude while others are speaking. So I was going to ask them how they're doing and tell them I'm doing fine or great. And we'd all been happy, all 5 of us. But in any event, we do that quite often. And I thought I would, I've been teaching some of the folks that work with me every day, and they thought I was joking. And we were out at a conference in Montana after my first week on the job, and I told them this is how we sign. And then Chairman Black Eagle gave me the sign, and I told him it was good, and that I saw and I heard him, and then he said, I can't believe it, you're not joking, Del. I said, no, actually I'm not for once. It's a real thing, and it's always fun being back home to communicate in other ways. I'd like to thank Pilar for the kind introduction. I thought I heard PDAS twice. I say PDAS because then I heard all these federal acronyms, and I noticed they have these little texting dictionaries for sale at like Hallmarks, and I think we need that for federal acronyms, and then we just hand it out, and then everyone can have their flip chart on the federal acronyms, and we'll all be on the same page. And then I heard pawn shops too, and I kept thinking about my teepee, having to go back home where it's in the local pawn shop and get it out for Crow Fair coming around, dust it off so the mice aren't in there, the Izuga-ish. You heard from Secretary Salazar the real kind of vision of Interior and reestablishing a meaningful nation-to-nation relationship based on consultation, informed consent, and that Indian nations are driving the agenda, and that we're there to assist when necessary or to eliminate and reduce barriers. And so in my almost 2 years at the department, we've done a wide variety of things, and probably an unlimited subject matter jurisdiction. And I could go into details on the Desert Rock Project, or on NGS, which is a continuing challenge, a multi-department challenge. Could talk about the Cape Wind Project, where I was with Secretary Salazar up there, and issues of historical significance. I know that USET has come out very strong on that. It could go down to the biofuels up in the Midwest, where we hear from a number of Ojibwe tribes that are trying to push forward the solar projects of the Southwest, the proposed wind projects in the Great Plains and Rocky Mountain. Could go into many, many examples and specifics of it, but rather than get into those details, which is each specific nation, I'd like to just kind of back up and reiterate some principles, some guiding principles that Assistant Secretary Echohawk and our team in our challenge to accomplish the Obama agenda, and Secretary Salazar as well. And we know that there are numerous opportunities that's been reiterated yesterday and today, and we stand by, ready to assist and to assist with the resources to the extent we can for tribes and the folks who work with them to develop. And I do know a thing or two about it, not just being a bureaucrat now. I was on the ground in the Apsáalooke Nation, and we had full-throated development, renewable and conventional. I remember working 18-hour days for about a year and a half on our Many Stars Coal to Liquids project. We wanted to do carbon capture and sequestration and lead the nation. I worked with the Department of Defense, do all the things that you hear, which is the policy perspective on reducing dependence on foreign oil, achieving more domestic energy production, doing it in a safe, friendly, environmentally appropriate way. And that was always our vision. And I think that's been the vision of many of the Indian nations. And so, we would like to see all of those types of things continue. And I was on the ground in a trailer house that's the legal department, had mice eating my food, the whole nine. So I was being on the ground and developing these things. I hope that gives you a sense of at least where I come from and my perspective, and that ultimately we always felt we were driving the agenda, and then we'd get assistance as necessary from DMD in Denver, and Scott Haase here was a part of the wind project, and others, other engineers and scientists, economists, to help assist us to become truly self-determining people. There's several things on the policy front, and I'll try not to take too much time. I'll work through these very quickly. First and foremost is the restoration of homelands. You heard Secretary Salazar mention that earlier. At least in the last 2 years, we put in over 105,000 acres in trust. That's a true, meaningful, actual step towards restoring homelands. It's not just rhetoric, and that's 250 plus transactions done out in the field. And the mission is to continue to do the same. More of the same, as quickly as we can in a responsible way. The second thing is not only just restoring homelands is critical, you got to have the land to do the projects. You hear the involvement from the other bureaus within the department, but there's pending legislation, many of you may know, on the Hearth Act. Just 2 weeks ago, I testified in support of that, in strong support. I want to thank Kim Teehee and others on the team for allowing us to get to that point. And it's legislation to essentially return control to tribes for leasing, home ownership, commercial development, et cetera. In addition, at that same hearing, I was fortunate to be the administration representative to support the Quileute land transfer. They're in a tsunami zone, and they felt some of the impacts from Japan. And we testified in support of that after they and the Park Service resolved some very acrimonious issues over the last decade and a half. And that's another example of restoration of homelands. We know that Safety Lou, the Reservation Roads program, is around the corner. You heard quite clearly from Mr. Boyd there about housing being an economic development engine. So is roads. Roads are absolutely critical, and you've got to have roads to support energy development as well. And so the Reservation Roads program is absolutely critical to many of your citizens back out in Indian country. And so we look forward to having the input from the administration and continuing to support very strongly on the roads program. And the one that I'm going to get more specific about is our regulatory effort inside the department at the Assistant Secretary's office. I know a number of you have heard this before, but it bears repeating. The most significant regulatory reform in 50 years. We're relying on ag, non-ag regs as we talk about development of energy. We know that those need to be modernized to meet current conditions. And even though there's been fits and starts and jumps, we've got the team, and Brian Newland, the solicitor's office over there, have been absolutely critical in pushing this forward and trying to get it across the finish line. In the existing regs, energy development is not even mentioned. You got to have a foundation if we're going to build up from there. And so we have a renewable energy subpart on wind and solar to set that foundation so that tribes have this and eventually take over permitting, leasing, et cetera, themselves. So we looked to that, and I know Pilar, my lawyer as well, a lot of skeletons in the closet, bones buried at Interior. She knows all of those, and she was also part of this effort before she came over to energy. We'd like to reduce delays, allow for assessment of costs, assessment of resources to continue at a much quicker pace. You hear quite often that projects die on the vine because it takes too long to get the assessment and get a feasibility cost estimate. We wanted to clarify the scope and duration of the leases for the wind and solar. And then there's a few other things, the most important of which is to impose time limits on the BIA to review, approve, cancel leases, and in certain instances, when the review is not met during a period of time, that there would be automatic approval of a particular project. And that, in my estimation, at least one who was on the ground back there, is a significant improvement. And the other major point that I would like to get across, and a number of people have been in and out of our office for half a year now on this, is whenever there's an energy project, when you have the building of the infrastructure, you have other local governments reaching in and attempting to assess taxes on that. What we've done in the regulatory effort is to say that that's part of the underlying trust property and it should not be taxable by other governments, which I think is very important. There are other potential efforts. It just depends on timing. We know that rights-of-way regulations need to be updated. Those are back from the late 1940s. There's also the Buy Indian Act, which I've heard repeatedly out there. We do have some work done on that. There was some consultation, and I was told by our Regulatory Affairs Office that it was very poorly attended. There'd be 5 to 10 people in a room at 3 different sites. So I thought there wasn't enough attention, and we wanted to make sure that Indian Country had its input before anything was going forward. I guess I'll tie it up with a couple other thoughts, which is one on the draft leasing regs. There was consultation that was done. A letter went out in mid-February. And I just want to tell you, here's the latest on the summary of the business leasing regulation update. We received written and oral comments from about 67 tribes and housing organizations. The HUD and IRS has provided input as well. In total, there were about 2,200 comments. And as I was reviewing that last night to the wee hours in a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet, they're categorized actually by subject matter. And there's 20 separate spreadsheets that list the tribal comments, who made them, and where it applies to the proposed regs. And so we're working diligently, and I think overall the sense is that Indian nations have been very supportive of this regulatory effort, have now had significant input, and we do plan on, when we go forward in the regulatory process, to go back for another set of consultation. I know the Great Plains Rocky Mountain had asked for something that would happen early fall. California, a number of tribes, 109 tribes there, also wanted consultation, and we promised that as well. Finally, we are looking to hire a permanent director of the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development. We've had it on USA Jobs. It's been advertised. We've just recently extended that out another 30 days, and we thought this conference was appropriate to remind folks that it's a significant job. One that is the point of contact for us as we try to assist on energy and economic development. And we encourage many more applicants than what we had, which was fairly minimal. And we want to see the best and brightest in the pool so that they can take the reins over on the day-to-day and work with Jody here, who's going to be in charge of IEED. And so we're also looking to hire an economist to put the numbers there, the ripple effect of the economic impact. And so there are a number of things going on. And I would just conclude by saying, really appreciate and I've been honored to serve in the Obama administration, to serve all of you ultimately, and hopefully to get much needed development and services for the Indian people on the ground. who live there day to day and maintain what we have and our homelands. So I appreciate all your attention to this, and thank you very much.
Well, maybe for good or ill, we won't have time for questions, unfortunately, since we've gone into our break. But another round of applause, please, for our federal panelists. And we're going to take just another short 5-minute break while we have these folks leave and our final panelists come in. So quick 5-minute break and then come on back. Thank you very much.
Two panelists that we don't have to make their way up here because we're going to start shortly.
It's Monday, Tuesday. Monday's a holiday. Are you talking the first week or the second? Okay.
I have it 6 through the 10th.
Exactly. Okay. Then let me just double check tonight.
Okay, could everyone please take a seat? We'd like to go ahead and begin the final panel of the day. Thank you.
Oh, I'll do the beginning.
You want to do the rest of the week? We're going to go. When San Diego. Huh? When is San Diego? Well, San Diego, if you're coming with us, would be
Okay, good afternoon. We're on the final stretch. I think we are, this is going to be a kind of a reporting out of a lot of the things that we heard yesterday and a discussion of maybe some new initiatives or some new ideas about how we might work with Indian country leadership. So this is our DOE, the leadership panel for the Department of Energy. Many of the folks sitting up here are lead many of the very important and most active programs in Indian country. And before I get into introducing folks, I did want to do two quick things. When I was earlier, you know, the problem with starting to list off people, which I did earlier, is the chance you might leave somebody off the list, which I did, and I felt horrible about earlier. I did want to recognize Jill Conrad as another Indian professional, works for the Department of Energy, is doing a fantastic job, and we rely on her very much. Another lawyer, yay, for Department of Energy. So let's give Jill a hand. And I really do, before we kind of close out, because I think after this panel, we're going to have a closing prayer and then wish you all safe and happy journeys. What I did want to do is take this opportunity to acknowledge our summit planning team, who was just absolutely great. Pilar, of course, had a great deal to do with this. Brant Petrasic was really the linchpin in coordinating all of the logistics. Sarah Jane Maxted from the Secretary's office, as well as David Conrad, and one of the first great decisions I made in coming in the office was to ask for help. And we did so, and we wanted to engage Tribal 8A Company, which we did, and we engaged Chickasaw Nation Industries, who is really they've handled all the actual hotel logistics and all the AV logistics in the room. So I just want to give all of those folks a round of applause and thank them. So with that, I am just going to go. I hope we're in order, but we may not be. But I'm just going to go down and introduce everybody. I'm going to go down the list and introduce everybody. So as I introduce you, if you want to just kind of give a quick little wave, that'd be great. The first is David Dean from the Office of Science. He's here with us. David? No, he's not. Sorry. He's in the building. Excellent. Well, we'll make fun of him when he gets here. There he is. This is David. David Dean. Here we go. And next up is Bill Valdez, the Director of the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. Bill? Okay. Ingrid Kolb, the Director of Office of Management. Inez Trey, the Assistant Secretary, Office of Environmental Management. David Geiser, the Director of Office of Legacy Management. Dennis Miatola, Office of Nuclear Energy. Phil Kalbos, Principal Assistant Deputy Administrator for Defense Programs, National Nuclear Security Administration. Leanne Oliver, Director of Office of Weatherization and Intergovernmental Programs. And she's also going to talk about our renewable energy program. Steve Wright, the Administrator for the Bonneville Power Administration. Tim Meeks, the Administrator for the Western Power Administration. Pat Hoffman, who's the Assistant Secretary for Office of Electricity. And I already, Ingrid, we had you on here twice. This is great. So that's anybody I didn't forget anybody. Okay, we had a few substitutions of the last one, so I just wanted to make sure. Well, with that, I'm just gonna. I know that Administrator Steve Wright has to catch a plane, so we're gonna actually start with him. So, Steve, if you want to start, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Tracy. So a quick review of our roundtable. It was a good roundtable. I thought a number of things came up. I'll just speak to the things that came up relative to Bonneville and let my colleagues go to their issues. First of all, we heard some commendations for things that are going well, addressing right-of-way issues, and then we have a process for looking at alternatives to construction, transmission construction, that we call the non-wireless alternative process. And I think that was helpful to hear that where we're getting some things right, and also to think about the lessons learned from that and take them into other areas that we're working on. Second key thought was just the whole issue of how do tribal energy resources get to market. For those of you who don't know, Bonneville is a real utility that's out there in the marketplace. So how can we take the expertise we have from transmission through power generation development and be able to transfer that to tribes? So there's a whole set of issues associated with how the queue process works for getting access to transmission. We have a lot of work to do there to explain how that works, a lot of work to do with respect to access to capital, financing for transmission and for generating resources. And then there are power purchase agreements that tribes will need, and the questions came up about whether the PMAs can be purchasers of power, the power marketing administrations that is, and generally the answer is no to that, but we can help with coordinating sales to our customers. So there are some opportunities there. And I think the next steps is there is an Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians conference in about a month that is going to be an important conference. And I guess I realized from these last 2 days just how important that conference is going to be, and the opportunity that we have to be able to bring some of the right people there to be able to help tribes understand both our processes, but in general also what's going on in the utility industry. The other area, and I think we missed one group here, and it came to us yesterday, and that's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. We need to have more engagement with them. And happened to hear from a FERC commissioner, actually, who says would like to be engaged with tribes on this. So I think there's a real opportunity for growth in that area. And the final thought is just tribal capability. Mike Marchand made comments this morning that I thought were really right on point, that if we want to win the future, it's not just about this project or that project. It's about how do you do something that'll make a difference for a long term. And education is probably the big opportunity there. So training, scholarship opportunities, internships, personnel exchanges between tribal organizations and our organization, many opportunities there that I think we could build on. So just want to say thank you. A lot of sidebar conversations along the way that were really helpful in terms of places where tribes have issues, and it's always good to hear about that and be reminded of it. That's it.
Thank you. I think what I'd like to do is kind of keep because these three folks were in a session together, and kind of keep them together, then I'll go back to the top of the line. So if I can put you on the spot, Administrator Meeks.
Oh, you bet. I'd like to echo what Steve said. First of all, I would like to thank you, Tracy, and DOE for the opportunity to reacquaint with old acquaintances and friends and develop, hopefully, relationships with new partners in the electric utility industry. Just as Steve said, what I heard was, first and foremost, is affirmation, recognition of the government-to-government status and the mutual respect that should be afforded with that status. As also was mentioned, that we have the good thing that I learned is, or not learned, but reaffirmed, is that our assets obviously are key. They're a potential treasure chest of opportunity, both for the government as well as the tribal partners. The barriers that we have to overcome have to do with the transmission assets and making sure that they have the capability and the capacity necessary for new clean energy development. And in addition to that, the part that helps develop new generation and for service to load is the fact that the need for long-term purchase agreements. That's one of the things that we've talked about individually. The individuals that I've talked with, they understand the concerns and the barriers that we face. We're moving in the direction to help eliminate some of those barriers. And as Steve said, if not us purchasing, we can find others that might enter into these agreements. I've already spoken with several representatives all across our service territory that represent our Upper Great Plains region, our California, our Desert Southwest. We are committed to meeting with them in the very near future to discuss opportunities so that we can work together for the common good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just summarize with some of the strategic issues that were also touched on in the roundtable that we had, which really strive from the importance of energy development on tribal lands, which is taking the opportunity in addition to just the generation development, but the development of transmission and distribution systems. So some of the studies that have been going on have been pretty critical in the relationship. Some of the wind hydro studies that were mentioned were important, as well as long-term strategy. There should be better involvement in understanding improvement in the dam infrastructure and the hydro infrastructure, as well as any elimination of dams that are going on was talked about in the group. In addition, there was discussion around how do we continue to involve the tribes in transmission planning and planning exercise, as well as the development of integrated distribution systems that would benefit the tribes. So some of the things that we've looked at is how can we ensure more participation by the tribes in the transmission planning process, make sure that there's a representative of the tribes on the WEC transmission planning process, and also engage the East further with tribe participation. In addition, some technical assistance was talked about in continuing to respect the skill sets that are already learned in the tribe, but also continue to develop some of the new things that are going on with whether it's new regulation rules, citing or permitting issues that are out there to make sure everyone's up to speed and actively engaged in the current process. And then in addition is just continue to support the Indian Energy Policy Office as we continue to develop new ideas for interacting and dialoguing on utility matters with the tribes. So I'd like to also thank the tribes for supporting us in our organization as we started the consultation process and some of the activities we were doing to better understand your needs and some of the things that we need to understand.
Thank you. Thank you. For the next readout, it would include Mr. Dean, Mr. Valdez, and Ms. Kolb.
I'd like to thank you all for spending a whole day and a half, 2 days almost together. It's the end of a day, so I'll try to be brief. We've heard your message that education is very important to you, and we want to make sure, as in the Office of Science, that we do the educational things that will be important to the tribes. There are programs that are supporting 27,000 graduate students, postdocs, and other people in our 300 universities and national laboratories across the nation. And we certainly want to work with you in trying to understand how to incorporate these things into tribal lands. There are programs going on. There's a FAST program, faculty and student team program that is ongoing, and there is a program for participation through the tribal colleges and universities program ongoing through the workforce development efforts at the Office of Science. We appreciate you, and we hope we can work together as time goes on, and I'll take these messages back to our people in Office of Science in the future.
Thank you.
Yesterday, we had a really good panel on education contract and also business development. We heard a number of issues that need to be addressed. First of all, one issue was the need for additional information on opportunities that are available to the tribes and the need for more communication about those opportunities. We also talked about the need for more hands-on assistance and ways to navigate red tape that's out there. In addition, we heard a lot about training, the need for training to help diversify the portfolio of businesses that are conducted by the tribe, and the need to make sure that tribal members have more experience and are more marketable in their skills. So some of the issues that we talked about. First of all, we talked about the fact that there are a lot of resources that are available out there that the Department of Energy provides. We talked about the importance of monitoring constantly those resources like FedBizOps, Federal Business Opportunities, as well as grants.gov. We also talked about the importance in staying in close communication with Department of Energy program representatives. And what we discussed is, not waiting for RFPs or funding opportunity announcements to be issued, but staying in touch on a regular basis with program folks so that you know what opportunities are going to be presented. And it's a whole lot easier to sit down with somebody and talk with them about those opportunities and get a real sense of what a program person is looking for, rather than just reading it in an RFP and trying to discern exactly what the program is looking for. So we talked about that hands-on approach and really working with the program folks. We also suggested that if you're not successful as you try to get a funding opportunity, to ask for the proposals of those who were successful. Review those proposals, learn from them, talk to the program people and ask, why was our proposal not accepted? Persevere. That's part of the way to success in receiving funding opportunities from the federal government, is to really persevere and figure out how is the best way to get your foot in the door. And then also we talked about the importance of subcontracting, of working for some of our contractors as a sub, and I know that isn't always what's preferred, but it is a terrific way to gain some experience, make sure that your folks are really getting the experience they need so that you are ready for that prime contract. On red tape, one of the services that we offered was to get in contact with us if you have any problems. I gave out my email address yesterday, and I'm sure it's going to be part of the record, so I won't go ahead and announce it right now. But also my email address, as well as the email address of our senior procurement executive. So if you are having any problems, any red tape, you can always contact us. Because one of the things that we discussed at some length during our panel discussion yesterday was the fact that we are public servants. Every one of us at this table is a public servant. That means we are here to serve you. So take advantage of that. Don't be shy. If you have a problem, contact us, because chances are if you have a problem, somebody else has the same problem, and we do need to address it and fix it. And just one last thought. I have to say, yesterday during the panel, I was very impressed with the tribal leaders who spoke. I was impressed with the fact that they were so forward-thinking and considering what the needs are for their tribe into the future and wanting to diversify the business base for the tribe. So we want to be a part of your success in the future, and from what I heard yesterday, I think you're well on your way. So thanks for this opportunity. You're welcome.
Yeah, she nailed it pretty good, didn't she? I'm Bill Valdez. I'm the acting director of the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, and I was with Ingrid and Dave at the session yesterday, our listening group, and I think Ingrid covered most of the topics, but I'd just like to expand on one thing, which is that it's really difficult, I think, for folks who have not been part of the DOE system to try to figure out how to access the DOE system. And you're listening to 13 of us up here at the panel talking about our various programs, and I'm sure you're furiously scribbling notes and trying to figure out where you fit in within this monster organization. So the offer I made yesterday and the offer I'm going to extend to you today is that you can do some one-stop shopping at the department through the office that I represent. It's the office where we are supposed to work with groups like yours to help you navigate your way through the system and help you be successful. And in that regard, I'd like to thank Tracy for organizing this and also for being my partner in crime because, you know, Tracy has been at the department for what now, 3 months? And one of her first stops was in my office, and I said, you know, what can I do to help? And she said, help me figure this thing out, right? Because she, you know, it's a big organization. And so Tracy and I have been collaborating and working with one another to, you know, provide access to tribal businesses, to tribal colleges, to anybody who needs the help to navigate our system. So I also gave out my email and phone number yesterday, and it's part of the record, but I'm going to give it out again. It's 202-586-8383. And if you have nowhere else to go, if you can't figure it out, call me. I will respond. Thank you.
And he will. He really will. I know there's a great deal of interest and intent to really reach out into any country, our 8As, our tribal corporations, our Alaska Native corporations. We'd like to do more business in Indian country. Next, I'm going to ask the third panel, Assistant Secretary of Trade, David Geiser, Dennis, I'm going to mess up your name, sorry, Mutola, Phil Cabos of the NNSA.
Thank you. So first off, thank you so very much for all of the input that you have provided, for all of the conversations, as well as the excellent work throughout the years, especially in the cleanup area. The first thing that I wanted to report out was the emphasis on consultation, government-to-government consultation. I appreciate that you feel that we have not met the mark when it comes to government-to-government consultation, and we are going to endeavor to ensure that we honor the consultation rules of engagement, and we are going to be doing better and better as we move forward, and we want your open and frank feedback so that we can continue to improve. I also understand that in one of the other sessions, there was an issue raised along these lines with respect to environmental impact statements. We know that the environmental impact statements really affect ultimately the tribal nations. And with respect to the environmental impact statements within this area of consultation, we would like to, in moving forward, use the same approach that we have used in the greater than Class C environmental impact statement process, where we had the tribal nations with their own words expressed in the draft environmental impact statement exactly the concerns that they had and exactly the issues that they saw with the work that we were analyzing. So that is the model moving forward. I know that many of you have told me that that was a positive effort, and in moving forward, those are the standards that we have to meet or exceed. With respect to the last point that I wanted to bring up, I also heard that there was a tremendous amount of concern with respect to the budget, you know, the funding associated with the cleanup, and in turn the funding that goes to the tribal nations, you know, from the cleanup funding. We also are concerned, just like you are, and we're working with you as we defend the President's budget for fiscal year 2012. We understand that it is important that we clearly articulate what we need to accomplish with the President's request, as well as the funding that you need in order to be able to be our to give your full participation to these important cleanup decisions in front of us. So together we will continue to put forth the defense and the justification for the request that the President has made in fiscal year 2012. Finally, I would like to truly thank you for your leadership, for everything that you have done, in particular for the cleanup program. We would not be here today. We would not have been able to make some of the progress that we have made had it not been for your leadership, your direction, your guidance, and all the very hard work that you, as well as your colleagues, have done alongside with absolutely every single one of us. So I truly thank you.
So I'm Dave Geiser with the Office of Legacy Management, and I definitely echo Inez's comments about the importance of consultation. My office, the main focus of consultation with the 6 tribal nations that we work with is to protect human health and the environment. And that was certainly a discussion point in the group meeting yesterday. I think I learned, or relearned, reaffirmed, I believe was the term, 2 things. One was the importance of communication. So I know that I felt with the Navajo Nation, I had previous really strong consultation with Stephen Etzedy and Madeline Roanhorse, and that really helped me understand the Department of Energy's relationship with the Navajo. And I had the opportunity to meet with Keith Spoon-Hunter from the Northern Arapaho today, which is the first interaction I've had with that tribal nation. I thought that was very informative and useful. So having this summit was able to make some of these connections that maybe I hadn't made before. The other thing I think I learned new was in preparation for the summit was really for the first time understanding what the rest of the Department of Energy has been doing with cooperating with tribal nations. There was a lot of activity that I had no idea was going on because I am focused just on my office and the tribal nations that we work with. And then on top of that, as part of the summit, was to learn about the activities of the other federal agencies, where there is some opportunity for collaboration with other federal agencies that, again, I was unaware of. So I appreciate you organizing the summit and everyone's participation.
Thank you. Dennis?
Good afternoon. I'm a late-minute substitute for Dr. Lyons, who attended the sessions yesterday. He asked me to express his appreciation for the time he spent and the information he gathered. He's new to the job, but very interested in learning more about the issues that perplex the tribal nations, and as he can, to focus on those, particularly in his site, which is the Idaho National Lab. It's interesting to listen to the concerns about navigating the Department of Energy from the outside. I've been there over 20 years, and it's difficult to navigate from the inside. So perseverance is the right advice. It's always not obvious how best to approach the DOE and even the individual programs, but perseverance will win the day. But because at the end of the day, I think we all have the same objectives. You know, we want a clean environment, we want good jobs, good paying jobs, we want to see our kids go to school, we want to see a future, and we don't want to deal with the mistakes of the past. Certainly in nuclear, we don't get invited to a lot of meetings, by the way, these days, but you know, we're interested in the same things that you know, all people are, and I think we can find a lot of common ground, and we're very interested in exploring those areas of common interest. So again, from the Office of Nuclear Energy and Dr. Lyons, thank you for letting us participate, and we look forward to future interactions.
Thank you.
I'm Phil Kelbus from the National Nuclear Security Administration. I wanted to thank you, Tracy, for the opportunity to participate. While I'm relatively new to my position, I'm very new to interaction with tribal nations. I found yesterday incredibly fascinating, and it was interesting to hear things from the perspective of the tribal nations, which I don't have a lot of experience in. The National Nuclear Security Administration, the primary mission is national security as it relates to all things nuclear. Specifically, we're responsible for the safety, security, and reliability of nuclear weapons, stopping the proliferation of nuclear weapons and nuclear material, and powering the nuclear navy. But the reason that's important to this audience today is that underpinning that national security mission is some incredibly sophisticated and world-class science and technology. And we want to use that science and technology to support critical tribal needs, specifically in the areas of energy development and resource management. This didn't come up a lot yesterday in the panel that I was on, but I wanted to make sure that the take-home message, at least from NNSA's perspective, is that we have this world-class science and technology infrastructure, and we offer that as an opportunity and as a way to solve some complex problems. NNSA has a long history with tribal nations that goes back to the 1940s when the Manhattan Project was established in Los Alamos. Over the years, it's focused primarily on the immediate neighbors to our facilities, but recently our administrator has urged us to step out from just interacting with our immediate neighbors and offering this science and technology to folks across the nation. He signed out a memo that encourages that, and so we offer that as a way forward for solving energy and resource management problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we'll have Leanne Oliver, who's representing the energy efficiency and renewable energy readout.
Thank you. I'm relatively new to the Department of Energy, and I'm really relieved to hear all of my colleagues, some of who've been here much longer than I have, say that it's a little overwhelming. It's definitely tough to navigate on the inside, so it makes me feel a lot better, and I know I'm in good company. I'm very pleased to be able to be here. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this summit, and I was particularly excited when I attended the session yesterday, and we had over a dozen representatives, and they were all very well spoken and very interested in what we had to offer. And I was talking to my staff afterwards, and they said, you know, all of those folks are people who have gotten our grants. My office is responsible for the Tribal Energy Program and also for the EECBG grants. So I was very, very pleased. But the thing that I really thought was, wow, everybody understands the benefit of energy efficiency and renewable energy and the possibilities that brings to the table for economic development. My most recent job before I came here was with the rural development part of USDA, and before that I worked a lot with economic development. And if there was one message that anyone could take away from this, it is that the opportunities presented for economic growth and wealth building by renewable energy and by energy efficiency are truly, truly phenomenal. And the nations are very well situated to be able to take advantage of that. That said, I know that there are some issues, and let me just run quickly past the ones that came up because, as I think we all know, nothing in this world is perfect. There were issues of permitting and the time that took. People raised issues about financial viability, financial access to capital, and that is unfortunately an issue that affects a lot of people in a lot of ways. Access to information that would allow a tribe to negotiate with non-tribal partners. That one was one that came up a lot, and I can certainly see that the desire to have education of tribal members so that they would be able to, to participate fully and robustly with folks that are coming to them because they do have assets that people are interested in. As a wrap up to all of that, I was there with one of my bosses who was unfortunately not able to be here today, but I know he was very engaged in the conversation and was very interested in what people had to say and certainly heard the issues that were raised. My office is going forward, there are several things that we can promise to do, and one is to provide better information. I mean, we have the eere.energy.gov/tribal energy website, and that is a good starting place for accessing information about our programs. But one of the things we're going to try to do is be a little more proactive in talking to our colleagues across DOE to see if there are ways that we can assist in the education process. We have a newsletter. I don't know how many people receive that, but if that doesn't sound familiar, you definitely need to get yourself on the email list for that, because we put out information that we think is of interest to tribes. We both EECBG and the Tribal Energy Program have the option of providing technical assistance, so please do give us a call. The funding opportunities are on the energy.gov/financing website and also on grants.gov. So that's a place, but you're certainly welcome to call us, and we'll try and help you figure out what would be a good match for your interests and your assets. And with that, I would like to thank you all once again. I've really enjoyed this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs held a session yesterday as well, and we invited everybody in. And I think one of the, many of the things that came up yesterday was because we didn't have a fossil fuel or conventional fuel roundtable, and that next time we do this, we hope to do that. Part of that was, in recent years, those programs haven't been as active as they had been in the past in Indian country. And I think we're going to try to build that bridge and build that interaction back up. That is our intention. The other area is that, I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but in the statute, the Congress has actually required the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs to establish a tribal carbon sequestration program. So we are going to start scoping out kind of exactly what that means, what Indian country needs in that area. Start working with some of the intertribal corporation or intertribal organizations like the Timber Council and the Ag Council and the others that have some equities in that area. So that is something that we're starting to discuss. There was a lot of discussion around and about need for interagency cooperation. We heard about that earlier today, and you heard the Secretary make a commitment to work better and work more with the other agencies that have interest and activities in the Indian energy space. And lastly, I want to just talk real quickly that we do have a couple of things that we're thinking about doing based on the very specific and real requests that have come forward from Indian country, especially in the area of knowing these days are very fiscally challenging. But what the DOE does have is a lot of technical expertise. So we've been asked to provide technical expertise to kind of provide some bridges in a couple of different areas. And the Secretary has specifically asked my office to kind of convene some specialty expertise from, kind of pull them from our labs and from the different areas of the department, and kind of put together a team, a tribal team, so we can kind of be boots on the ground and at least provide some kind of strategic options analysis for tribes, specifically in the area, kind of in two areas. One is, we got a lot of tribes that are looking at very large commercial scale type of projects, and the question always inevitably and always and quite reasonably comes up about how are tribal members going to specifically benefit and participate if a tribe is doing a very large-scale project. And so, we're looking at maybe trying to pull together a team to, work with tribal councils, tribal staff, to start thinking through, if that's the case, then how do we build that bridge to the community scale, or, start addressing some of the community level types of opportunities around maybe self-generation or distributed generation, or kind of utility formation. So we'll be doing that. And then the other is looking at areas where we can kind of pair, in those tribes that may have geothermal and solar opportunity, to start looking at how we can better pair those to make a more competitive product, a generation product for the marketplace. So I just wanted to just kind of discuss and kind of throw it out there. That's an initiative that the Secretary is very interested in supporting, has asked us to take a lead on, and so we'll be kind of looking for opportunities to do that. But keep in mind that I've got a pretty small staff at this point in time. So I always say we're small, but we're mighty. But we're going to do the best that we can. With that, I'm just going to kind of close this portion of it. We've had 2 great days of a lot of interaction between the leadership and the Indian nations that have showed up here. Can I ask Peterson if you could make your way up? Peterson Zah. I've asked Mr. Zah to kind of give our closing prayer, and I just want to again thank everybody for coming out. We really, really appreciate the travel, the travel that you committed to come out here and spend some time with us. And we're going to continue this dialogue. Office of Indian Energy, we got a website now, so you know where to find us, energy.gov/Indian Energy. So feel free to contact myself or Pilar Thomas, and we'll try our best that we can. If we can't help you, we'll try to find somebody in the department that can. So with that, thank you, Peterson, for offering to do this for me. I ran into him a couple months ago when we were starting to even think about this summit, and he very graciously at that time said that he would be happy to do this for us, and he's been a tremendous personal support for me. So with that, I'm going to thank you again and offer a closing prayer.
Can we all stand? I was taught that when the next generation asks you to do something like this, you always have to respect and honor that, and plus respecting and honoring some of the young leaders that are being developed here in this hall. And I just wanted to say this closing prayer for all of you. We are talking about energy. I guess in the olden days, it was energy that the earth had to offer. Oil, gas, coal, those kinds of things that came with the earth. Today we're talking about the power of the sun, the power of the wind, the power of all of the other natural resources that we may never really understand. But given all of that, and with their permission, we will probably end up succeeding with some of the things that we're talking about. So the prayer is going to be about that. And then also keeping everybody in a safe travel home and to your loved ones. Kushte nasan shuma adot als hunako bakhawan say ya ashun lone digin yot e chona e tlahna e adon chkiti ni kone ado indita nasan lenegi bakhanan say als hun kodot inch ya nada nit hat ego da tskoto na kha khaliya ko kuch na hol ji ko hat elta ado le bachin cho ol wali hegi e ko ben chi adelti Johana e lini kone ado in de dan ado kone ado le ta betzilo ko da nel ido kone il beta hozen e da e ko da bachin cho na e dil itli ka na do ja ba kwint on kona kiska akot o ha yu kone ka alchin dan lenigi inin da kai Nsa kes na ayat e de tsedi di de ya e kon to pa na e ko na hol jus akon lahte berate na haskrai ga ahbiyade na ho konspiyade da hot e kon na shata ahjita hashin zade na haskrai ko kone barchin dan lenigi ado in de da kon yo da yo nini bike dat e belin dat e ya e ko nat an jongo ya na to ka kade tin ka tin go ba na ha de yo just di de ya e ko do ba na oska a shon de din di ne yo e halen de di dat en nasel la e ben holni ben na e kon so god e na is skandal let dat a nit e ko be sin stegi ni hit ni ya e ko do e na ha ali ha do le ni ki den e do le ado in da kon ni large das day ni president liniki ado in da kon congress but it no na has tat just any ka dodja e di ni jona go ko do ne ne benan hit zilo le benan hit kon do le be chinya na ne li do le hi be ni ka di le wat di ba na is skandale benache hojona hasli do le go dus ne hojona hasli Thank you.
Hey, actually, everyone, we found a phone. Is that the name of that guy? Samuel? We found your phone. It's at the registration desk. Thank you, everyone.